fondness for Minneapolis.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What was it like growing up there? There aren't many blacks in Minneapolis. I was talking to Dave Winfield the other night. It was about 1% maybe.
Yeah.
They never judge a book by its cover. This cat can ball, man. Play ball. He was crossing cat. Like I crossed you. They my little stand together. He was getting rebounds like Charles Barkley, snatching it down. Shoot the J. Shoot it!
It's the Prince Show with co-host Jovial Tendrils.
My next guest is a creature of light and love, and in my favorite movie, Poison Ivy, please welcome Miss Drew Barrymore.
Prince, it smells so good in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prince.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are so lucky tonight.
Basketball fan, basketball friend, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite player?
I'd have to say Jordan, just because of his focus. And I like the Bulls for their discipline. You know, I run my band like that, and I use basketball as an example in a lot of different instances. You know, there was a game there recently where Jordan just wasn't on, you know, and he just sat down and put his head down. See, that's, you know, that's because it hurt his soul. You could just tell, you know, and that's what I want out of a musician. I want them to realize that music it's important to all of us, you know, and it can't be disrespected.
You own a blazer?
No.
Do you own a pair of pleated khakis?
No.
Would you ever wear my shoes?
Let me see. Hell no. No.
Whatever you do, may God be with you. When the competition get tacky, Brian, brother, you keep on wearing your khakis. Working part-time in a 5 and dime. Want you to well,
Could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
power.
Right.
Good football.
Your favorite Charger player?
JJ.
You know we're shooting for number one. Thunderbolts and lightning.
Power, what do you think of?
Oh, I think of the defense.
We'll give it all we got and more with the supercharger drive. Woo!
Can't pick out a favourite player because it's a team.
San Diego.
Winners.
San Diego. Supercharger.
Winslow.
There's still time, Tamara. There's still time.
No.
Bolt up. Bolt up, as they say. There's still time. I've got
I cannot believe you played that. I'm back here in disbelief, like, are you serious?
I mean, there's no bigger sports fan than Tendrils here. She's telling me, thank God, it's about time you officially became a Los Angeles by way of San Diego Chargers fan. Jesus.
You know what's
there's still time. There's still
what's
time.
ironic about that song? Actually, it could easily have been Prince and the people he was playing around with.
Oh, you read my mind, Tendrils.
I'm not kidding.
God, no, I was thinking when I made this yesterday, I'm like, I'm gonna bring up. I wish Prince could have covered this. Like, even like a Vikings version would be great. I could totally see him doing that. But that reminds you of like Earth, Wind, and Fire, right? And like the Gap Band. Who's some of the genre of those bands, guys? Like those two, and then
it's like Motown kind of.
Yeah,
it's like
late
70s funk / Motown stuff. I loved sharing the screen with Panthro, by the way. Thank you.
Well, speaking of Panthro, we have her, what Sara believes to be her lost, not abandoned daughter, but he put her in a rocket ship and sent her to Earth, and she's at Thundera. We don't know if Camilla's half Wakandan and half Thunderian, but as you can see, the cat's lair, she has the Black Panther Wakanda over her cat. What do they call that? A cat cage?
Yeah, like a cat boudoir. I don't know.
Boudoir.
I like that. I like that.
That might be your new nickname, David. Boudoir.
Boudoir.
And then she has like the dark side boom tube on the left. Did you see that? Right. Bottom left. What? Look at. Could you do? Is there any more spoiled cat than that? Look at that. I have. That's nicer than any bed I've ever had in my entire life. From now to kid. Look at that thing. Look at that layer. She's on. So that's the Camilla cam. I don't know. Of course, she's not there as soon as the show started.
Right.
Sarah's there like 90% of the time. She's in bed more than Beth Ostrowski's in the bathtub at noon with a bottle of wine.
A bowl of Lucky Charms.
Bowl of Lucky Charms. David's such a clever man. Yesterday we were texting about he went to where'd you go? TARAN
I went to Dairy. I went past TARAN Tactical, which John can explain, but it's near the only Dairy Queen within a 30-mile radius of me, and I went to go to. There's not many. It's a Dairy Queen in Simi Valley, and there's like no other location. I was like in the mood for a peanut butter parfait, so I had to drive past TARAN Tactical, which John, do you want to explain what that is?
Long Island didn't get Dairy Queen until 10 years ago.
Really?
I swear to
Wow.
God. We're not progressive with fast food. We are very slow. We're very arrogant. We think we have it all figured out. And so we don't get like Sonics until like way later and shit. We didn't get a Sonic until like 2012.
Yeah.
Something like
Dunkin' Donuts is kind of new in LA. It's not been around for that long.
And so TARAN Tactical is the gun training facility for the most part for Hollywood. So when you see scenes, they send the actors to train. It's not just Hollywood, but that's what they made their hay on. And so they have people there training like Keanu Reeves for John Wick. And Depp had gone there for, I believe, I mean, he's...
Camilla!
Wait a minute. There's an appearance.
There she is.
Yay.
There she is. I don't know if she can...
Right on time.
She gave me the Yokozuna ass shot. And so David. So where is it? David's considered the. It's
Taran Tactical is in Simi Valley. It's off of one of the exits off the 23 if you're sort of between Moore Park and Simi Valley. But I featured it on my last tour video, and it's like you're going down an inner city highway, and it's this dusty dirt driveway to what looks like nowhere. There's nothing else around it. It's kind of in the middle of a field underneath the Reagan Presidential Library, and just knowing that there's so many. Right. So just knowing that there's so many firearms on the property, it's like the scariest place you could ever go.
And you went there for a peanut
Ronald
butter
Reagan.
parfait?
That's Judith Regan. That's the Judith Regan Library, not Ronald Reagan.
Right. Exactly. No. This place is near a Dairy Queen, so I drove past it, and it made me think of I visited it before for a Depp tour. So
if you're Tamara, if you go back to. And obviously, Tendrils, you're there too. So this thing is, they train. It's not specifically only for that. So I knew it because Johnny Depp's side piece, Mistress, is a woman named Rochelle Hathaway. And she's, I think, 2 or 3 years older than my nephew. And she was the class of 2000. She had even be your age, David.
Yeah.
Class of 07 is her. I saw that
high school
on Instagram. Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly when I graduated. So she's exactly my age. Yeah.
He was cheating, and your mom is Depp's age, and so he was cheating on Amber Heard with this Rochelle Hathaway, and she is. I don't even know how to explain the career. So she's been a private. I think he met her on a private jet. I think she was a flight attendant on a private jet. That's how I think that happened. And then he brought her in. So he did training at Taran Tactical like every other actor did. And for a couple movies, he's doesn't have a ton of gunfights in his movies, but there's a few.
Like Public Enemies was maybe one.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. The Tourist.
Right.
Believe it or not. There's a few. It's not. And City of Lies. And so he cheated on Amber Heard with her. And when that divorce, like when all the shit went down, that was the cause of it. If you go watch the trial, I go back to, I'm not gonna do it now, but you'll see her last name never gets referenced, but you go, oh, we read a text that she broke into his phone and read a text exchanges with Depp and Rochelle Hathaway.
Yeah.
So that's why I started to tinker around with what that place was. And so she was a gun trainer there, in addition to a scuba instructor, a flight attendant, a yoga instructor. How many other tour guides?
Did she have like some Etsy business? Was she doing like crafty stuff? Or maybe I'm sort of projecting that onto her type of multifaceted.
I guarantee
millennial
it's
woman.
In there.
Yeah.
I guarantee it's in there. She's an actress, of course, at some point or another, and
yeah.
I think she did stunt work for broads. Like she's like super like active. You go on her Instagram, it's tanned and traveled, and she's on like motorcycles doing like 95 on highway. There's no dare she won't do. It's crazy. It's really attractive, of course. Almost like too attractive, almost like cartoony body, like ridiculous.
Yeah.
What do you think she is, Debbie? Like 5'8", 105 pounds, if that. So
yeah. I mean, she's right, 105 pounds soaking wet. I mean, she's very waifish for sure.
Of course, all Depp's types they're all waifs. And as he gets older, all the women become younger. So Depp is David's mom's age, and then Rochelle is David's age.
Yeah, so there's an existing parent-child relationship with me and my mother that mirrors the age range between Depp and one of his paramours.
So nice use of paramour, by the way, sir. Isn't there a band named Paramore, like a newish kind of girl band named Paramore? Yes, does someone call me?
It's me. Yeah. Two things. That lady had almost as many jobs as Tarsi Merck.
That's really funny because that's exactly where I was going. I cannot believe you beat me to that. So I write to David. I go, that's a great joke, Tendrils. I go. Did you try the new Sunday, the Rochelle Reese's side pieces at Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
And David goes, if it was Baskin Robbins, it could say that we have more flavors than Rochelle Hathaway's had careers.
Right.
God damn.
So it's exactly what you just said.
Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Oh god.
And
We laughed.
And we laughed.
And if it was the Judith Reagan Library, they would have Ticonderoga pencils there.
Oh my God.
Nice.
That's where my friend Jim, my best friend growing up, Jim Verdone, grew up in Ticonderoga, New York, and then moved to Long Island, and we would make Ticonderoga jokes to him all the time. They're known for their pencils. I can't believe you brought, and I can't believe you knew the pencil thing with
Judith Regan poking Howard's penis with a pencil.
You do have a photogenic memory. Photograph. That's
Very
tremendous.
attractive memory.
Great banter, guys. I'm proud of you. It's like a new podcast host. Where they go, "Hey guys, that's great banter. I'm proud of you. Let's cut
Good
it."
material, right?
Thank you, A. Smith. Thank you, Howsy Football, Tweedledee. Anyone who could donate, please do. It's in the top right. There's a Venmo and a QR code. I guess the Venmo is the Deppening above it. It's very small. Camilla is not having this. Look at her down there. I'm gonna play a video of her father after this. Sara lies in bed. Melvin goes, Sarah's right. Melvin, I owe you some food pictures this week. I'm gonna put them on our on the YouTube pictures. I'm gonna send like a
Community post.
Yeah, community post. Thank you, David. And if you need a second brain, David is there for you to just fill in those. And I know I saw the pizza one, the chicken one, I saw the bagel one, I saw all of them. So I owe you, Melvin. I absolutely owe you. The interviews she could have derailed, the questions she could have refused to answer. Silence could have been. I think you're talking about Camilla there. Sarah lies in bedridden, hate eating. Replay every missed opportunity, publicly choose to chastise Melvin on air. Yeah, she's the ultimate emasculator, Melvin, and you couldn't be more of a subject for her. She smells it on you. Autobot, welcome. Barbara DeRush, Casey Derula, good to see you there. One Vinny. Everybody donate your pennies to the Arm Fund so we can send his spry man to the Johnny Depp summer camp. Speaking of Johnny Depp, our next show is going to be a full Deppening What's Eating Gilbert Grape reviews from Sara and David.
Yeah.
And what the hell's the other? Oh, and so an article just got released about the wedding. They had moles at the Depp Heard wedding. This is 10 years ago. They're coming out with a book called Hollywood Vampires. And I don't necessarily think it's about the band. More like, Hollywood is a bunch of vampires that can suck the blood out of you. It's not. I don't think it's about the band necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, is it specifically about Depp and Amber Heard, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they do a play-by-play of that weird Deppstein Island wedding they had right after they had a civil wedding at his mom's house. Like an official ceremony with 20, and that was weird. And so I posted a bunch of shorts. I had AI read from the Vanity Fair article, and I want to thank Black Morticia Adams for sending me that. And it's on our YouTube channel, the shorts thing. I'm having fun with those shorts, even though it's a strange ass bird brain format they use. Like it's got to be like vertical. And you're cutting things out. It's really silly. I'm like, who thought of that shit? The attention spans just get worse, and you can only go as high as 3 minutes.
I was instructed to grow a YouTube channel, start with a bunch of shorts first. Like people just scroll addictively through them, and then they'll.
You're
enjoy
on it.
content.
You're on my shorts. Your Prince song is on there.
Oh,
I Want to Be Your
right.
Lover is on there. I have it on there. It gets. I think it's got well over 1,000 people looking at it. And I have it. I identified it as yours. The copy you granted me, I said I own all your music and Prince's music at the same time. There's a little Depp head. So I'm gonna try to get ready. I'm gonna try to be a little quicker today because I know you guys gotta get. I know Tamara's agent's giving me a lot of shit.
Tamara has a heart out today.
I'm now thinking of Depp singing Raspberry Beret. The kind you find in a Viper Room store. There's Ben 4810. Welcome, Ben. If Depp had any cojones, he would have those stupid Hollywood vampires cover Prince songs at some point.
Are there any Depp Prince connections?
Well, you didn't hear the. Okay. Sherilyn Fenn, the actress.
Oh, right.
So that my helmet, no pun intended, is Sherilyn, and so. He dated her after Prince.
Right. Okay.
And then there's a theory that Prince was still having a affair with her while they were dating.
Okay.
Which happens a lot to Depp.
Yeah.
Whether it's Elon Musk or James Franco or
He's always a victim of circumstance.
Bat Dance. Vinny says Burns is bad. Bro, so he's another one. There's going to be some little Bat
Howard?
Dance talk. Yeah, there's some good ones here. Sky Spectre, welcome. I feel like so guilty when I don't completely go. Junior Seau drove off a cliff, says A. Smith. That's one of the. He actually committed suicide. He's a great.
Wow.
Go ahead, Tamara. Go ahead. You know that story, right?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Okay, yeah. He was a great defensive player for the Chargers, and he committed suicide.
God.
The Chargers have a very interesting workout. They mastered body surfing instead of the weight room. You heard about this, Tamara? They go to the ocean and they just fight the current. I love that. That's why you want to play for the Chargers.
Hey, Arm?
Yes.
Was he the person that wanted to donate his brain?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
And
I
he
can't believe you knew that. And he did. Super likable team. They're usually competitive every year. I've always been on the fringe of being a fan, but the Aaron Rodgers thing, you thought I was kidding. You thought I was bluffing. I am officially. I made the announcement. It's running wild right now. A lot of the riots in LA right now are we're competing.
It got buried on page B13, right?
How's football? They wear both of them. You say Eric Bieniemy, they wear both. They wear the light blue and they wear the dark. They go back and forth. They wear both of them. That's the best part. But they're both great. There's no bad uniforms with the Chargers, and the superhero Black Lightning is kind of who they resemble. We got is Camilla. No, she's still kind of all right. So there's Johnny Meyer. Welcome, sir. Sky Spectre. Okay, I'm going to play you. Camilla's father sent a video to her, and this is her father, the great Panthro from the Thundercats, in like a best of. He's got his own David. I want to know what you think about the musical score on this too.
Okay, yeah.
They're big on that. There's Daddy Camilla. You see that last kick? No punching on the show.
I love this show back in the day.
That's so great.
I love Thundercats.
You see how he won't connect with the roundhouse kick here?
Right.
There's no punching and kicking on the show. You think they avoided it. I swear, I dare anyone to produce a connected, closed-fisted punch on the show. And so the FCC had this, broadcast practice and standards would sometimes get their hands on some of these shows. And they do this thing where it looks violent, but they don't actually punch. Look, he's having a ninja fight here. And we got an axe. He's got nunchucks and not a connected punch in this whole thing. Watch this.
I face the great Panthro. I am not impressed.
That's Panthro's theme music, David. Even he would come on. He's not even the lead. Lionel is technically the star of the show.
His disco porn music, yeah.
Wow. Oh God, I can't look at this thing.
I know, in that fucking Speedo.
Tamara, you know who's doing the voice of Panthro?
You said it before, but I forgot.
William H. Cosby's father, Earl Hyman, on the Cosby Show.
That's right.
Oh wow.
Yes.
I can't believe Tamara didn't know that. Cliff?
I forgot.
Panther.
You're no work of art yourself, you scary
There it
reptile. Let's see what you've got, Slithe.
Listen to that soundtrack, David, right? Now keep track of these moves here, where Camilla gets it from. What I tell you, not a punch thrown and all that action, not one connected anything. So here's the lesson. Here's one of the life lessons Panthro told Camilla before he shot her back to Earth.
No, Lionel, there was nothing you could do. No one can change history. We can only learn from it.
So that's one of the many lessons Camilla's learned from Panthro.
David has ruined Thundercats for me. I'm done. I'm so done.
Can we watch that again? I think there's one bit of sinew we didn't see on Panthro there.
Oh my god.
You think they went overboard with the physique?
Oh my god.
So you think Sarah's like, well, this is like a while ago. She had another cat named Brooklyn, and she was older and kind of on her last days. And they got Camilla, and she was breaking her balls. And Sara was like, where did this hand-to-hand combat, martial arts, and gymnastics and agility come from? This is Camilla, her breaking the balls of her former cat, Brooklyn. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Look at how quick she is. Look at this. Where do these hand-to-hand combat skills? Look at her. She's spins. Look at this. Whoa.
Hanging on for dear life.
Hanging on. And I think she was like a couple of months old there or something.
You need to sample the Thundercats music and put it to that video.
Oh, totally. No brainer, David. Well, I totally. I wish I had the filmmaking skills.
Saturday Night Fever music. Yeah.
Speaking of which, David should, Bon Jovial should be, this is the normal time pretty much. So he's having trouble with the 7. It's 7, granted, we'd be on for at least 3 hours. And he could come in whenever he feels like it. That's the blanket rule. I send him the link all the time. We'll see what happens. He may or may not be here. I'm not sure.
Melvin likes that I'm mentioning food now.
You just bring up food.
Yeah,
and
right.
Good afternoon, Johnny Rando. Long live the purple. Long live the Barisi book. Please, I'm begging you. I need that thing. Fuji Vice, just in time. So there's Brendan. Brendan got for Prince. Brendan wrote me a follow-up to the story about the hot Duncan Hines cake with the personal chef. Apparently the cake was so good that it fooled Prince, and she did not reveal, the personal chef did not reveal that it was a Duncan Hines cake. He loved it so much.
Wow.
There was no point in revealing that it was some cheap ass, as he said, Minneapolis bodega Duncan Hines cake. And Prince was fooled, and he said it was like the greatest thing. He loved it. And so from that point on, he made it that way and never revealed it.
Yeah. I always think about like Robin ordering that $800 bottle of wine, and they could have easily just put Welch's grape juice in a thing and she wouldn't have known the fucking difference. Just the fact that there's a price tag attached to it.
That's been proven over and over again with all sorts of wine snobs. That's bullshit.
Right.
I had a friend who owned a bar. He's a little older than me. He's like a guy I worked with who was older than me, and he got in such bad shape that he would pour the Kettle One, he would replace it with water, and he would replace the Kettle One with Georgie vodka, and nobody knew.
Oh, okay.
So Georgie's like $8 for a 1.75 liter bottle, and Kettle One's like $70.
Yeah. The best thing to happen to like bartenders is that rich people keep getting stupider because it's just like generational wealth, and so they're not interested in cultivating like a sense of tasting wine blindfolded and spitting it into a thing.
You're so right.
Remember?
Abe Lewis, welcome. Rupert Pumpkin, welcome. Rupert knows all. Remember that.
Remember when Robin was into Jackson Pollock and she couldn't pick out one of his paintings?
Oh my god!
He's the most obvious style that an artist could have. Right.
There's the photogenic graphic memory again from Tendrils, as a matter of fact. Let's get right into this, right?
Yes.
All right, guys? Let's get right into this. We left off. The Super in 2007, Prince does a Super Bowl halftime show, and it is a huge hit. I went and looked, and for everybody that's ever watched a Super Bowl halftime show, and it's like a really big deal, and they're kind of running out of subjects, it seems like now. I wonder who's turned it down and but it seems like every year there's huge pressure on the NFL to find that artist that's never done it. It's like,
do you remember how that started? Where the Super
Tamara,
Bowl
can you get closer to the mic?
Oh my God. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Better.
Do you remember how the Super Bowl started? Headliners start? Did you
I don't know.
remember?
I don't know the origin story. I don't.
So before it used to be all marching bands that used to play
It's boring
during
as
the
fuck, right?
halftime.
Yep.
Correct. And then I don't
Don't
know
tell
if you
David.
remember in the 90s.
It's my livelihood. Kidding.
In the 90s, in Living Color, to get more eyes on them, they did a live episode, and there were so many people who turned off during the Super Bowl halftime show and stayed on in Living Color that the NFL noticed and said, oh, we need to go ahead and try to get a bigger name. And that's where Michael Jackson first opened the Super Bowl as the
That's a
headliner.
great story, and I
Wow.
love that. Tamara does this thing where she very, very tactfully crowbars the black race winning out and having influence and changing everything artistically as Living Color, the sketch show from Fox, and so that's
I'm sure
great.
that's her goal.
That's definitely the goal. Leave it to the Wayans brothers to change the game, right?
Right. Right.
Correct.
It's so I can't. So that would be, what would you say, 1990? A 91?
I believe that was 92. I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like a Buffalo Bills Super Bowl, of course. And yeah, so Living Color would, and yeah, that's again, that's Fox. That's the Fox network changing the game, right? Everything, all the innovations come out of the fourth network.
So,
Fox.
so Johnny Depp is responsible for the Super Bowl halftime show.
You beat me to it. You beat me to it. That's where I'm driving to. So, of course, you just play the 6 degrees of 21 Jump Street, starting it all off in 87, and there you have. They did that too. I'm going to give them full credit for that as well. Living Color is interesting because I got the story with Jennifer Lopez and was a Fly Girl, and was Rosie Perez as well. And was both, and there's just Robert Schimmel was a writer, and there's a great, huge stars came out of that show.
We're getting some.
Camilla's movement. Oh, what is that?
Sarah, I think Sarah's.
That's Sara
tempting Camilla with a toy.
She so blends into that cat's lair.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, so many with Wakandan cat's lair. It's great. Look at the Black Panther mask on top of that. How cool.
Yeah, it's really well
so
set
cool.
up. So cool.
That's a great story, Tamara. I did not know that was the origin of it. And so we'll go with 91, 92 is when that was Living Color at its height.
Yeah.
I don't think Living Color made it past like 94-ish, because I'm trying to think when Jim Carrey first did Ace Ventura. And right after that, the show had ended, I think. He didn't make it into his, as a superstar movie actor with Dumb and Dumber and stuff, he ended that before, like Living Color. I don't think did Living Color go on without him? I don't even know when it ended. I don't know why it had to end.
And Living Color went from April 1990 to May 94.
Okay, I was right. I was right, 94. I thought it was longer than 4 years.
That show was great. That you'll never see something like that again on TV, but that show was the best.
Well, David and I go off on this all the time with Saturday Night Live. They were like, it doesn't have to be live. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
So doing a, then Mad TV came after it, but Living Color was like, it doesn't have to be live. Who cares?
SNL feels like a comedy emergency room, It's just like it's so tense and so like it doesn't need to be that way,
Get the props up now.
Right.
Now.
You gotta change costumes. We gotta do it now, Stat.
It's so unnecessary, right? And then they want credit for the degree of difficulty more so than anything getting it right. Like, who gives a shit if it's live?
Right. They want credit for a degree of difficulty that they rarely match. They rarely achieve,
You always have that to fall back on. Oh, it's such a hard show. It's so live. That's why it sucked this week. So this is the Super Bowl banter this is February 2nd, February 5th, 2007. And what's I ascertain is that the Prince halftime show is the best one of all time. It seems like they did a Rolling Stone poll on it. It seems like there's a Philatist and Province. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Bonjour to you, sir. More Jack Depp, more Vanessa Paradis. Dirt, if you could, I would appreciate it. Here is Prince halftime show, Howard Stern show, February 5th, 2007.
I thought Prince was really, really good.
Okay, you see the billboards here?
Yeah.
That's the Billboard top Super Bowl shows. I don't know if it's big for you, but Prince is first. It says U2, Dr. Dre, and Friends, Richard Marx, Beyonce, Madonna, Bruce Springsteen, Lady Gaga, Michael I don't know if it's been updated yet. I'm sure some of it's changed. Rolling Stones, McCartney, Rihanna, Katy Perry, and I can't see Janet Jackson and Justin. Jesus Christ, and Coldplay. What do you say, Tamara, about Justin Timberlake? Everybody wants to be black until the police show up, right?
Exactly.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
He moonwalks away from Janet Jackson, her taking all the fucking blame. The black community hated his guts after that. And to this day, and he got a comeuppance with that drunk driving in the hand. Thank God that happened, right? And the person
And he
didn't
wasn't
know who
even
he was.
recognized by the Gen Z cop.
That was
yeah.
great. And now he's pretty reviled. He's pretty hated. Like, he's one of the most hated major celebrities now, I feel like.
I also feel like he was kind of during the Me Too stuff. I feel like he was not that people came out against him, but he's like associated with a lot of sort of sex perverts.
Yeah. No, totally.
He's best friends with like Fallon, and that's kind of an indictment against him now. And
as if you couldn't hate him more, him and Jimmy Fallon together make him doubly hateable, right? There's two cornball, homoerotic pussies. Here we go.
From the schmata on his head now.
He sounded great.
He sounded great.
Yeah, he did. He's a great performer. I said, now that was a Super Bowl performance worth watching.
Yes, and like Billy Joel, I mean, they performed live. In other words, there was no lip syncing.
Right.
These guys are old school. In other words, they believe that they're singers and that they can sing in any situation. And Stevie Nicks, too. I didn't see Stevie Nicks, but she evidently performed.
Was she on?
Stevie Nicks has never done the Stern Show, and probably never will. Who knows? Maybe it might be one of those like dinosaur rockers that he goes and gets like next year.
Yeah.
But
has anyone from Fleetwood Mac done Stern? Okay.
Nope.
Question.
And so he of course shits on her here like the backstabbing pussy he is, and I'm sure he'll walk that back. I make all these great predictions.
Yeah.
I make all these great predictions. Next year, Stevie Nicks in some variation will do the Stern Show, and this will be the contradiction I play. We have every single, whether it's Springsteen or Prince, he flip-flops and contradicts himself in every way, shape, and form. The king of hypocrisy, and I guarantee he does this with Stevie Nicks. I think he's about to shit on, I think, the Mean Girl.
One of those because they had a lot of people performing at various times before the game.
They usually have a pre-game like big deal musically, and then halftime.
Yeah, because JD said to me he heard Stevie Nicks on the pregame, and I said, gee, I would have watched that. But he said, gee, I didn't think she sung very well. I said, no, I'm listening to it. I thought she sang well. I mean, it's live, and it's outdoors, and it's... where is that clip, JD? I've lost it now.
I might have to skip around if they could play too much.
Is it on
JD page?
Yeah, I don't see it.
The top.
All right, I see. Okay. Here's Stevie Nicks if you missed it. I love her, man. I mean, it's horrible what's happened to her. I mean, physically. I mean, she looks like a witch.
She let herself.
Like what happened to Robin?
Yeah.
As does he.
Also, that's such a hacky, like, Stevie Nicks joke. Like, she looks... people have been saying that for 35 years.
Since the 80s.
Since the 80s, right, yeah. She's the white witch, right.
Arm?
Yes.
So this is a Prince, little Prince fun fact. Prince did the synths on that song.
Oh.
Stevie Nicks reached out to him. She wanted him to help her flesh out something that she was thinking of. She basically, gave him an example. He laid out those synths, and that song was instant.
And I don't think he got credit for that, right? I don't think he wanted credit, correct?
It wasn't. Yeah, it was more in the background. It wasn't like that Prince did it. It kind of eventually came out that he did it, but yeah, he just came in and laid the synths down, like, you know, he knew what she wanted, knew what to do, and she was like, "Oh my God, that's it."
Hey, lay this down, honey.
By the way, if there's one person whose opinion on good singing I must have, it's J.D. Harmeyer.
Is there or worse, Fred Norris?
Yeah, even worse. Right.
By the way, I want to announce like the Fred show. So this Fred's 70th birthday is coming up, and we're doing a Fred show. I think it's early July.
Okay.
And if anyone wants to like write a Fred roast, perform it. You're certainly welcome to perform it. If you don't feel like recording yourself performing it, write it, and I'll either read it myself or I'll have AI read it. And it's not going to be the whole show. It's just a little, you know, Beaumont. In somewhere in the beginning, I have tons of Fred clips that maybe you have, some you've heard, some you haven't. I just recently found. I was looking at this for a while. And I want to thank Boff and Jesus Christ, another person I wanted to thank. I'll think of it later. So I found Fred did this. They did like a competition. This guy Johnny Mudman, some fan called it and hated. You saw this, David?
I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
And
Johnny Bud Melman.
It sounds just like it.
I know.
But it's Mudman.
Very Bud Melman.
And they had like a he hated Fred so much that he wanted to challenge him to like a competition of all things art. And so they would just go, who's the better improv actor? And he brought a basketball out, started dribbling it, and they gave it to Fred, and Fred was just he like dribbled it once and then threw it away, like, sports are beneath me kind of thing. And so I found that's tremendous. That's a tremendous Fred roast kind of thing.
Totally.
And I found another clip of him going, he brought up that Artie, he basically shit on Artie and KC at the same time for having a meltdown and leaving the show. And it was not aggressive, but it was you might as well have been aggressive because it was like passive aggressive and worse. Right. And I'd never heard it before. I found it by accident. And he apparently KC had a gag, kind of red flag list gag to not have his name brought up because you could tell he was nervous as hell to bring his name up. And then Howard had to bring the name up to make sure to tell him it was okay this one time to bring his name up.
And Arm?
Yes.
Your girlfriend got emotional at the end of that Fred, like the ending of the Fred segment, and it kind of had the sad music.
Erica Durant?
No,
your actual girlfriend when Fred walks out of the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it was like the Bruce Banner Hulk thing at the
exactly.
Her and Linda Ronstadt are the two most shocking transformations.
Yeah, Linda Ronstadt, everybody knows that, right? Not everybody knows it, but her and Robin had a huge fight on the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
And I could almost see Linda Ronstadt as coming onto the show again, and Robin mysteriously isn't on the show.
Are you saying that she would come on the show now, Linda Ronstadt?
Next year.
I mean, Linda Ronstadt is pretty sick right now. I think she has Parkinson's, I think. I don't know, maybe it's possible,
excuse. That's no excuse, David.
Right. You have to do an hour and 20-minute interview with me, right?
Yeah, but she can't sing anymore.
Yeah, I know. Okay. It's so sad.
Well, how are you guys getting Linda Ronstadt updates? Why am I not on this mailing list here?
Because I'm a homosexual and I'm watching interviews with Linda Ronstadt.
Do you people get these updates that I don't get? It's crazy.
As a music fan.
Bulk at Pt.3.
Shocking transformations in rock history. I mean, Linda Ronstadt was the sexiest little piece of ass. She was the Jessica Simpson of her day.
What?
And Stevie Nicks, Madonna. I mean, who didn't want that? And Jesus, you watch it, you go, my God, I got to stay away from women.
She really looks like a gypsy now.
She looks like a gypsy. She always wanted to.
I don't know, guys, what to give you. Like, I'm sorry, David, hold that thought.
Yeah.
Rush. If I'm right about Stevie Nicks, I don't know. Give me something. Think of something.
Yeah, I'll grant a song request, whatever you want. Yeah.
And if you're right I don't know. Monique will give you half of Radio Gunk's website's earnings to next month.
I got a T-shirt from her once. Yeah. No, I was gonna say Goldie Hawn is the Jessica Simpson of her day. Not Linda Ronstadt is a brunette, like, you know, she's very cute, but like that's a bizarre comparison, you know.
Also, never done the Stern Show.
Goldie
Kurt
Hawn
Russell and Goldie Hawn never done the Stern Show, but her kids have.
That's right.
Oliver Hudson and of course Kate Hudson both have.
Yeah, I mean Linda Ronstadt, she was beautiful, you
Yeah.
know, back in the day, but she wasn't like
Cartoonishly Jessica Rabbit. Yeah.
She was not playing on her sex appeal at all.
Right.
And when the night a lonesome lullaby, it helps you underneath the great big sky. Somewhere out there, if love can see us through. Is that Peebo Bryson, Tamara?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
If there's a black person involved when I'm asking, I have to ask Tamara. I can't possibly ask you to. I have to anything black. I have to ask Tamara the question.
We need to get a Fievel the Mouse toy for Camilla.
I can't believe you know that. I don't think you were born yet when the movie.
It came out 3 years before I was born.
Yeah, I knew it. Jesus.
Be a gypsy witch. I said, well, oh, Wizard of Oz is on. They preempted the Super Bowl again for Wizard of Oz. Remember that? And they did that with the Jets.
Turned into a real gypsy.
Missing in action. That's true. Billy Joel is the first example of that. Shitting on him every day until he moved to the Hamptons and they became besties. And initially, he was jealous because Billy Joel was friends with Jackie before Howard. Do you remember that? Billy Joel's one of his first places is in that North Nassau County where Bayville is, and kind of Oyster Bay. Remember fucking Captain Jack that goes, in a town known as Oyster Bay, Long Island. That's where Jackie's from.
Oh, okay.
And they're around the same age.
Oh, that's
and so
funny.
he knew him before Howard knew him.
Wow.
Jackie knew a lot of people before Howard knew him, like Eddie Murphy, and just it's interesting.
Jackie was responsible for booking George Clooney on the show and Mickey Mantle in the 90s. Yeah, Clooney in the late 90s and Mantle before that. It's weird. Ichabod Crane. Wigabod Crane, Johnny. Yeah. Wigabod Crane.
Around these parts.
She's so good.
Good.
Yeah, I love her. I explained to JD, that's how she sings.
If the music was where it was supposed to be, she'd be fine.
Yeah. Well, that's why most people will not perform live. Because they're so concerned that these guys who mix, you know, football sounds are going to be mixing their music. Just for some reason, the processing, like the picture has become so crystal clear in high definition. And yet, here you have music for some reason.
HD was not really, this is 07.
Yeah.
So you had to be kind of, I'm trying to remember the timeline. You had to be someone who has like a $10,000 TV installed to come out of the ceiling at the Millennium Towers on West 67 in Columbus to have everything like full blown HD at that time. I don't think it was universal. I don't.
All of Howard's rabbit ears television owning listeners are like, what are you talking about?
With the tinfoil.
The ironic part is he doesn't even need like cable or DirecTV. He watches network bullshit. He watches like cornball network bullshit. The Bachelorette, it's all ABC and fucking NBC. He doesn't even need cable.
You know, based on that clip that you just played, Stevie Nicks sounds exactly like she always sounds.
I know. Where'd he get that from? That's like right out of the studio.
Yeah, exactly.
Porkinson, Johnny Morrison. Oh, I thought you were going to. I don't know what you call it. A Freudian.
Yeah.
Sup, y'all? Welcome, Telly Savalas.
And they can't get it right on television. The audio just never is right. It's weird, and I don't know why. You know, it's just strange. They just can't get it right.
Johnny Rando, I don't know that. I know Saturday Night Live very well. I don't know that.
I don't know that one either.
Nicks Burrito Roundup. Do you remember who the host was? I don't. That doesn't ring a bell at all. Was it big? I know. Like, what year was that?
a good mix.
Prince was pretty good. And I think, when he sang Purple Rain, that was a real chilling moment. I just love that song so much. And I did think when they put up that sheet, that was a cool effect, but with his guitar, it looked like a big cock was sticking out.
I know. I said, what is he trying to do?
I almost...
Looks like he's making love.
I almost half expected, like, there to be some outrage over Prince's performance because it almost looked like he had a big penis.
Right.
Rupert Pumpkin brings up a great point. Like, Prince visiting the Stern Show and then Howard's on a monitor. This would be... He actually might be pulled into the studio more so than even Springsteen, or I guarantee you that easily could get him into the studio. That's not even a question.
Totally.
I'm starting to realize, by the way, guys, before even the show ends, I'm going to officially declare it right now. My Prince fandom, because of you guys and everybody in the chat and Brendan and everybody contributing, I went from a 4 to a 7.
Yay.
If not 7 and a half.
Be an 8.
Man, who knows? Maybe like next year will be. But I was, and then your Azuri's on, in the comments, who loves you guys more than anything. I have been schooled. No, I had no doubt that was going to happen. It couldn't not happen. But just from all the, when Brendan showed me the George Harrison, Why My Guitar Gently Weeps guitar solo with all those guys he was on stage with are crazy music snobs. They're not impressed by shit. And he just blew them away. Seriously, those guys have done it all, seen it all, and are impressed by nothing. And when you have Tom Petty's jaw on the floor, that's a guy who is totally jaded. I love Tom Petty, but I've never seen that guy show emotion.
Also, like I said last time, it's a style that is not native to Prince's original music, And
white people. It's white people.
Right. Yeah. It's so for him to assimilate to that so quickly and do it really, astoundingly, I'm sure that won them over as well,
Yeah, that's what makes it even more impressive. It's not his usual lane, but he was able to fucking coast on in style.
There's nothing wrong with someone admitting, at this point in life that we went from a 4 to a 7. Right? I'm not a poser, right? I mean, I have definitive proof and evidence that I'm not a
you
10.
did the
I
research
went from a 4 to a
and
7.
change your opinion, right?
Yes. I love what Tamara. Tamara must go through this all the time in like Dallas. You must go. She walks into a room and then turns to hopefully the person is black that she's with, and she whispers, "There are mad white people in here." And you've said that. You've said that. Come on.
Just like that, Arm. Yes.
There are mad white people in here.
There are mad people. Yes, I've said that.
And then a guy in the newspaper today said the same thing. He goes,
"I'm sorry, Tamara, what?"
No, I said especially in New Orleans.
Yeah. That's Tamara, could you get closer to the closer I get to you?
We're just gonna do this. What I was gonna say is Howard is saying that he saw it as a cock behind, his guitar as a cock behind the curtain. That Prince did get FCC complaints about that. I do remember reading that. That they saw it as Howard. A phallic symptom.
Everything's a cock to him. Everything's phallic to him.
That is true.
His parents are phallic to him. His kids are phallic to him. Everything is. First plasma TV, says Rupert, was 2007. Yeah, so HD was not universal to claim that everybody has that. There's he's a fucking 1%er. Not everybody is like full HD set up by like what was his tech? He has tech experts come into his goddamn penthouse and set this shit up for $10,000.
I'm pointing this out because I hope no one makes a big deal about it, but that was a very...
Oh, thank you, Benjamin. Linda Ronstadt has progressive supranuclear palsy.
That's right.
Coincidentally, that was the name of my high school jazz band. He told that joke just to tell that joke. That's probably definitely true. But he told that just so he could write that classic Benjamin joke. He did.
He retrograded that joke to a Linda Ronstadt reference, right?
Benjamin, if you're going to tell jokes like that, you better damn well write a little Fred roast. It doesn't have to be long. 30 seconds a minute. That's it. But if you're gonna write that, you better fucking write a Fred Rose. Right? He would be.
That's really funny.
God, the one-liners that come out of in an audiobook, Dolly Parton said Linda Ronstadt was oh yeah, that's the Stern show.
Howard,
they did that prank. Sal's gonna be on here later, as a matter of fact, to show you what a dick Howard is.
Phallic look, are they going to sit and accuse Prince of doing something phallic?
Well, that's funny because I said, it's wild. It's on CBS again.
Right. That would be great. But Prince, I thought when he plays that lead guitar in Purple Rain, the lead, and we were talking about great riffs or great guitar breaks.
Well, they were talking about great solos.
Yeah, great guitars.
Okay, Johnny Rindo come out with an answer here. It's the Xena, Lucy Lawless. God damn it, I haven't heard that name in a long time. 1990,
Warrior Princess.
Yes, SNL season, Wonder Woman knockoff, Lucy Lawless. Stevie Nicks shoehorns Mexican food reference into her songs. So that's like Will Ferrell, Cherry O'Terry, Anna Gasteyer, those people. Daryl Hammond, that cast.
Solos is not Purple Rain the solo there? Isn't that
was
right
that
up
on
there?
the list anywhere?
No. Fred, you got that?
God, even something subtle like that, hearing Artie speak, it just makes me just despise what this show is now. Like,
I know.
Holy shit. And you realize what's missing, like that whenever Artie speaks in these old clips I play, like that's a dead spot now. That's a nothing. That's a stupid ass fucking dead zone. George Harrison's son, Kristen. Okay, Brendan writes, Brendan has 5 different aliases. Fuji Vice is one of them. So this is an homage to Mr. Fuji, the wrestler and wrestling manager. George Harrison's son insisted Prince be allowed to play at his dad's induction. Supposedly, Tom Petty was anti this. Holy shit. I could see that, Brendan. Whether or not he was afraid of being shown up is anyone's guess. That's a great... And now we can't ask him because he's dead.
Right, yeah. I mean, he didn't get the name Tom Petty for no reason.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Lightning quick, that David. We got some comedy writing staff here. Everybody here.
The original?
Well, you got a live version? Purple Rain?
Or the one from the Super Bowl?
I'm sure you don't have it.
That one.
I'm saying, Fred.
God, Fred, he gets $7 million a year. Look, he's not called on to do anything. When Artie quit the show, I can't wait to do that show and shit on him.
I know.
When Artie left the show, you'd think he'd step up a little bit and banter a little more. No, he got more mute. What is he there for? If I were running this company, I'd be like, you are gone. Here's your little severance. You're out of here. And you could take that 7-figure salary. You know what you could do with that on the other channels? You know what you could do with it on Howard's channel? Make an afternoon show. That's all. That shit's never gonna happen. That's just never gonna happen. He only takes shit away. But think about that. All he asked him to do was that. And Fred's thing is supposed to be rock and roll and all things music, and he can't even give him that on the spot.
Yeah, and to hear Howard not even know where the bit is going. Like, Howard sounds confused here too. Like, what is the thing with it?
Yeah, totally.
So it's doubly infuriating.
A Super Bowl one. I mean, a Purple Rain one.
A live version of Purple Rain. I know you don't have the Super Bowl.
I don't know if he has a live.
All right, what do you got?
Well, then play the original.
Then play the original.
Okay.
These are the times you got to play Tracy Millman going, I want Fred's job. I want to be Fred. I want to be Fred. Telly Savalas said, I said I'm in Vegas and my buddy walked into a Fat Burger at 2 a.m. and nothing but black people. That's not known as a black place. I could see a Waffle House, but is Fatburger known, Tamara, in the black community as being a black fast food establishment? I don't know that it is.
Probably just the location.
Maybe.
Play anything you got. Okay, pal? See, the break is pretty far in. See if you can.
Johnny, is that true? Who's quoting Kid Rock? Besides Trump. Johnny Meyer goes, Johnny's from Detroit, so he's from the same town. I'm sure he has some connection to him here. Johnny Meyer can connect himself to everybody. If you're doing Kid Rock, there's no limits to what this guy can do.
Fuck
Kid
Kevin Bacon. Johnny Meyer's the real 6 Degrees.
Kid Rock sold Tom Petty, weed in Detroit when he came to Detroit to play the play. So it was probably before he was famous. Surprise, surprise, Kid Rock was a fucking marijuana dealer.
Yeah.
This part, that's it.
Is there any worse music than Kid Rock on the face of the earth? Are we supposed to believe like this kind of like retroactively? He's tried to sample fucking Werewolf in London and Sweet Home Alabama, and he rhymed the same word with the same word. It's the laziest, white, trashiest load of shit. He is the worst of the worst to ever come out and pop. I have more respect for like New Kids on the Block than I do him. He is the worst. I think he thinks he's a musician. He is so shitty. Is there anything more embarrassing than saying Bill Maher the other day goes, "I love Kid Rock's." He goes, "I love your music." He said that to Kid Rock. Bill Maher, 70-year-old Bill Maher said this. He is the worst of the worst of the worst because he thinks he's a musician. That's the worst part is he's not owning what he is, a sampling sort of just
right. Leonard Skinner and
yes.
yeah, right, yeah.
That's beautiful, and then when he starts wailing, it's really good. The guy,
let's go crazy.
Yeah. Now that makes me want to listen to that Super Bowl performance again. I got to skip around. I'm gonna want to.
He's a super.
He became a Jehovah's.
I was wondering if you'd like to be informed as to what the Jehovah Witness people are up to. That would be cool if Prince knocked on my door.
Right, but I read that he.
Like 3 different women after he married them, right?
Please. I mean, I don't understand people.
Is that a thing, guys? You'd know better than I would. You become a Jehovah's Witness so you can have multiple wives?
No. I was thinking of Mormonism.
Okay, that's not. Does Jehovah's have any kind of like marital thing that caveat?
I don't know enough about it, honestly.
I'm just going to speak off the cuff and loosely about it. So, I've known quite a few Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're always they're always just so lovely and so polite. And when you dig underneath the surface,
Scientology,
in my opinion, there's just a lot of real ugly shit. Like
I can see that.
Shunning. If you're not like in complete obedience to what you're supposed to believe, they shun you. I mean, a lot of religions do that kind of shit, but yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. If you dig deep enough, you're gonna find some very unsavory, ugly things. And let me just actually talk about, as a Prince fan, I talked previously about how the conversion. Fans were very, very divided. At a time when he was trying to shut down the Prince, the different Prince communities, the online communities.
Yes.
He had opened his own forum, and most people from the other communities joined the forum, but then didn't stick around because it was so policed. It was so
too much moderation.
Yeah, it was so moderated, and there was an album I talked about, in the music club that was released in the 10th month, The Rainbow Children. And sonically, that album is one of the best albums that he has ever released. However, there are all kinds of different messages, patriarchal, just if you dig into the lyrics in those songs, it's easy to be turned off to that album because it was like his Jehovah's Witness definitely like colored that whole album because I don't know. I'd have to really go into lyrics to really explain it more, but yeah.
Did you hear what David said? It got stepped on, but he didn't. It was like should have implemented in between. He went, the only message board more moderated than that is Radio Gunk. I don't know if you caught that. David said that in the background. Here's
subversive ways.
Johnny Meyer again, David. He strikes again. Guess who he's connected to? I worked for Stereo Terry's. Johnny, this is getting comical almost. There's no name you can't bring up that he can't work into. We got to have him on and do nothing but name drop to see if.
Yeah.
I honestly, David, I don't think there's anybody you can bring up that he cannot work himself in. It's crazy.
Just go through a list.
Religion works for you on different levels, you know? And ain't going to screw up his fucking time.
Right. It always seems very inconsistent.
Howsy Football says, Lucy Lawless was naked in Spartacus. At the 1 hour and 12-minute mark, she was a smoke show. I had no idea, Howsy, that Lucy Lawless, that she had a nude scene. That's great.
Lucy
That
Brawless.
is so Mr. Skin of you. Lucy Brawless, did you say that?
That's nice. I'm sorry. Excuse me. People are dancing like white people dance.
Bon Jovial.
He is here. He is here. He's somewhere. He's here.
Bon Jovial, I see you down there, you bastard.
He's just gonna make Fred look foolish. He's not gonna even show himself.
Dance break.
Busting.
Good Lord.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Oh,
now keep
my
Bon
God.
Jovial now every show. At the 1 hour and 7-minute mark, you'll show up.
The tennis got me. Did anybody see the tennis last night? Roland
No,
Garros.
no.
The final.
Yes.
That
Chris Russo?
That was an incredible tennis match, and surely someone in the chat was watching. It's like it's going to go down in history as one of the
Bon
greatest
Jovial's
of all
gear
time.
for tennis news and bat dance music.
Oh, look, I mean, it was midnight. It was midnight. Listen to what time is it now? So 8 hours ago, I said, I'll watch a bit of the final, the tennis final at midnight. I'm like, I'll watch a bit of that. And this thing went till like 4 a.m. and I kept falling asleep from midnight to like four and a half hours. I had it on and I just kept falling asleep, and every 20 minutes or so I'd wake up and then look at it and go, this is the greatest match. Oh my God. And then I'd go and fall back asleep.
Men's
So
or the women's? Were you watching the men's final or the women's?
wow. The men's, obviously, because the women's would have been about an hour and a half, and women's tennis is terrible. They don't even have to go 3 sets.
You know what, Bon? You say that, and that's just you being brutally honest. But I was going to say this, and this is not a commentary on who's better than who. Women's tennis is the only sport in America where the women's get more attention than the men do, for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't know why, but that's the only sport where it does. I don't know if it's like we're actually voyeurs and we're looking for them in tight shirts bouncing around. I don't know if that's what it is, but it's the only sport in America where the women's get just as much attention as the guys do. I don't know why. It's been that way for a long time, if not more. Like the Williams sisters are way more popular than any male tennis figure right now, right?
No.
Alone
Williams
in America
sisters?
they are.
Are you kidding?
In America they are.
I don't know what that means.
They have a full movie out. I don't know. I'm not going to profess to know anything about tennis, but in America, I can firmly state that women, they're not better physically. It just gets as much attention, if not more, than the men's do.
I can't imagine that, John.
Now, my God. Rupert Pumpkin brings up 15 and a half years. Artie hasn't been on the show. So we're going back to December of 2009. He's right. 15.
What does that have to
years.
do with my tennis story? Come on, John. I'm kidding. What is this? What is this here?
What's that? Yeah, that's the Camilla cave. So that's the
That's right
cat's
now.
lair. That's right.
Oh my God, there it is.
She's emerging.
It's
So she's in the window.
Look at there's a skull at the top of her little lair. Is that a skull?
No,
top,
that's the
John?
Black Panther mask. That's the Wakandan Black Panther mask.
But it's a skull.
No, it's not. It's Black Panther's vibranium mask. Look, there she is.
Look at what we've got. Oh, wait
Getting
till I
some
analyze
sun.
this room. Look at that. What is? Okay, thank you so much.
You can. By the way, you can go to that anytime you feel like it. I don't even. How do you expand that?
Top left of its thumbnail. See?
Oh, so you go like this.
Where that little silhouette
like
of
that.
the.
Okay.
That's it, and you can do that. Look at David. There you are.
Hello.
What was I going to say about Prince? Great shows on Prince, guys.
Are we missing?
what I
Are we
was-
missing anything Prince-wise? Do you concur with that he is the big thing now is, and I've copped to this as well, and I've known this a little bit, that he is in fact he gets underrated as a guitarist. We just think of him, oh, he sings, he plays a million instruments, but you never fixate on that he is actually one of the top tier guitarists in the history of
Oh
pop
no, he's
rock
not top
music.
tier.
Why not?
His guitar prowess has become known over the last 15 years, much more than it was before then, like 15 years ago. So people know that. But I'm not he wasn't a great guitar he wasn't an original iconic guitarist. He just played like Hendrix mixed with Stevie Ray Vaughan, all these kind of guitarists. So it's just hardcore blues and funk playing.
Can I weigh in real quick?
Sure, as a guitarist, talk, go for it.
I said this before. I would put him up against anybody, anytime, any day with the
A lot of people would.
With the biggest bet, because I have actually seen him play in live, like in concerts, after shows.
You're
Like,
not the only one, Tendrils. You're not the only one.
I'm telling you, the House of Blues after show, Joy and Repetition, if that was recorded, I'm telling you, it's fucking mind blowing.
But do you play guitar?
I don't play guitar. However,
well, there you go. That's a problem then.
No.
Why isn't she entitled to opinion? Does Bob Costas play baseball?
No.
I'll give my grade. Okay, well, John, tell us the greatest composer of all time, and then see if
David.
How does he feel about that? Yeah,
I agree with that.
It's not the same. Thank you.
I don't play guitar, but I love music, and so I'm a
okay.
huge fan of music, like across the board.
Oh, thanks for that. But so people who guitarist, he doesn't do really anything original, but he's a very, very good guitarist. So he'd play like a great, like Hendrix impersonator. Hendrix was his hero. So he could do great funk shit, like John Frusciante, Chili Peppers would love to jam with him. Those two would have jammed great together. But he's technically, his main instrument to rock out was guitar. And if you've seen videos of him jamming and playing live, he just fucking loved playing guitar. And people think his guitars are funny, like the one you've got there in that image, the cymbal guitar. That's not like a toy guitar, by the way. That's like a very expensive custom-made guitar that probably cost about 10 grand or 15 grand to have made. So there's only a few of them that exist, and they're really rare. And if I could have that and play it, I would be like, I don't care what it looks like. It would say it's like the parts on it. That's probably mahogany. It's beautiful. But so getting to your question, no, nobody really idolizes Prince. Like nobody wants to.
But isn't music
play like
arbitrary?
Prince because he has a generic sort of playing sound. It just sounds like funky and then mixed with Hendrix. He didn't innovate anything on guitar at all.
Isn't it in the eye, in the ear of the beholder? Isn't it what you sounds good to your ears is not someone else. Someone hears it. Yes, that's my favorite guitar. You're allowed to say it. There's no statistical chart or metrics to gauge who the best guitarist is.
Yeah, but let's say if we were in court, if we were going to go to court about it, I could testify with facts more than through playing guitar as part A. Like, so if you listen to the music and you love the guitar parts, then that's great. There's few guitarists who would really.
We're bringing up people.
Call him.
We're bringing up people who are known. We're bringing up people who are signed.
Yeah, no,
I've never heard
any great guitarist reference him as their inspiration for picking up the guitar. That's all I'm saying.
You have to be inspired by something in order to pick up the guitar in the first place. I'm not picking up a basketball unless I'm idolizing NBA players. So it's the same thing with
If you
musicians.
ask me about what inspired me about him, I'd say a songwriter and a musician, but not a guitarist. I just go, fuck, he could play a hell of a guitar.
There is this thing that said, and guys, you'd know better than I. Didn't he say that he thought he was an underrated guitarist, and he thought he wanted people to revere him?
That's what I said at the start. Yeah,
Yep.
for a long time, people didn't know. So maybe 15 years or so ago, it became, when he played the Super Bowl and everything, people started going, holy shit, I didn't even know he played guitar. So people were like, okay, he's a really good guitarist. And that Super Bowl performance, we can't play it on here because, of course, it would be a problem. But he fucking rocked out on the guitar at that Super Bowl. And a lot of people say that was their favorite Super Bowl of all time when I watched the videos.
You see that chart?
Okay, let's have a look.
That's
There
Billboard's
it is.
official list. I've
got to zoom. I've got to pull this right up to my
See if
face
you
to
can
see. What do we got? I'm getting old, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody listening, you know when you're getting old. I'm getting old. I'm looking at, what do we got here? Rolling Stones,
Billboard.
Michael Jackson, Lady Gaga.
It's Billboard.
So they're calling him number one. Wow,
Number one.
U2 got number 2. How did U2 get number 2?
Now it goes. Look at this. You had Dr. Dre and Friends. Tamara put that in there, and it's 2000.
This is
22.
That's classic.
So it's current. It's very current. I mean, you know the outfield.
I can't believe that U2 got number 2. Holy crap! Didn't look at Michael Jackson. Yeah, the Michael Jackson one was really good. Paul McCartney, at least. Oh wow, that's great. So Prince got number 1. Wow, and that was weird because he threw in a few covers in it. Like he did a bit of Coldplay in it. Is that right, Tendrils? Am I remembering correctly? He did.
No, well, he did the fucking Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one I was thinking.
Yeah,
Similar,
and so
generic.
we're getting to that. We're gonna get to that.
Chris Martin doesn't cheat on his wife though. But that's great.
It's a great reference.
Great. It's great that he's number 1. That does
And he
make
doesn't
me
have-
happy.
and he doesn't have
How
hair
is
plugs
Katy
either,
Perry in that list? Katy Perry's in that list. That's making me sick.
Yeah.
Good
Chris
Lord.
Martin. Chris Martin's a great singer. He doesn't cheat on his wife, and he doesn't have hair plugs. So you see number 6. Speaking of Prince, Bruce Springsteen has the same complex that Prince does. He wants the world to know, and I picked this up at I went to a Springsteen concert, and I said to my friend Mike Ander and his wife Janet, who's black, I said, she's a huge Springsteen fan. He's a much better guitarist than I had any idea he was. He was playing these crazy guitar solos, and it was even people who knew it, like, what? I had
really?
So just like Prince, he has a complex. Like, I want people to know that I am a great guitarist. He says that to this day. Bruce does.
Wow.
You don't get that sense, Bon? You didn't know that Springsteen really takes pride yeah, it's exactly what Prince does. It's exactly what Prince has.
I've never seen Bruce thrilling the crowds with his guitar playing, but he looks
show
awesome
I went to, he did.
strumming a guitar. That's all right.
Yep.
I will check up on it. But Prince is great. There's a real quick clip which I'm not going to play, but you might have already played it, which shows him playing the bass line to Bat Dance in the recording studio. It's like a minute long, and he just fucking rocks that bass guitar. I'll get a clip of it next time, but his technical skills just to pick up a bass guitar and rock it that hard.
Well, you're breaking
as
up
well
a
as
little
guitar. Bit. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's fine on our end. On my end.
And the bass guitar in that clip is also special. It's a specially made bass.
Yeah, it does look funny. Yeah, it looks like it's modeled on a logo or something of his. And I watched a video going through his guitar collection. It went through his home studio, which you've probably seen, Tendrils. and he had so many guitars, crazy amount of guitars and bass guitars. He's just a gear whore. Like, this is what we call them, gear whores. They can't stop buying guitars and stuff, and he had so much gear. He was just, and you guys were talking on the other shows about the skills playing other instruments. Yeah, he's crazy with the stuff. I think a lot of it was utilitarian skills, so to speak, if I can put it like that. Like, if he decided on an album that he wanted to have a part that was like a violin part, like he may have had 2 or 3 violins, David, you know, just knocking around the studio,
right?
And he could go on it, and that's not much more. I think that's kind of where his skills, like people say he could play everything, but I think he could play a little violin, you know what I'm saying? Like
he learned up what he neneeded for his songs, right?
Yeah, like he could manage the fingering on it to go and he'd play. So he'd go, I want a bit of violin. I can't be bothered getting someone in to play it. I'll just do this, press record, and he could fumble his way through. But on the instruments that you hear on most of, his main skills were like piano, bass, electric guitar, drums. So he could record like a rock album all by himself and be having a great time. And I watched a interview with a woman who worked at his recording studio for years as what they call the engineer. So she'll set up the microphone.
Was she a light-skinned black woman, Bon? Was she a light-skinned mixed black woman, half Puerto Rican,
I don't know how to answer that question
No.
because I don't want to get cancelled. I'm always worried about getting cancelled these days.
That's a yes.
But she went through all the stuff about working with him for like an hour interview, and she said he's just amazing to work with, and he'll go all night and then go and have a shower and then come back in and say, let's do some more takes. He was just like that. He didn't want to and she said a lot of things like that was his life. Like if he wasn't doing that, it's kind of like an athlete, John, as you are. You know, if you want to stay in peak condition, you can't just take 5 days off.
No.
Can you? No. You got to run every day or so, pretty much. You have a schedule. And if you screw that, you start feeling sick. You know what I'm talking about?
I heard this.
It's
Like Chris Webber, I don't know if he made it up. Chris Webber, the great power forward, is always injured for the Sacramento Kings and Sixers and Bullets and Golden State Warriors. He said it's easier to stay in shape than get in shape. And so when you have that like seared into your brain, that keeps you in shape, because anyone who's fallen out of shape knows how difficult it is to get back into shape. So to stay in shape is much easier because of day to day and it becomes rote. But there's nothing worse than falling out of shape and then having to get back into shape and then trying to get your brain into that mindset again. It is brutal.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of things. Bon, I am so glad that you actually saw that interview, because I highly, highly, highly recommend that people check out the interviews by Peggy McCreary. She was an early engineer, and Susan Rogers, she was also his engineer. And those interviews are so fascinating to have that, peek into the mind of Prince from someone that worked with him in a technical way. Those I recommend those highly. And then in regards to strings in his music, Claire Fisher was a huge, huge part of bringing the strings to his songs.
Can I tell you my favorite Peggy McCreary story real briefly?
Do you really have one?
No, I don't have. Of course not. All my cardio is earliest I'll go is 11 a.m. Sound drop.
So Prince had that, what you were talking about there, John.
Yeah.
It's like a militant kind of ideal.
Yeah, you gotta have
It's
OCD.
Like, I don't stop. I don't
Yep.
stop. And a lot of shows he did, Tendrils has probably covered this before, but many times he came to Australia, and after he'd play, he'd go to a club that holds maybe 300 people, and he'd rented the club. So he'd play at the arena in Melbourne, and then an hour later, everyone would be told, word would get around that he's at this club and then there'd be a line down the street and no one else is getting, 300 people getting, and he'd play from, say, 11 midnight till 5 a.m. there.
Well, this is the Howard show, Bon. That's the Howard
It's
Lights
just
Off show.
unbelievable.
You're describing.
It's unbelievable.
That's exactly what happened with that show.
Because
That Howard's complaining about.
the last thing most musicians would want to do after the rigor of traveling to 20 hours on a plane to another country, and you'd play these arena shows, all you'd want to do, you'd feel like you'd run a marathon because you're going into a whole different country. But he's just like, nah, when the gig ends, and he apparently did it all the time on tour, he didn't want to go back to a hotel room, or if he did that, he would be writing music. Like, he was just obsessed, like a complete obsession. He saw it as just a complete challenge to be able to master the art of songwriting. And that's what, when you don't like his lyrics, which you've said on the show,
I think a lot of them are very basic bitch.
Biggest problem.
Very out of touch, very, very pussy fogged. Yeah, I think a lot of them
he
are.
may not have either. He may have thought that's a vessel for where I'm going. I'm not fucking, and he might have said that way, like, I'm looking at the big picture. And when you know, like the idea of 1999, which has seemed cheesy when I was a kid, like in the 80s, I was like, wow, this song. And then I'm like, wow, one day it's going to be 1999.
Yeah, we said that. Wow. I remember back in the early 80s, I was like, it'll never be 1999 ever.
Exactly. And then you realize that there's almost such a marketing and iconic mind.
How about the New Year's Eve?
However, that's what I'm saying. However, he got that into his head. Like, he might have been humming that riff and playing it on the piano, and he didn't have words. He might have just figured, and then he played it to someone, and someone said, why not the numbers 1999? That works with your... And then he went, oh, that's perfect. However he got the idea, that's such a marketingly awesome, because when it was if everyone remembers, David was 42 back then in 1999, so he'll remember everybody played that fucking song. And if you were, oh God, like you, if you want to capture people's minds, it's amazing how he did that with those things. And that's one of the ways. But yeah, when you talk about basic bitch lyrics, they are, but he might have said, I don't care. He might have, if he wouldn't talk about it as well, which is part of what you've been talking about, John, on these shows, is the mystery. He marketed the mystery so well. He was like Michael Jackson without the creep.
You got to be able to get away with that. Like, not a lot of people can get away. You got to be massively in demand to get away with that. All the stuff you're describing about private shows.
Exactly. Tendrils, didn't you love the mystery in that when you first started listening to me, the mystery about this guy who lives in this recording studio, creates this art? Is that part of what drew you to Prince?
Well, I talked about this in the first show, where the first song that I ever remember hearing was I Want to Be Your Lover. And I was 9 years old, and I asked my cousin, who's that lady on the radio? And she's like, that's a man. And, in my 9-year-old brain, I was like, what? And so, being a Prince fan since like 9 years old, 1999, those other albums came up, Purple Rain. I was a teenager during those years. And, Tamfran and I were talking about before how exciting it was to be a Prince fan, simply because every album, the concept was different. Every album, the look was different. Every album, he was, going in like a different direction than the other ones.
That's right.
Who's that lady on the radio?
There it is.
Oh,
look at that. You're iconic now. You have your own drop.
Who's that lady on the radio? Thank you, Fred.
I want to say Telly Savalas and Howsy Football confirm, actually Autobot as well, that there's an Ice Cube lyric where he raps at Fat Burger. It goes something to the effect of, 2 in the morning, I went to Fatburger, so I would say yes, says Telly. So that is an actual thing in the black community. We don't have Fatburger in Long Island in New York. It's still not here. We still don't have it.
But you had the killer, so that was all right. You still had the killer. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Tamara.
Bonnie,
Go ahead, Tamara.
Tamara, I want to hear this laconic
Get closer to the mic,
voice.
Tamara, please.
Yeah, this iconic voice. I'm going to turn you up a bit, biatch. Yeah, get closer to that mic. There it is. Oh, my God. You haven't sung on these episodes. Tell us, what are you going to sing at the end of the episode today? Do you have any ideas yet? Because you are fucking going to be singing.
I didn't know I was going to sing, but I'll think of something. But I was going to say, Arm, in the hood, on every corner, there is a fat burger. There is a fat burger. And
you've had him in LA forever, right?
Yes.
You had him in LA forever.
Yes.
We've never had him on Long Island.
And that lyric is from Today Is a Good Day, Ice Cube, that fat burger reference.
Oh, okay. I know. Yeah. Messed around, got a triple-double, of course.
Yeah,
there you go.
The Lakers and the Supersonics.
There's also an Ice Cube sample, Bought a House Next to Prince on Good Life from the Exodus album.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Nice. Nice
Yep.
pull. All right, I got to get back to this.
I'm on a boat, bitch.
Oh, nice. Bon had Ice Cube queued up. That's amazing. Let's see Fred Norris do that. And speaking of, let's see Prince play in front of Josh Brolin in Santa Barbara with Barbara Streisand's profile looking at him like David did with a stand-up cello where he pounds it and goes, right, David? That's pressure. That's crazy pressure.
Threw my bow through Barbara Streisand's nose. Yep.
Whatever justifies all the bad shit you've done in your life, that's religion in your own head.
Freddie, what happened to that break?
I guess it wasn't where we thought it was.
You went to
another Fred mistake. Isn't it amazing? Bon Jovial comes on just as Fred is fucking up, and the little thing they ask him to do, he still can't do it. And there's Bon Jovial to save it, to prove how Fred's job should be done. I'll say it again. I cannot wait to do the Fred show to compare. Bon, I want you to show off as often as possible during the Fred show, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Really show off. Really show off.
far.
Yeah, you went too far.
We go back to about halfway.
Okay, that halfway is usually where the break would be. That's the best place to start.
The prettiest thing you've ever done. You can't seem to make up your mind.
In the parade. Thumbs did it today. Really? Or it could have been live had a sketch about those guys. They had their walkie-talkies and they always walk bent over. They gotta be bent over. So, like, dude, we notice you. You can stand up.
Guys, what's the deal with Prince's mode of transportation? Did he have... I mean, wouldn't a symbol, look at that guitar, wouldn't that be a great fucking, like, super private Lear jet looking like that? It'd be like a, you know, like a Justice League or Avengers Quinjet. How cool would that be? Action
if
figures?
you turned it upside down, that could work with that.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
On the top, that like a fin on the top.
Yeah.
I'm loving that idea.
Yeah,
he clearly had private jets, right? I mean, could you see him in commercial?
He must have. Prince, in sweats. Yeah. Snorting cocaine in the toilets. I don't think he did that, though.
Alaska Airlines.
Yeah.
JetBlue. They have DirecTV. That's why.
Getting the salami pulled string cheese and cracker box from
It's almost like the more aloof you are, the more mysterious. Like, God just gives you a private jet. Like, we can't make this guy fly commercial. Even if he wasn't rich, somebody would have just given him a jet. Like, oh, you're too shy. You can't fly commercial.
The more antisocial you are, the more you will be rewarded with protection from the public. Like,
like I said, when Depp lost his fortune, there's a great. I'm actually gonna put that on. I'm gonna narrate that on AI and put it on our shorts thing. His managers are fighting with him over all the stuff, the wasteful money, and a lot of it was the Hollywood vampires and private jets going from like Cincinnati to Kentucky. He's going, you can't fly private anymore. He went crazy. He's like, no. But you could take away anything else. That was the big thing that he went crazy over. Like he would sacrifice anything in his life to continually fly private over. It was I think he's going to kill himself in this back and forth they had. His managers released the transcript of it.
I need to be in a bunker at all times.
One one guy who works for Springsteen who throws guitars like 10 yards and has to catch it back, and Springsteen will throw it at him. Like,
Artie Lang has the ability to relay a Bruce Springsteen story to no matter what artist you're talking about.
Right.
I think he knows way more about Bruce than Gary does. That'd be why they never do that. They could have done a great bit with that, like Gary versus
because
Artie
Artie's a genuine. Artie is a genuine fan. Like Gary's trying to be a fan of all things in every bit of sports, music, movies, whatever. You know, he's just trying to fit in somewhere. Artie is not going to be a fan of something unless it really genuinely speaks to him. So of course,
totally,
he knows more.
Totally. Johnny Meyer says Prince can play. Johnny Meyer's actually a really good musician, by the way. People forget that. People lose that in the shuffle all the time when they talk about Johnny Meyer all the time. Prince can play anything. He was number one.
Back at him.
Well, at least they're making it theatrical. That guy should have some kind of a theatrical role. Do something besides.
Look at Philistine Province rooting for her woman. You tell him, Tendrils. Throwing air punches in his pants right now. It's like Tamara watching her on any podcast.
Crouch.
So my job is to crouch and hand Prince's guitar. But those guys' job actually, it's a techie. They have to sit and tune the guitars, and they do it with headphones on backstage while a loud concert's going on.
And shit happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they put those shows on. I mean, that was amazing. For Prince, that was probably about the best he's going to sound in a TV setting.
But isn't even humidity?
Hans Juker, this is Bon Jovial's second identity. He's got a molt on here. He's an incredible musician, but not among the top guitarists. So he agrees with Bon Jovial. That's classic Hans Juker, right? Is that opinion?
By the way, I totally trust Fred Norris's opinion about the best Prince is going to sound based on.
Yeah, I know. King Norris is going to let you know. By the way, Camilla will weigh in on Prince right now. Camilla's got some strong opinions on the music industry and Prince herself. Camilla, you want to weigh in on this? Okay. Yeah, the only one more aloof. And look at this. Look at that. That Black Panther. Look at that vibranium.
Bear down.
Cat's lair. Yeah, she is intimidating. What a charismatic cat.
I'd like to contribute my thoughts to the discussion.
And all that stuff has something to do with it. Yeah.
So you're telling me that solo is not great and that it was out of tune?
It's not that he could.
Juker relates. It's got to be driving you guys crazy. Juker says that it's like nobody considers Paul McCartney a piano player. That's true. That's a good comparison, I like that.
Who did
Jeff Beck, John Mayer, Jimi Hendrix, John Mayer.
Sorry,
I know John Mayer's. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. As Fred is about to rev up into being a blowhard about music, what member of the Who did they have on that Fred was like arguing with him in person that he didn't know how to play his own song?
Townsend?
No, oh God, I'll remember the clip.
Daltrey.
It was Roger Daltrey.
Right.
Yeah. And we got to play that at some point. Yeah, Roger Daltrey.
We should do that on the Fred show.
If Brendan agrees with me, Brendan says, it's all subjective. It's bullshit. Bond's opinion is no more relevant. He's going. He's so
fuck you, Brendan. That's so untrue. No, my opinion on guitar is more relevant than anyone's on this show. It's the same thing with David. It's the same thing if John wants to start talking about
rebounding.
Fucking
the art of rebounding. The art
of
bagels.
Making
bagels.
I mean, to expert opinion.
I am an expert.
What's the best conductor's stance? If I ask you that and you answer it, John, who gives a fuck what we think? Right. It's David who has to answer it. Now, stance-wise, David, what's the deal?
Well, I was always taught to I have to rotate my upper half so that I don't have to ever move my feet, so I can just go to different sections of the orchestra without actually having to walk from one side of the podium to. Oh, are you sincerely asking me? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know.
I just know you just proved it. It's like in court. You just testified. All that didn't happen there was that you didn't pledge your allegiance
I didn't.
To tell the truth, the whole truth. That's what and fuck you, Brendan.
You got to play it. You got to play it. Play the drop.
I know. I am. I'm going to it.
But again, you had to have heard every single note Prince has ever played at all times. Really, you would have. You don't know what you've missed. We don't know what he's playing in the studio. We don't know what we missed. We haven't seen every show he's
Yeah, I
ever
do.
done. Maybe he's
I know
got
what
some
he's playing in
crazy
the studio.
stuff. Maybe he's got some crazy stuff we've never heard. I'm sure he does. Probably tons and tons and hours of music we've never heard. Who knows what he can play?
Well,
Brendan Bloney. Thanks for the dickhead opinion, Brendan. Thanks for the numbskull opinion. Am I
Were you
right?
doing
Everyone
Bill
in the
Maher?
chat?
Were you doing Bill Maher there, Bon? You go, thanks for the dumb opinion, Brendan.
That's
Well,
exactly right.
I'm just going to weigh in just for my own personal defense. It is a little elitist to be like, oh, you don't play guitar, you don't play the violin, so you can't really comment.
You can't. You can't.
Of course, you know what?
I love it.
As a music fan, like I'm not saying I can read music and I can't play guitar, but anyways.
David,
no elitism, please.
They don't get it, David. Can you clear it up for
No,
them just one
I
more
understand.
time, David?
I
He can,
I
David.
obviously
you know what I'm
understand what
talking
you're
about.
saying.
I thought
Obviously-
my conductor example there proved
Yes.
everything I need to prove.
Obviously, I understand exactly what you're saying, but it is elitist. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead.
It's not. It's
Oh, yes.
practical.
Go
If
ahead.
tell me what tell me what you're better than me at, Tendrils. I know Tamara. Isn't it brutal? Isn't it brutal? Like Tamara
Camilla's
is this
gonna come and stop you guys.
Cat scratch fever.
That is an intimidating cat. That is. Look at that. That's very intimidating.
Tamara is this professional podcaster. I don't profess to know anything about podcasting compared to Tamara. I mean, she's doing us a favor by even being on this show, and
Oh
you
my
know
God,
that
I
because
love
John
her.
broke that story
I know
a couple of months ago.
We're talking about two different things. We're talking about taste
Thank you,
versus
David.
sort of
Here comes
just the
voice of a generation.
and I'll use myself.
Which generation?
Yeah, exactly.
200 years back, who
generation
knows what
or
generation
Gen
it
Alpha.
is.
You don't know where I am.
It's the 17th century at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, David,
Yeah.
give it a riff with me.
So, yeah, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about taste versus, taste is in the eye of the beholder, and the mechanics of, whatever the capabilities are on a musical instrument. Certain people reach, if we're comparing like Steve Vai, who can do everything on the guitar. And I'm not weighing in with an opinion because I have not looked at everything Prince has done. I'm weighing in with
David's saying what I just said. He hasn't seen every single thing he's done. We know none of us have. You don't know.
I've seen
every single thing he's ever done.
I've seen Prince's full chops as fast as he can go, as technical as he can go on guitar.
Yeah, I mean,
And
listen,
that's
there's musicians whose content makes me happy that I could write something more complicated than them, but that doesn't mean that I think it's bad, or that I think it's just serving a different purpose. I mean, this is the thing we talk about all the time is like it's impossible to have metrics with music because it is so personal to everybody,
That's what I said.
And I think that where you heard something first, or if you heard something before something else, you're always going to love the thing that you first heard as an example of what you think is good. But then if you become a musician professionally, you can sort of see like, oh, this thing I loved when I was 5 or 10 or a teenager. I see that it's not as technically advanced as some of this other stuff that I'm capable of doing as a musician, but that doesn't mean that I think it's bad. It just it's a tricky thing to talk about, I think, because there are no metrics for it,
And Prince was a hell of a better guitarist than I am, but I know that he was no Jimi Hendrix. That's all I'm saying. But if Tendrils first saw Prince playing guitar when she was a little lass running across the moors in the fog, back to the mansion she lived in. See, I'm doing an Enid Blyton right now. I'm creating a scene. She ran across the moors in the fog and ran inside and said, "Papa, can we watch TV?" And they put on the television. And what she saw was a performance by Prince. You see the romanticism I'm putting into this?
Yeah.
Was the first time she saw a rock star. She saw the guitar with its 7 or 8 or 6 even strings. And she said, that is iconic. This is what happens. People remember, like I remember the guitarist that inspired me. She was on the moors and she saw a ghost up in the window.
All right, I hate to be a slave to clips here, but I got to get through this.
I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you. We should edit the hell out of this episode.
I like Police Academy 5 better than the original Police Academy. You know, the original's probably technically made better, but my taste likes 5 better. That's
Sara liked Grease 2 and Caddyshack 2 better than the original.
There you go.
Yeah. She comes on, ask her about it.
No way.
Yeah, I swear to God.
David,
no
you're
way.
not an actor, so you can't weigh in.
Exactly.
Slam dunk. Thank you. Go ahead, John. Sorry.
Okay, no. That was a great, productive discussion and about the ambiguity of music and opinion. It's a great. I mean, that should be really. I mean, everybody should have a conversation about when you talk about music, what is technical and what is arbitrary and what is subjective. It's a great conversation.
What is taste versus what is
technical?
technical? Yeah, that's all it is.
Here we go. I'm gonna get through this.
Telling me that solo is not great and that it was out of tune.
It's not that he couldn't play it great. I think it was out of tune.
It's got to be driving you guys crazy to hear Fred Norris try to criticize Prince. It's got to drive you crazy.
And I think he went for some notes because there are a couple of things in there where it's like, whoa, I don't think he meant to hit that.
I got to interview Prince and just ask him that. Just one question. Nothing about sex. Nothing about nothing about Jehovah's Witness.
I wish Prince was in there and goes and said to him, "Fred, where's that Riley Martin clip? I think I could play it better than you do." Like you can't. What does Fred even do? Like Fred does nothing, and you can still criticize that he can't do nothing. He's just the worst. I can't wait to shit on him.
Prince
just let me ask you, were you?
What, David?
Sorry. Prince would say to Fred, like, "Hey, Fred, those 6 buttons you've mastered on your board, I could master at 12." Like, you know.
Look at little Depphead. She goes, "Great Canadian broad too, by the way." There's something about these Canadian broads. Depp does Heroes better than Sam Bowie does. David Bowie. We can be heroes for just one. He actually does a good job on Heroes. But again, his whole fucking Sweeney Todd singing voice is based on David Bowie. If you go watch Sweeney Todd, I was the first one to say this, and David confirmed it. Yeah. When you watch Depp and Sweeney Todd, he does a magnificent job in that. Underrated as fuck. And he sings, and it's like a Batman villain. And, of course, it's Burton, and there's no black people, Tamara. You guessed it. It's Tim Burton. They don't have the right aesthetic, Stephen Sondheim. And really, Depp sings, and his entire singing voice is based on David Bowie in that. I knew it. I fucking knew it, and he finally admitted it.
Did you fire your guitar tech? Did you
Was your guitar out of tune and is that guy dead?
I wonder if Fred is right. I wonder if he's right.
Well, sounded okay to me.
Because it sounded good to me.
But it was like when he went that wah, wah, it's like, and then you could tell like in the second one, it was like, whoa.
I can't wait to watch Stuttering John beat Fred in the talent contest with Simon Cowell. I can't wait to watch that again. I don't care if we've watched it. We're going to watch it again on the Fred Show.
See, I'm thinking he wants that noise, but
no, because he's like, he was going for.
All right, I'll shut up during it.
I mean,
let's hear it.
It works, but it was on.
Eric Johnson. Who has more name drops, Autobot or Johnny Meyer? Eric Johnson. Jesus.
Well, that's fantastic. Eric Johnson, absolute legend, and that just blew my mind that this truck driver from the South, who's Autobot, has this story. That's fantastic. Eric Johnson, iconic guitarist. Thank you for that story. G3, I wish they had come here back in the day. That was a long time ago. I would have gone. But I saw Steve Vai on his own a decade ago.
And how about the Green Goblin
so thank you.
On the front of the 18-wheeler in Maximum Overdrive? in 1989. That was a really ballsy move.
Well, I don't hear that at all, but
I've never been a...
That's like a Neil Young solo, and with Neil Young it's cool. With Prince,
because of the rain, it was a great game with the ball going all over the place.
There's not that many bad weather Super Bowls, if any, on record, because they all. If they play
you know what? They go to Miami for good weather.
I got to tell you something. The day of let's go to line 9.
Howard had a great point there about what I say this all the time is the NFL, and I know people love watching snow on TV. You humanoids, I just do. I love watching, but the aesthetic Tim Burton would love watching snow in an NFL game. But yeah, the NFL should do away with conditions. It should be mandatory. Every stadium should have a retractable roof. You should never have to be the Arizona Cardinals playing the Bills in December.
Yeah.
In Buffalo, you shouldn't have to do that. Conditions have way too much control, and I think the NFL should be completely. Every stadium should have a retractable roof, and that's coming from Tendrils before we went on, I might add. Okay, so here's
nightmare before the Super Bowl.
Here's Dave Grohl talking about Prince to Howard about what his performance he did with The Best of You on the show.
Let's just get into it in a second.
Okay.
Beautiful song. It's at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, why the hell would he play one of our songs when he's got a million hits?
He did a cover version. But that's the ultimate.
His version was so much better than ours, it made me want to never play that song.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Do you people agree with that? Do we all know The Best of You by the Foo Fighters, formerly of Nirvana? Do you people agree that Prince's Best of You is better than his on the Super Bowl?
No, you know what? I plead the fifth because I am a nominal Foo Fighters fan. Like, I'm not into their catalog enough to even know that song.
But you're a huge sports fan, so I knew you saw it.
Yeah, so I offhand, I can't make a comparison, to be honest.
Okay. Well, listen, when we get off here, maybe sometime this week, listen to the two of them juxtapose them.
Do a follow-up.
Tell me what you think.
Yes. You ever heard it?
I
heard it on your show first.
Did I play it?
Yeah.
I got to give Dave Grohl a lot of credit here. It takes a very humble man, self-deprecating, if not, I don't know if it's a chick. I don't think it is, to admit somebody's doing your song better than you. The Best of You. Really, that's the lyrics of The Best of You is really that, isn't it? That's big of him. I have to say.
Yeah. Someone's like, dude, I just listened to Howard. Prince is doing Best of You.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
You got a tape of the rehearsal or something like that.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Remember that?
Yeah.
That's where I heard it for the first time.
Can you get us a copy of that, Howard?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. Did you call Prince?
Oh, that's Taylor Hawkins who passed away, right? Next to him. Because he was thought of as that kind of, I wouldn't say he was the number 2 guy in the Foo Fighters. You knew him like you would know Keith Richards, or you would know Joe Perry. That kind
of very generous to the fans.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah.
Real big loss. And that was a drug thing, right? Was it heroin? That got Taylor Hawkins?
No, I think didn't he have cancer or something? Wasn't he just
I thought it was drug overdose.
Drug.
Yep. What was the drugs, Ma?
I can't remember. I'll just look it up.
It wasn't Lexapro, was it?
No, because then Jason would have been dead. No, Jason would have been dead a long time ago.
That's what I'm aspiring to be on very soon. Thanks to Tamara and her drug dealing ways.
The drug was Jason telling him he couldn't come on the Stern Show. That's what killed him.
Oh, by the way, during the eulogy, Bon, I was able to edit it too. By the way, I was able to get it done and I tested it. They talk about Bon. I'm sure you heard this. That Gary talks about his attempts to try to book Prince over the years.
Oh yeah, I edited that out. Did you?
Oh, you idiot! You moron! Thank God I did it. I'm just kidding.
Oh really?
No, I have it. I'm sorry. You could have. No, I'm grateful you did anything with it, but I have it. I have it for us to listen.
Okay, John.
Now the Prince thing's kind of funny because a long time. Of course, we all love Prince. He's a genius, and everyone knows he's the greatest.
But he's odd, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's the best.
He's a great guitar player, is he not?
He's a great everything player. I honestly believe he's the most talented popular musician alive today.
Is he an underrated guitar player? Because
Dude,
How about that statement? He's the most talented, popular. And see, I like that Dave Grohl said that because what we just said before, you're talking about when you talk about the best, you're taking a pool of musicians who got famous, who got signed. That's not fair to like the Davids of the world who aren't on a major label that you don't know them as a household name. He's a household name here, and in my opinion, the best thing about Hollywood is David. But and there's a guy playing blues licks on Bleecker Street at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday night. You'll never know his name because he doesn't have a gimmick or a shtick, but he can play anything. You'll never know these people. Yeah. And that's what Dave Grohl just said. He said famous people. That's a great caveat.
Yeah.
He's an underrated. Have you ever seen him play the drums?
Yes.
It's insane. The bass. In Los Angeles, I told this story recently. In Los Angeles, I don't know, last couple years ago, he did 21 nights at the Forum.
Right.
So when we heard about that, we're like,
did he say 21 Jump Street? I heard 21 and my brain just flatlined like what?
How many times a day must that happen to you then?
Like, it happens a lot.
The numbers 2-1 can come together pretty epically daily.
I just hear 21
like the bill.
and
The bill comes, John, at lunch, and they're like, that's $21, and you're like, wow, it is, isn't it?
You know that
or when Arm asks what time it is. 10:21. What?
Exactly. You know his head tilts slightly, like he adjusts his baseball cap just slightly when he hears that number, like a twitch. Right.
You know that mall store, Forever 21. I just saw the 21 and then ran in there. I'm like, is this a 21 Jump Street store? What's going on in here?
I bet you did. That's true, isn't it? I bet that's true. Yeah.
We heard about
what
that.
about the story you told, John? Just talking about your obsession, you told a story where you and a buddy had a bet, right, John? That you couldn't recite for the whole day 21 Jump Street lines. No other lines were allowed in conversation. Yes. Let's say you were locked in a room and you had to talk every 10 to 15 seconds for 24 hours. You had to go through everything you said had to be from 21 Jump Street. And you said you passed that with flying colors. And that's what blows my mind.
I got at one point during that day, I go like this. It was a completely total dumbass, like non sequitur. I go, somebody said something to me about food or something, and I go, "You're the game, and unless you change that, you're gonna have to play it out to the end." He's like, "What are you talking about? What is that?" So it doesn't. It's like he had nothing to do with it.
Down there. So me and a bunch of friends jump in this party bus, and we go down there. And we're getting hammered on the way down. Get there, and I start bumping into road crew people that we know, and they're like, he knows you're here, and he's going to want to jam with you. Right. And I was already hammered. Right. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to go shit the bed in front of Prince and Forum. I can't do that tonight. So then afterwards, I met him, and I said, hey, when do you want to jam? And he goes, well, why don't you come next Friday? So I came the next Friday, came to sound check. I waited for him to call all week. He never called. I didn't know if I was going to play drums or guitar or my song or his
But you
song.
didn't care.
No, of course not.
Right.
And so then...
Yeah, and listening to him gush over Prince, this is constant with these guys. He gets this worship. I had no idea it was this bad until like the last few years, and not even posthumously, even slightly before that. But when he died, it went crazy. Everybody worships this guy. It's crazy. I mean, you don't hear. I mean, as prickly as Prince is, you don't hear a bad word about him, really. And they could easily, and you could easily have bad words about him because he was prickly.
It's also hard to knock a musician or an artist or someone who has so many freaking albums. You get lost in the album sales and recognition awards. You get lost in that, and you can't be objective. It's much harder to be objective. Like people say, Pink Floyd, greatest band on earth. There's some pretty fucking clunky Pink Floyd songs.
Yeah. By the way, where does Artist Gilmour rank in the great guitarists of all time?
He's in my top 5 ever. Yeah,
I love him
and
too.
a lot of people. He's ranked in the top 10. Sort of. You ask a guitarist.
I love that sound.
Most famous guitarists are gonna fucking. He's amazing. I learned so much from listening to and watching him play. Like you can't believe it.
I got a music recommendation. I can't believe I'm going to bring this name up as far as like I have to recommend this song because it's one of the corniest songs he's ever done.
Sing it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Sing it.
No more lonely nights, never be another. No more lonely nights. You're my guiding light. Day or night, I'm always there. Don't walk away until you tell me so. Though I'll never go away. Don't walk away until you tell me so. Don't ever go away. No more lonely nights. So right there, David Gilmour plays the guitar solo to that Paul McCartney corny pop song he did in the early 80s. And the best part of the song,
without hearing it, I bet it comes in like
yes, it's incredible,
and it's like a vocal. It's like a singer comes in and starts singing. Thank you, I love it, and I love that you're using my picture here of Johnny Depp from my show.
That's right. That's right out of the short you made.
That's what they said about Gilmour is one of his guitar solos. It's like another voice comes in without actually singing. It's the musical melodic mind.
You remember the 21 Jump Street episode "Don't Pet the Teacher" in season 1?
Of course I
Chadwick.
Don't.
Okay, well that's what the
no
Weintraub
segment
you
and
from.
Sara.
Depp's name in that, his fake name is Tommy Gilmour. And of course, that's after artist Gilmour. Of course it is.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah, I've always meant to crowbar that in, and now I finally.
I do want to say that I just need to add that I wasn't being rude to Tendrils about her experience with Prince and all that. I was talking more technical. I don't want to offend her because she's been Tendrils. You've been great on. I've listened to these shows. You and Tamara have both been wonderful, and I wasn't attacking you in a certain way. It's just
no.
It's just hard for me to get when you get into those kind of technicalities. It's difficult. I didn't want you to think that I'm attacking because I think you are fantastic. I appreciate you.
I am completely 100% fine. And I also just want to give myself credit that the Peggy Fury and Susan Rogers videos would be fascinating to me to hear about the technicality.
Oh, yes.
So, I'll give myself that. And then
is this going to 4, John? Who knows? This show.
No. I hopefully not. We're doing
hopefully not.
I'm going to try to get the guys. I only have a couple left.
You're doing Gilbert Grape.
And then I also, really quick, I just want to, for the potential curious people in the chat, I want to, Basic Bitch and Pussy Fog has been characteristics or ways of characterizing Prince's music, but I'm telling you, there is so much, so many songs that are just so amazing that are not Basic Bitch and that are not Pussy Fog. So I just wanted,
Okay, I trust you implicitly.
That's 100% there as well.
Let me bring Anton into this. Anton says, so I'm talking to Anton last week via text, and I asked him I remembered he went to a Prince show where he saw from Part of the Interruption, Michael Wilbon, and I got some of it right and some of it wrong. He did go to the show with he had a friend, Edward C. Evans, and he's a Hollywood writer, and he wrote for Tamara. I guess he was a producer on Living Single for virtually the entire run of the show. So he was a major head writer on Living Single. And they went to a Prince show together, the two of them. He met him at the gym. Neither one of them are gay, believe it or not. And he goes, Anton says to me, it is the best concert I've ever seen in my life, by far. It was not even close. The best show I've ever seen. And it was a Prince show. It was at least, it might be 15 years ago by now. Warner Brothers gave them free tickets to Edward C. Evans. And they went to that show, and he said he confirmed. So this is an ongoing. This is again, this is Anton saying this. So this is just an ongoing thing. Everybody has these crazy shared opinions on this. Yeah, Benjamin, Sean Cassidy was 16. He was sick of school. That is Depp's fucking. That's what Depp writes in every fucking biography. I was sick of school. Pick up the guitar. And I had that fever, that's rock. That's exactly what that's so great. Sean Cassidy.
Hey, John, is Tamfran waiting in the... She got knocked off.
Did she get knocked off again?
Yeah. I don't know if she's
see.
waiting.
Okay, here she is.
Okay.
Tamara's listening to me saying all the stuff about living single and stuff, and here she is.
Yes, you guys knocked me off because I'm black. I understand. I get it.
We're revealed finally.
You didn't want me participating in the conversation. Okay.
Tamara said to her friend, "There's mad white people in here. I'm going to dip. I'm going to quote bounce."
And then I get there, they're like, well, he's not sound checking.
Wow.
Okay, I can do this. It'll be all right. And then I walked into the empty arena at sound check, and I saw my guitar tech, and he said, what's going on? I said, I don't know what we're doing. And then Prince just appears and says, hey, man, you want to jam? And I go, yeah. And I get up on the drums, and I start playing. He picks up a bass and shreds the bass like I've never seen anyone play it. Full band on stage.
Guys, what scenario has Prince played the bass for in a commercial hit? Do you know it? I mean, I'm not. You don't have to know that. It's weird that he would, because the bass is like an underappreciated instrument. A lot of times you don't even know it's in the song.
Yeah, no, I'll weigh in. So his bass playing in his music, probably for most people, would not stand out. Or, it, like most songs, it blends in or whatever. But I would point to Alphabet Street from
Did you say Jump Street? Did you say Jump Street?
Alphabet Street from Love Sexy. The bass playing, if you listen to it, it's very complex. And actually what he did was he played 3 separate bass lines throughout the song. Which basically, unless you have other bass players, can't really be replicated live. But Bon talked about the his bass playing in that clip of Bat Dance or the Batman album. If you've ever seen him play live, I mean, I've seen him play the bass quite a few times in concerts, and yeah, he's not wrong. He is a master bass player for sure.
Masturbator.
Shredding a bass is hard to do because, like Jack Bruce used to play chords on a bass and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by shredding the bass?
Well, I mean, he's like popping the bass, and his feel is perfect, and he's doing like leads on the bass. Just
crazy player. Yeah.
So we end that jam. He's like throwing chords with hand signals to his band, and then we start playing a whole lot of Love. He picks up a guitar, and
you're hammering those drums.
And so
like
we
John
go for like
Bonham
about 5 or 8 minutes, and the backup singer's like, "Oh la la," like it was insane.
Right.
And then we end it, and he's like, "Yeah, that's great." I'm like, "That was amazing." He goes, "We should do that." I go, "We should totally do that." He goes, "What are you doing next week?"
So Sara says, 9 Inch Nails. 9 Inch Nails. 4 times. It's her best show. Wow, would you sign off on that, Bon? 9 Inch Nails as the best show?
A kick-ass show.
Yeah. She sung 4 times, Sara did. It's crazy.
We should totally do that. He goes, "What are you doing next week?" I never saw him again.
Well, I don't understand. So do you think he liked what you were doing, or was that his way of blowing you off?
Probably blowing me off.
Because, in other words, he said, "Hey, you were great. You did great on the drums." And when he said, and you say we should probably do that, you mean at his live show, right?
Yeah, like tonight.
Tonight, and he passes.
He says next week.
Barbara DeRush says Camilla is a member of the Pussycat Dolls. Oh, look at her. If anyone can donate to, speaking of Sara, we would be appreciated. What's the thing, Bon? Do you have it queued up, or I can probably get it if you got it.
The Fancy Feast Fund.
No, you don't have to, Bon. I got it right here. Your version.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sara man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
What a job he did on that. What a job he did on that. So Grohl, let's see. So he said his piece. That's good enough.
Here's something good. He's Prince playing bass, and this is very short. So
welcome, Holden.
That's the bass guitar that Tendrils was talking about earlier. It's like a custom job. And watch this part here. He goes into a groove right now. This is great. This is it. And now. See, that sounds just fantastic.
You don't have to answer this question now.
It sounds like it's already recorded and mixed. That sounds so good.
You don't have to answer this question now. Who's a better bass guitarist? Camilla? I'm sorry. Camilla, this is Camilla's question. Wayman Tisdale or Prince? Who's better on the bass? Now you can think about that.
Think about it.
All right.
Everybody.
So the next one is, let's go to, I don't want to, again, I'm getting to this. Prince turns the lights out so there is a personal photographer he has named Randy St. Nicholas. And this is how Howard knew about this private show they got. Randy St. Nicholas is a Rolling Stone photographer. And as you know, he's this fucking incestuously, and that's probably fraught now, relationship with Jan Wenner and Rolling Stone, as every poser would. You have nothing to do with rock and roll. Nothing. Zero. And I think he used Randy St. Nicholas as his photographer when he did this fucking jetting jawline poses. And he's been on the cover of Rolling Stone. Howard has, I think, 4 times, I want to say. So here is Angry Howard and his experience with Prince. This is October 13th, 2008.
This is annoying me. I mean, like, we both edited this. That annoys me. Like, I spent
this isn't that. No, that's not that. That's not that.
Is it the eulogy?
This is the Lights Out concert in 08.
But when we get to the eulogy, I guess, why did we both spend time? You knew I'd done it, and then you.
No, well, I didn't. You didn't give it to me yet. Number one, so
I asked
didn't know
you,
if you were
but you didn't reply to me.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to go because
that annoys me if we both waste time doing it.
No, it wasn't a waste of time. I went through it myself because I wanted to test what the fuck they were blocking on my other YouTube channel. You know, I did it in private, and it shows you what they block.
But I told you I'd done it,
and so
it's not blocked.
No, it was a ton of stuff, and it was. I wanted to see with my own eyes.
You know what I mean, though, don't you? Like we did double.
Yeah, well, it helps me for
the
later.
Hours.
No, that's okay. It helps me for later to see. It helps me for later to see what is going to be blocked in the future. So I know if that didn't, you know what I mean.
That doesn't help me though. Doing the hour on it, because I did the hour on it.
I didn't tell you to do it.
No, but I told you I'd done it because you were concerned about it. You said you won't be able to play it. There you go, folks. Bit of behind the scenes.
We were talking wedding stuff. I want to tell you a quick Prince story. Here's my Prince story. I love the music of Prince. You know that.
You said it.
I've always wanted to see Prince in concert.
Okay, that shot of that's really around this time. Harvey Weinstein and Howard are really good friends, as is with his wife. And so this is really like that represents like who was invited to that and what this is. I'm not showing that on accident. What does he write? He writes, when I play, it blocks the fucking, when I see, I can't, what does he write? Read it.
He writes, Bond's anger at having to fight alligators and kangaroos every time he goes outside is starting to affect his attitude. Starting to affect? Oh, I've always been a prick.
Right. You know, that's always been sort of a fantasy of mine, never came about because I'm always in bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, he's played a lot. You just have never made it.
Yeah, so anyway, I get a call from a woman I know. You know Randy St. Nicholas?
I do.
Why would Robin know his personal
even
Hamptons
mean,
fucking
Brendan?
photographer?
What does that even mean,
Oh,
Brendan? You're
God.
such smart ass, Ralph.
There
Sorry,
was a,
John, but see that what your friend wrote on the
Yeah.
screen, John? Yeah.
There's a baseball player named Mike Hargrove. He's also a manager. He played for the Indians. His nickname was the Human Rain Delay. Swear to God.
What is
You know who that is? You don't know her?
I don't think so. Doesn't ring a bell.
Randy St. Nicholas is the woman who photographed me for a bunch of different times, and then you've met her. You've actually met her here. Yeah, you've met Randy. She's a great photographer.
All right, I do know her.
And she's a real nice...
Howard's so weird with his name dropping, like when he chooses to do it and when he doesn't, and he has to have this like Hamptons elitist green light in order to bring someone's name up, and when he can, then he brags about it. And whether it's who's the guy that was with Epstein that got him brought up in the Epstein stuff that he was bragging about now going to his birthday party, huge mogul.
Oh,
what the fuck is his name again? I forget. It'll come to me.
Not Brad Gray.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
no, not. But Brad Gray's one. That's a good one. Brad Gray. That's a good one though, Bon. Brad Gray.
Is this? I'm sorry. Is Randy St. Nicholas with someone from Bachman Turner Overdrive?
I don't know, but she's a photographer for Rolling Stone now.
Okay.
And all these, Howard wanted to use him because Prince did. I guarantee we went over this, like that he and Ralph sit around and they think about who they're going to imitate. What this poser is going to model his stupid ass brand after, whatever that fucking means in that world. And Depp is one of them, and Prince is another one. Trent Reznor. Those are the three guys that blew off his show at the MTV Awards. And I know Prince is a major template for what he rips off in terms of just all that stupid ass brand he's trying to cultivate.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
The real question is, did she make Howard look good? I don't even know the purpose.
No, he never looks good. No, who's telling him? Ralph's telling him he looks good, so he goes by that utterly and completely. That's exactly right. Who's telling him he looks good? Ralph is. But he's got so many yes men, and he's in such an insulated fucking echo chamber bubble. Who's going to tell him he looks like shit if they're on his payroll?
Yeah.
Right? Who's going to tell him
Emperor's
that?
new clothes.
Right. Exactly. Hence the Emperor's clothes. Exactly, David.
I always think photography is bullshit. Like, anyone can take a picture, and like these guys get credit for taking great pictures, and I go, I'm pretty sure I can.
Now photography's bullshit until he does it.
Right. Until he takes a picture of a what was it? That
Dan's Favors you talking about?
No. Oh God, a seal smiling on the beach that he had to go back and thank.
That seal was whoever wrote that. That's classic bizarre. It might be his most bizarre story ever that he went.
And I think it was a stock
to the
photo
seal.
that he claimed was his, and he didn't think it would be traced.
Do the same thing. Like, I couldn't paint a picture.
Yeah, you wonder why the guys rise to the top, because everybody can take a picture.
I think they rise to the top because they don't lose the film, or they, they're able to be organized enough not to fuck up. Film. Yeah, in other words,
they actually develop it.
That's right.
I probably have great pictures I've never developed.
Yeah, I just can't imagine that I'm not as good a photographer as most people. You know what I mean? So anyway, but Randy, for some reason, can make me even look good. Like my last couple of publicity things here for Sirius were all Randy. So she's a great photographer. Anyway, she says, I'm having a book party.
All of us overuse the word airbrush. We don't really know what it means. Like, we don't actually do it. And I'm as guilty as anybody. She's a great airbrusher, because have you ever seen a picture of Howard that was ever a real picture of Howard? Has he ever given you everything is this crazy manipulated photo trying to polish this goblin ass turd all the time? Has he ever taken a genuine photo that he's gonna show it serious? You got to be kidding me. It's probably 10% him when you see it.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I have a totally random Sony fact. They filmed Wheel of Jeopardy on the Sony lot.
Wheel of Jeopardy.
Yeah, they filmed that show, and they must have had the most expert of expert cameras, because one year Pat Sajak and Vanna White hosted the Christmas party on the lot, and Pat Sajak had those like Betty Davis in her 90s lines wrinkles. I was like,
Oh,
wow, it does
wow.
not you can't tell on TV.
How old is he now, Tendrils? Is he like 75 or?
Oh,
look it up.
70
And
is easy, I'm sure.
he's a guy that wants to keep that Bob Costas.
He's 78.
Okay, 78. So he wants to keep that lacquered hair, boyish, good look thing going on for the Dick Clark, for the rest of his life. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm not throwing shade on the aging process because we all age. I'm just saying, like, I was surprised, to see. I was just surprised. I'm like, wow, they really have good cameras on that show because you'd never know.
That's a great story.
I heard my xiphoid process.
Xiphoid process.
When did I say that?
Where did you get that, Tom? That is amazing. This is why Fred Norris, Bond should have Fred's salary, double it if he were there. God damn it. $7 million a year Fred gets, and Bond just outdid him with one sound effect. The xiphoid
slam
process.
dunk.
Yeah.
I'm having a book party, and Prince is going to play at my book party. Would you come?
Where's this book party?
Right, exactly. So I was like, well, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. What kind of book party? I mean,
probably the best way to see Prince.
Isn't Prince like an eccentric? How do you get him to play at your book party?
Right. She must be in with the in crowd.
Well, it turns out now I understand what's going on. She took a bunch of pictures of Prince, and I guess they put out a book, her and Prince, of these pictures. And I have the book.
Oh, he's part of this book?
Yeah, it's kind of a cool coffee table book that's, if you're into Prince, you would like it. So, okay. So I didn't understand that. I thought she somehow got Prince to play her book party. I said she must have blown him or something.
Or paid him a lot of money.
Paid him a lot of money.
Maybe he's down on the cash.
So then I come to find out he's going to play in a hotel downtown. And it's going to be in a room of about 30 or 40 people.
Wow.
I'm like, what the fuck? How could...
So this is actually Manhattan. It's not the Hamptons. To explain Manhattan to anyone who hasn't been there, when you say Howard knows nothing about Manhattan either, by the way, which is crazy. To live there as long as he has, he knows nothing about what direction he's going and brags about it. That's how you know you're in this rarefied 1%er air where you don't need to know your own address and you could just be carried in a velvet pillow from fucking one Nobu to the next Nobu.
Yeah.
And downtown typically means, when they say this, in Manhattan speak, it means Tribeca or Soho. And these are these two really hip areas of Manhattan, sort of the lower west side where the celebrities go. Even the meatpacking district, no pun intended, is part of this. And so it was down there. Robert De Niro started this whole area, and to this day, it's were you there with your mom, David, when you visited Greenwich Street?
No, we stay mostly on near like Lincoln Center and stuff. So yeah.
Howard met Beth at, well, this is one of the fake stories. Who knows? This is one of the very many versions of it, at the Mercer Kitchen, and that's kind of where this shit is. And it's kind of where Saturday Night Live would have their after parties and stuff, and it's let down. So that's where he's going. He won't say because he knows nothing about Manhattan. You're not going to get any more detail than that. That's all he can do.
But I missed that. I've always wanted to see Prince. It was a Friday night in Manhattan at a hotel. You go to the room, and there's 30 people, and Prince is going to play?
In a big room? Like a suite?
Like a suite. Like a suite.
Wow.
Like a big suite.
Wow.
I go, I'm in. I go. There were more than 30 people packed into this room.
Well, of course. I was going to say, why would Prince play for just 30 people?
I would say there was about 80 people.
Has anyone corroborated this story over the years that have been there? There has to have been someone who has done his show that was also there. I have not heard anyone say that this existed but him.
I mean, was there like an article written about this event that showed up?
I don't know. I don't know. I really, if there is, I would love to read it, but I don't know.
What's the date of this broadcast that we're listening
to?
Oh,
October of 2008.
Okay.
Yeah, until this 3-part series, I had never actually heard of this.
Okay.
And probably the reason why, because I didn't follow Howard to Sirius.
Okay, good. I mean, this was like, I mean, anyone who knew him at Sirius, this was like a big deal. This bitch fit. It's not that long. It didn't even spill into the next show or anything like that. But this is the main thing, and he wants the VIP preference. He's already in a room of 30 people, and we're supposed to believe that in a hotel suite, Prince actually turned all the lights off in this hotel suite. Like it's a, you know, like a Adam West Batman fight at the end when the lights go off and they don't want to film it. So you just hear pow, zoom, zoom. Like he did that. And I don't buy this. We know Howard's a serial liar. Now I'm not believing this story. Now I don't believe it.
Can
I believe that they were dimmed, and I believe that he was wearing amber vision inside, and I don't believe it.
Amber vision. I haven't heard that for so many decades. David, please talk.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just Googled Prince October 2008, and the AI overview. In October 2008, Prince embarked on a series of special events and activities. These included 2 sold-out private performances at the Rooftop Loft Lounge in New York City, one on October 10th and one on October 11th. These shows featured a mix of his own songs, covers, and new material. Prince also collaborated with Shantae Moore, India Ari, and Sheila E., among others. Additionally, Howard Stern attended a private concert where Prince insisted on performing without lights, with everyone standing.
There you go.
But what's interesting is, like, I think it's implying that that's a different event from the October 10th or 11th. That there was another
and they got
show.
that story from Howard.
Right. There's no one else. Like, more details on this event. The only name of someone who witnessed it is Howard. There's no one else who can corroborate this.
Great find, David. Can you repeat for me again? What was the address of it was the October 11th?
Yeah, October 10th and 11th, 2008 at the Rooftop Loft Lounge.
Yeah, that's all down there, right? All that shit down there in Tribeca, and so everything is a loft lounge. They should make the whole area one collective loft lounge on a rooftop, and there's a big gate around it and shit. You're looking over, and that whole area is that hip loft lounge. That's exactly where it was. So we're to believe that he's not at that, but he's at another one. According to this article?
Yeah, because it says, because the AI says, additionally, Howard Stern attended a private concert. So that leads me to believe this is trying to dissociate from the October 10 and 11 shows.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that AI somehow, found the Marx Friggin text thread about Howard's recounting of being at this concert and just
it probably went around, and then he's like, okay, well, it was a story,
but no one else talks about it.
No one else talks about it. No one else can corroborate it. No one else can. I don't believe. You know how much he lies, right? Do I have to say it every show? So it's his credibility is so strained as it is. Like, I don't believe anything anymore. So when I go back and listen to some, oh, that's a lie. Oh, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
I have an address for you too. It's or I have
17 Squabble Lane.
Hotel Gansvort is the name of the hotel, I guess. That's the venue.
Okay. And what's the address?
Hang on.
You got the address on it?
I'm looking it up.
You'll arrive at 17 Squabble Lane.
I got it.
Maybe that's the best drop of the show. That might be.
It's 18 9th Avenue, New York, New York.
Okay, so 9th Avenue is on the far west side. Not the far west side, but it's the west side. Sometimes considered Hell's Kitchen. Sometimes it's considered Chelsea. I know you people know Chelsea very well. And sometimes, it's considered the meatpacking district.
Right.
Sometimes it's considered Tribeca. So you go follow that all the way south, and that's where they are. So 9th Avenue. Okay, that makes total sense. That's exactly what completely lines up. That tracks.
So
completely.
De Niro named his production company just after a suburb. Is that
yes.
it?
It's like, it's not a suburb. It's a
combination of names,
of Manhattan.
right?
Yeah,
It's
it
a
stands
cool
for
name.
Triangle Beneath Canal Street.
Nice.
That's
cool.
Yeah,
Hey,
John, that's very good. That's dictionary, encyclopedic, John. That's classic arm, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't make that up.
Bon, I have a question. Would you consider it a big deal or very special to be able to see someone that you love play in the dark?
Only if it was Brenda Russell, Tamara.
How dark do we mean?
Right?
Like I can see them.
Exactly. Brenda
when you
Russell.
turn down the lights, you can still see everything on those stages.
Well, I mean, supposedly it was pitch black.
Oh, trust me, Tendrils, if you're asking my
I would love
preference for those kinds of things, man, I couldn't give a fuck.
I would love it.
Like, if David Gilmour was playing in front of me, if David Gilmour was playing in my lounge room and I'm in my bedroom and I'm not allowed to run in and watch, I couldn't give a fuck. I'd just be like, I want to hear it. I want to feel it.
Well, you want to feel the sun. By the way, Bon, if you can play Tamara singing piano in the dark, I believe that's what.
Oh, Lord.
And it seemed she lived her life like a piano in the dark.
No, he's
Almost did.
He's conflating Elton John with Brenda Russell.
I know. I'm just
Bernie
trying to
Taupin
find
is
time
rolling
where
over.
where I find the bloody thing. Where is she? I can't find it. Hold on, I will find it.
Excellent.
I would love. I could. By the way, this is a guy who has the hallways cleared. You can't make eye contact. You can't look at him, and he's complaining about lights.
Yeah.
Right. You can't. That's the last guy you want, and he's on the radio, which there's no visual at all. So
Yeah.
he's the last guy should.
At least he's allowed to look in the direction.
I know, caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of letting go. Oh no, gave up on the riddle, I cry just a little when he plays piano in the dark.
God, I love it. And I love it when I first played it. And Tamara was in the live chat when I first played that clip, and she just simply wrote, I could do
That's
better.
incredible.
Wow,
She was being a
epic.
boss.
Bon, you incorporated pictures of Brenda Russell into the video. That's tremendous.
Oh my God.
That is epic. I love it, Tamfran.
Oh,
I
God.
love it too.
Isn't it crazy
woman.
the connection? That's what Prince is doing. He's playing in the dark. That's great. We love it.
Yeah.
You could say
Well-
you went to the only show where he turned the lights off.
Look at
Well,
this
right.
beautiful woman, ladies
Yes.
and gentlemen.
It's a good-looking
You
broad.
being queen.
Ron, thank you.
I like
Yeah.
the sweater, Tamfran, too. That's a nice sweater.
Effervescent.
Yeah. She's got solid hands, too. Beautiful hands. Look at the fingers.
I'm not sure if there's a correlation, but there is a kick-ass amazing song from the vault, When the Lights Go Down.
Oh, okay. And every time I see Tamara in that shot, I think of this. How do you know, right?
Guess who?
It's an arm.
Guys, great contributions on that. That's getting to the bottom of that. So here we go. Back to this, the concert. Now I'm more fascinated than ever. Sorry.
Their friends in and that whole thing.
So we get there, and they go, I see Randy. I say hi to her. I said, thank you for having us. And then I was afraid Prince was going
To quote David, to quote Sara, Beth deserves to go to this show like Elvis deserved his black belt. Right? The worst part is that you're bringing Beth. Like it's not even bad enough that Howard has to go. Now you're wasting this ticket on Beth. That's even worse. That gets lost in the shuffle in all this.
Yeah,
right.
The Beth has met Don Rickles, has been roasted by Don Rickles, and has gotten to witness Prince in her, proximity.
That's a fantastic comparison. Leave it to you to go to the guy who's 100 and something years old, who you actually worked with back in the day.
my war buddy, right?
But who else was he going to bring? Fred? Who was he going to bring?
She shouldn't be allowed to go. No, he comes by himself. You should have to. We've talked about this last time, and I feel this way with sports, especially those horrible Knicks. And she doesn't deserve to go to an NBA game. You should have to take a trivia contest before you get into that show. You should have to prove, like Tendrils and like fucking Azuri and like you guys, you should have to prove you're a big enough Prince fan to get into that show. You do not just get in there. You have to pass a trivia contest. I'm serious.
And
she doesn't deserve to go.
You know what's crazy? She's going to like these, events, and she's dressed like Holly Hobby.
Yeah. She knows nothing about nothing. I can't even. It's bad enough he's going, and he doesn't deserve to go.
And you know that she, I'm sure she was just texting the whole time. She doesn't even care that she's there. It's just to be seen.
Even though this is this is 08, but still, she probably is the first one to have unlimited texting, and I would hope they confiscated all cell phones. And I think he brings his phone up in this story. I'm
going to go on late. They go, no. He's going to be on by 9 o'clock because he has to do a second show at midnight. He's going to do a second show, and this is by Prince's request. And I go, what? I didn't even understand what was going on. So I'm standing there, and I see George Rush from Rush and Malloy, the Daily News columnist. I go, what the fuck's going on here? Well, we have to stand. Prince requests that we stand. There's no chairs.
Oh, gee.
George Rush, if anyone. So, his Daily News columnist. He comes up a lot in the Artie chair, Jackie chair years. I think he also sat in on the show a few times. He has some really good. He knows Chauncey pretty well. And I think he was part of the Howard walks out on Gary's dad's. Howard doesn't go to Gary's dad's funeral. When they, so that's tremendous.
I'm glad you said that because I was about to bring that up. Like Rush and Malloy, I hear it all the time in this era of the show. It's such a Cagney and Lacey partner name, you know? Like,
Cagney and Lacey.
Wow.
This is what I hate about New York. I'm from the area. I'm from the tri-state area. I know, and I know these references and stuff. And you're very much you have a huge home court advantage if you are from New York and you listen to this show. But it's amazing. He drops all these local. If you're not from New York and then you're listening to the syndicated show, you hear it's got to be really annoying because all you do is hear all these localized New York references, and your David in Cleveland, or your Tamara in Culver City, or your Bon in fucking Australia, or your Tendrils in what's your actual town?
Santa Ana.
Santa Ana. And how are you supposed to know who Rush and Malloy are? How are you supposed to know what Uniondale is? You know what I mean? Like it's so, and he insists on being syndicated, but you would have no idea what these references are.
But I also think that's part of his way of being superior to his audience, like getting them to be kind of curious about his inside baseball.
Yeah.
You know, if he explains everything, then he's too accessible to his audience.
Yeah, that's true.
You know.
He's got to look like the rarefied air. That's very true.
Yeah.
I go, you gotta fucking be kidding me. I go, no chairs. You have Prince request that. I go, what's going on? And I said,
see, I've been to some of these things. I saw him once at Studio 54, and it was a bunch of people standing for hours.
I didn't. Robin went to Studio 54.
In the 1 year that it existed? Is that what you said?
Oh.
And I don't know if she's talking about the earlier one or the new resuscitation one when they tried to open it again.
I mean, it must be the.
I don't know. I don't know what.
Yeah, it has to be because Robin would have definitely had to been like in Baltimore during that time, right?
Well, let's go. Let me see. Yeah, she's in DC. There's no way he was doing the DC show in 81, 82, and then Studio 50. You people know the origin of Studio 54 very well. I think it closed down in 83. I want to say.
Yeah.
So he might have just started at WNBC when the last year of Studio 54.
Robin was faking a sore throat for a month to negotiate her contract, so I doubt she went to Studio 54.
There's a great clip of him flexing about him being a partner at Sirius that I have. I don't think I've played it on here yet. And he invokes that they have a Studio 54 channel and they had a party. And he was bitching that they spent money on the party when he should be getting paid the money they spent on this party. You know, he's complaining about the bonus.
He's counting all their money. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
Once at Studio.
And so he said, I'm a partner here and I'm supposed to know about these things. You're supposed to run by the Studio 54 party to me until I greenlight. This is what he says in this rant.
Yeah. The bosses love it when your employees audit you. That's always nice.
54, and it was a bunch of people standing for hours.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay. And then someone got nervous and brought over a chair for me and Beth, and you know they get nervous because they're afraid you're going to leave, I guess. You know, and I'm famous and the shit, so they want you there.
Right.
So I get a little bench to sit on. Meanwhile, everybody's standing, and you know, I'm thinking, man, I must look like an asshole. You know, everyone's jealous of my bench.
Willing to stand.
Yeah. So, but believe me, I was tired.
Can you pause it?
Take your chair.
He didn't want to stand because he's afraid that they're going to clock his real height. That.
I think you're right. I think I'm going to go over this all the time. By the way, we're going to do a I had an email about the Magic Johnson writers on the Magic Hour and stuff. And there's 3 clips where he's standing next to Dennis Rodman, who's 6'8". He's the same height. He's standing next to Magic Johnson, who's listed at 6'9". He's the same height. He's standing next to, there's a third one. But anyway, Shaquille O'Neal looked at him and goes, "You're not 6'5". You're at least 6'8". It's like, there's not a question in my mind. He is terrified of his actual height because he thinks he's so obsessed with like once you go over 6'5",
you're a circus freak.
Yeah, you're considered kind of freakish, and so he's trying to make it himself to be as tall as you can be without considered a freak. And when you go over 6'5", that's when you turn into. If you don't play basketball, you're a freak.
Right. He doesn't have a linebacker body to justify how freakishly tall he is.
Right.
I just looked it up. It says, while Prince is known for his musical brilliance and frequent late-night outings, he did perform at Studio 54 in Las Vegas.
Oh, so she went to Vegas to see him?
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, like when asked if I had seen him anywhere outside of California, I did see him in Vegas twice.
Oh, what is LA to Vegas a car ride? Is it 4 hours or 3 hours?
4, I think.
Yeah, probably about. Well, yeah,
depends how fast you're driving.
Yeah, probably about 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Look at Tamara driving like Hunter S. Thompson through to Vegas. I love it. I love heavy foot Tamfran, right? Driving in Dallas. You can
heavy foot. I do have a heavy foot, by the way.
Speed demon Tamfran.
Yes, I am an aggressive driver. I am. I won't lie.
I love her driving 110 in Dallas, and they'll throw you in jail. What's Texas's speed limit like? Did they go higher, or is it like if you get caught speeding, you get thrown in jail? Is it one of these Lost Hog
depending on where you are, 70 to 75 on the freeway or interstate. They call them interstate here instead of freeways. Okay. So yeah, it's great, but I usually I go faster.
I was all excited. Prince is going to play in this little room. Well, he comes out on stage. There's 2 chicks with him, a drummer, a whole sound system. Gets up there. The room's pitch black. And he starts playing. I go, this is pretty dramatic. It's black, and it's going to come on the lights, and then we're going to see. So they put the lights on, and he goes, no.
Turn them off?
He goes, no lights. No lights.
So you saw him for the second they went on?
Wait. Yeah. I saw. So it was Prince, I believe. Now, part of the fun of a concert for me is watching the guy play. I love to see how they play guitar. I like to see the girls in the band. I like to see the drummer. This is what he goes, no. He goes, I want to just get into the vibe. I want something special here. No lights. So
I'm now firmly in the camp that I don't care if this is even true. And Johnny Meyer says they're just like very dimmed. I'd be like, no, this is amazing that I get to. And look, I can shit on anything if the mood's right. But I would be more in the camp of like, this is an incredibly exclusive thing. No one's ever going to be able to say this again. I saw him piano in the dark, Brenda Russell style, do a concert this will never happen again. And I'm lucky enough to see this. I think I really believe.
That's my argument, 100%. Like he doesn't realize how actually special that is. That you would be in a concert where all your other senses are, front row. Like that's a once in a lifetime.
Not only that, but this motherfucker has access to things he doesn't, especially being a partner at Sirius. Like he can go to a show anytime he wants, take a private jet to wherever the hell Prince. This isn't it for him. He has access to these people and these music executives and Zoss Rape, and he can go to any show he wants. This isn't the end all. This isn't like when someone sees him once in their life and go, I just saw him once. No, he can go whenever he feels like it.
Also, again, that he doesn't understand you have no talent and you succeeded in having access to all this stuff.
Yeah.
Be grateful. Like that you don't spin this as like a cool, as Tendril says, like you look at this as a negative experience when you could say, wow, what a singular experience that I got to see Prince insist on, we put all of our 5 senses except for just listening into play. And who else is going to have that story? It's a great story to have, but
it really is.
that way.
But Howard is a baby. He wants everything brought
King
to
baby.
him. Yeah, he wants everything brought to him. He doesn't want to fly anywhere.
Right, and he also
And what
wants
I know
shapes
is
and
about
colors.
being a basic bitch.
Vanderpump Rules.
He also wants shapes and colors flying out at him at all times, like much like a baby, you know.
Yeah.
So that's part of it too.
He does. He's never ever in his life been used to having just civilian treatment, just like everybody else. He has to have, even at the Springsteen show, he's complaining and he walked out in the middle. And what you get is him walking out. Like, he didn't appreciate. He get front row Nick Hornet tickets, and he's walking out with 7 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah,
that's what you get out of him.
Yeah,
What's
John,
in it for you to even invite the guy?
That's such a good point. Like, here he is getting free access to a private Prince concert, and he sees it as civilian treatment, as if civilians would get Prince in the dark.
There's no situation where he can't do that. He can't feel. He's the professional victim, right? You can feel wronged and slighted in the most elitist 1%er thing. You have the ability to feel, to present yourself as an elitist, as a professional victim. He's also a fabulist, right? Where he's the center and the victim in every story, and all this crazy shit just still happens to him all the time.
Can I make another point? I think that there must have been some lighting, because part of playing with a band is you have to be able to there is like body language communication in terms of keeping in time with each other that has to be accomplished. So there must have been some lighting, and Howard's just
it has to be
blind by this point.
It's like when the song ends and all the lights go down for like 1 second. You can still see them on the stage. I would never complain about that, and I think we all agree with that now. We all agree that complaining about that is, remember, he's killing time on the radio. He's got to fill 10 minutes. He's got a timer counting down. I guarantee he has timers, 45-minute timer for the first segment of the show. He's got a little clock and it's counting down. So he'll just keep complaining about things. And at this point, should we blame him? That's what he did. It's what he's always done. That's another show, maybe. Should we blame him? Because that's his shtick. It's like Letterman did it too.
The Howard Stern character would complain about a Prince concert in the dark. Yeah, I agree.
But when you're getting, like, it's also lack of self-awareness when you're getting invited to an exclusive show like this 1%er life he leads, and then you go on to complain about the thing.
Yeah,
you're going to turn off everybody. In that case, certainly no one's going to relate to any bit of this.
But also, it's different than complaining about, like, JD, fucking up some clip or something. Like, JD's in on the bit that he, the people who gave him the opportunity to go to this Prince concert, they're going to take it seriously. Like, oh God, I'll never bother Howard with an opportunity like this again, because it sounds like he hated it. So it works against him in some ways to get this access.
I'd like it if he'd chosen things to make up complaining about. I'd prefer he chose them that are more sort of realistic. Like if he said, Prince starts playing this guitar solo and the guitar's so low, I can't even hear it for like 30 seconds. I'd be like, I can imagine that happening. That's plausible too. And I can imagine being very annoyed. And I've seen that at so many shows. They start playing a song and you're like, turn it up. And then it starts coming up and you're like, Jesus. He could have lied about that kind of stuff, and I would be like, I bet that probably happened.
Yeah, you're right.
And then Prince spit on Beth, and it got in her mouth.
Wow, that's brilliant.
That was a classic callback.
That's brilliant. Oh man, welcome, Josh Foster.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think these?
I mean, you guys are on a roll today. I mean, honestly, everybody's spectacular.
This is the most people we've had on a panel for a Lotus Notes or Deppening, I think.
This is especially
Camilla, right? A most important contributor. Right?
Camilla said some pretty controversial things, and if we got dumped, it would not surprise me at all. What she can get away with, like Charles Barkley's envious of this.
I mean, her stance on the ICE arrests is pretty jarring. Yeah.
Thank you, Tam Fran. That's what Tamara gets per minute when she sings piano in
Why
the
is she
dark.
saying she's scared of me? And I can ask her because she's on the air with me. It's like, why are you saying you're scared of?
Oh no, I
because
was
of
just kidding, Bon. I was just kidding
because I mentioned your fingers. I saw some comments in
my
the
God.
chat, people mentioning that I commented on your fingers. Like there was a problem with that.
No.
Here's
I
a
only
compliment
said
to
that
Tamara.
because of your
Tamara,
voice.
if everybody had your effervescence, your effortless effervescence, the world would be a much, much better place.
Yeah.
No, I only said that because Bon, uses that scary voice in the beginning. That's
No,
all.
but I mean that sincerely.
Oh, now I see. I feel better now.
Yes, Bon. No, I love you. I would kill you if you did something to me. So it's okay. It's okay.
Please, you're gonna have to sing at the end of this. So keep thinking about your
Starts
song.
playing whole first song. I can't see the motherfucker. I cannot see fucking Prince.
Wow.
I said, so he stopped, he finishes the first song. People are applauding like fucking sheep.
Well, what is
I
the
yell
first
out,
song?
I yell out. Now, don't mind you, there's not a lot of people in the room, so I'm
Right.
able to yell out so he could hear me. I go, why don't you fucking put the lights on?
You said this?
Yeah.
Does anybody
No, he
believe that for 1 second?
No way.
No.
You wouldn't be able to hear him.
Absolutely
You wouldn't be able
not.
to hear him say that.
And we, again, no one corroborated this, right? There's so few people there that they're all dead. Everybody in that room is dead except for Howard. Nobody can corroborate that that's ever been said. Wouldn't you think by now some fucking crony of his would have been on the show relaying that and corroborating that story with him?
Yeah.
Right?
No,
There's no way he said that. Let's hear him again. Let's hear the lie again.
Keep going. Sorry.
Prince.
Wow.
I said, so he stopped, he finishes the first song. People are applauding like fucking sheep.
Well, what is
I
the
yell
first
out,
song?
I yell out. Now, don't mind you, there's not a lot of people in the room, so I'm
Right.
able to yell out so he could hear me. I go, why don't you fucking put the lights on?
You said this?
Yeah. Beth goes, shh, shh, shh. I go, what do you mean, shush? I go, who invites people to see them play and stands there with no lights on? This guy's fucking mental. I go, you're fucking mental.
Well,
Not a shred of truth in that story. Not a word. Do you think
He
would
said it under his
jeopardize
breath.
Status under his breath, maybe to Beth, right?
Yeah.
And Beth was saying because she doesn't want to get disinvited from this. Beth knows she doesn't deserve to be. Beth should be having imposter complex everywhere she goes in this situation. Like I have imposter complex and I don't deserve it. She deserves it.
Hey, Arm?
Yes.
The only way that would be legit is if he thought Rachel Hunter was in charge of the lights.
That's right around. Well, the Rachel Hunter thing came. That was like in the first week of like the second week of Sirius, I think, when he went off on her. That whole thing which gets blocked immediately if you try to put that on YouTube. I think I think it's on our Patreon channel.
I think it is too. Yeah.
We're $215 away from Arm's monthly Arm Fund goal, his Lexapro goal. If able, please don't. I didn't see it right there. Okay, here we go.
the one thing I can say about him is it's free, so I guess he can do anything.
No, he can't. So don't invite me anywhere. I don't care free or not. So I said to George Rush, who's from the columnist there from the Daily News, I said to him,
I could just see him.
I go, let me ask you something. Do you find this insulting? He was like, He didn't say, I don't know what he said. I said, I find this insulting. You can fucking print that. This is bullshit. I said, the guy says he's doing a concert and he's going to keep the lights out. So then the second song goes, the lights are off.
Yeah, Al W is agreeing with what I said. And there's no question he's wearing his fucking Corey Hart sunglasses inside at night. And that's right, what Bond said about, or the dimmed lighting, whatever. What David said, too. That cut out any kind of semblance of light or that you could see anything.
Yeah.
There's no question he's wearing those fucking sunglasses.
Yeah, because the darting eyes, again, the height, the darting, like he's got to find
everything
ways
is
to
vanity. Yep.
Throw off the crowd, right?
And vanity just plays a part in everything he does. Like even just trying to enjoy a show, he can't just. It's all about he's got to have exclusivity, and then where he's placed, and he's worried about his people looking at his fucking the netting and his scalp from behind. So everything to go to these things, I wouldn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. That he just. Don't leave the house. He really shouldn't ever leave the house. I mean, the way oh God, he'll never come out, and he's Howard Hughes. He really shouldn't. There's so much high maintenance shit, not just with him, but with everybody around him, that you have to cater everything to what he really shouldn't leave the house. Could you imagine kowtowing to this asshole, throwing a party, your Gary's dinner party, whatever the fuck you're talking about?
Yeah.
Why?
So, John,
Yes.
I'm going to send you George Rush's website where you can contact him, and I
cool.
Or I can do it myself. But like, ask him, did Howard talk to you at the if he that's the only name he's mentioned of someone who was at this concert.
Well, he would know. He could say, well, Howard said at this octave, he screamed out, "Turn the lights on, you fucking asshole." So yes, thank you, David.
Oh,
yes. I turned to Beth. Beth
He
goes,
doesn't respond to your screaming?
Beth had to run 20 miles the next morning for the marathon.
Always can work in a brag. Now, so this is, okay, the marathon's on a Sunday, the New York City Marathon. My time was 2:45. Hers is 4 hours and 15 minutes. By the way.
As we call it, one Deppening. That was the time.
I want to hear brag. And I drank the night before, by the way.
Love it.
She was ready to go anyway, but I'm screaming and I go, I don't believe this. I got to see what's going on here. This is not going to be. The guy can't do a whole fucking show in the dark. Second song comes on. He starts doing his thing. It was like listening to a record.
Yeah.
And
in a dark room.
In a dark room, and he's playing. And even during the second song, I don't even know what song. He's doing 1999. He'll go, watch this. He goes, he taunts you. He goes, watch this,
and you can't sing.
And he does this outrageous riff on the guitar. You cannot. I'm telling you, Robin, pitch black. Pitch fucking black.
Could have been another guy black.
That's what I said. I go, Beth. I go, look, you're my wife.
You are
my wife. You are my wife. This is bullshit. And I'm getting really aggravated. No one else seems to care. They're applauding him. It's like the emperor wears no clothes, you know?
Right.
But can I ask?
Can you believe we just heard Emperor's clothes from him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Wow.
Vigorous flying too close to the sun. And we just have, whether it's clear in the hallways with Steve Harvey. Remember he did the whole rant about what a diva Steve Harvey is for clearing the hallways after we had documented video footage of him doing it, it is crazy.
Yeah.
It is crazy he used that phrase.
And did it sound good? Was the music good?
It was fantastic, but it was ridiculous.
But he could have been playing a record, or he could have been on tape. You can't see
it was so stupid because I wanted to see him play the guitar. I don't really play guitar, but I like to watch guys, so I can perfect my.
I would get George Rush on the show, Johnny Marr, but how about Henry Rush from Too Close for Comfort and fucking Cosmic Cow?
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Monroe. David's like, you had me at Monroe. You had me at Jim J. Bullock.
Yes. Can I say something too? There's a big difference in sort of the way sound engulfs you as an audience member, hearing monitors on a stage playing a recording versus the live in-person people being there.
Yes, you would tell the difference easy.
Right. And also I'm not saying that Howard doesn't understand that as
David, look at Camilla's tuned into you. Camilla's riveted to what you're saying right now.
Yeah, Camilla's going to corroborate this. So, with a live performance, the sound hits the back of the wall, and it creates this sort of organic surround sound that a recording never could. So, even if you can't see Prince, just hearing the fact that they're live, it makes all the difference in the world anyway. It's worth it still, in my opinion.
He can't see that. It's just all about he knew, like Bon said, he knew he was going to fake complain about this on a Saturday night. And he can't see anything or appreciate anything. The days of him he's been a spoiled brat since he was a fucking teenager. How many baby boomers don't cut their own lawn on Long Island?
Right.
He certainly knows grass stains, right?
I mean, listen, you need some kind of light source to shadow box someone, so I don't blame you for waiting to do it in the studio.
God, Camilla is so riveted to your opinions, David. Look at her. Look at that cartoon cat.
Wait. I've got breaking news. I think these images I'm about to put up are from that show.
Okay, is Howard?
Because the
Wait,
lights-
before you play it, is Howard slumped in a chair with Beth next to him? He's wearing a plunging neckline, white dress shirt.
No. These are. This is the show.
Okay.
So this is the lighting. See how you can.
That's what I
there isn't a
imagined,
spotlight on him. So and here's another one. This one's is even better. You see, there's no. I did. This is allegedly from that show. I did search. Hold on, I'll show you another one. This one's even better. So the lights. There's not
It's
a.
exactly what we
spotlight on him.
surmised. It's exactly what we theorized it was.
So here's
Good
another
find,
one.
Bob.
This one's even better. Yeah, this one. And there. So you can see there. See?
Oh,
he's not
that's-
lit.
oh
it's,
my
it's
God.
lighting
Yeah, dark,
behind him.
No way.
So
Howard is
nobody's
blind
got
as a bat.
spotlights. So that's what he's complaining about.
That's
and this
Wow.
that's clearly
I
a hotel
searched for
suite.
the
Bob.
launch of
Yeah.
his book, and dark stage with lights out, and then there's a whole bunch of Howard Stern forums, people
Phenomenal find.
wondering
buddy.
why he
Phenomenal.
was complaining, and these
Wow.
photos are all linked to it.
And that's clearly a hotel
That's
suite,
where
guys.
that's where Howard may have been standing. He may have been standing a few meters back. Like
Right.
this room's so small that you can see it's like the lights go down between songs and then it comes up. There's much more light there than the lights
Also,
going down between songs. Isn't that crazy?
Wouldn't you want it to look like that? What do you want it to look like? With have full lighting with that's what you want it to look like.
You want it to look like that because having a spotlight on him separates you from him. This is so much
Right.
more intimate. Like as an audience member, I would be like,
Correct.
"Oh my God, I was like in
Totally.
a jam session with
Correct.
Prince." Like it was
Well,
Yep.
how fun.
and think about the venue. I mean,
Yeah.
what are they supposed to do? Set up like lighting, like if you're on at the Dodger Stadium or something. I mean, ridiculous.
No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right.
And two
You
things
can
as
see
well. He
everything
probably
there.
has- I was saying he probably has dark glasses on, making things darker
Yes,
for him.
no question
And
about it.
number
Now, we,
two, he doesn't
Oh
eat
my God.
food with minerals and vitamins, so his eyes probably are, poor eyesight. So
Yeah.
his punk ass can't
Yes.
see anyway.
yeah, the
So
poor
of
anorexic
course he
fading
can't
at that
see.
time.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
that though? That we can
Wow.
pull
That's
this shit up
tremendous.
and
That's
basically
great.
Beautiful, John. Beautiful.
What do we say
Wow.
all the time? That the internet is Howard's biggest enemy because you
I
do
know.
shit like that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a classic example. It's a great find, great find. That's the end of it.
Great things about watching his stage shows
Right.
live.
You wanna watch him
he
dance?
dances
Yeah.
and plays guitar,
Well-
falls down on stage. I mean, he has great stage moves.
Whoever was working the lights during the second song, well, he goes, watch this. So the lighting guy must have thought, turn on the lights. He turns on the lights. He's still playing. He goes, no. He goes, take the lights down, take the lights down, take the lights down. It's all about the lights. This guy's so fucked up. He is such
He
an
is.
asshole.
He
I'm an official... I'm here to officially tell you that Prince is the biggest asshole on the planet.
Well, I told you I don't go to see him anymore because that time I did go to Studio 54, he came on really, really late.
He's a tard.
And he mostly played a record to you.
Yeah, well, let me
It was
tell you.
like taped music. And I said, well, that's it. I'm gone.
Well, maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know. But then the third song, it was still pitch black, and I said to Beth, I'm not supporting this. I told George Rush, I'm not supporting this.
George Rush is the only one he can seemingly reference during this. I guarantee you he has a Hamptons gag order about the rest of the people that
Right.
are there besides Randy St. Nicholas. He wouldn't be bringing up George Rush if he could bring up a bigger name than that.
Well, and I wonder if he, like with Daily News, like paid George Rush to not print stories about him too. Although they disobeyed him a lot, so maybe they didn't.
Oh, he manipulates the local press in New York. We've got Chauncey will sign off on that 1,000 times. Johnny Meyer goes, now I love Prince 1,000 times more after that. No, after Bon Jovial shit, that picture, that is such a cool look, and it had the purple tints behind it. That's what I would expect a Prince show to look like.
No one would complain. I
Nobody
think
did.
it's more that Howard's just killing time on the air. I don't think he really was that worried about it.
Yeah,
You
that's
wouldn't
insane.
be. He doesn't really appreciate it. That's the problem.
Appreciate anything.
Yeah, like you guys have all said, he can't appreciate that there's only 30 or 50 people there.
I think if it
can't.
had been like really like overlit, like he has like a Buick headlights on him or something, he would have complained about that, you know?
Yeah, I'm blinded.
Yeah.
I can't see. I'm stumbling around. Beth had to help me wander. We had to go to the bathroom. I had to sit down. Strobe lights. What's the deal with strobe lights?
Yeah.
I thought I was having an
Oh, my
epileptic
God.
seizure. You can't win with this guy.
No.
He would have
That's
complained
why you
about
don't
the
invite him to anything. That's
Yeah.
why, whether it's a wedding or don't invite him to anything ever. And he would be scorned by that. His goal is to get invited to everything so he can turn it down. Don't invite him. Don't even let him say he turned it down. Just don't
Oh,
invite him.
no one
to
does
anything.
now.
Or
No one
complain about
gives a shit about him now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like attending. I think we all should walk out. Who's behind me? No one left.
Yeah, I'm sure
I
they- I'm
walked
sure
out.
That's why he gets away with the crap,
Yep.
because people put up.
They all should have walked out. They're all kissing his ass, and it's ridiculous.
I mean, you know, it was even during that time when he was big, you know, nobody could look at him.
Howard's never had his ass kissed.
Yeah,
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's like everybody else.
Yeah, that's another thing that that's what's underlining all of this, is that he was in a position where he had to kiss someone else's ass allegedly, and it wasn't the other way around. So he's going to be all rebellious to make it clear. I mean, again, I don't believe any of this ever happened, but in his fantasy and that he can sort of put out over the radio, he led the rebellion. Like, I'm Howard Stern and I always lead the rebellion, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, Telly Savalas says here, Howard only wants the camera angle from one side. So if a spot like that, it would have to be, he would bitch about it because he wants to control the lighting for his own vanity. That's so true. That's so true. And I don't, again, he's lying as well. So combine that with it, and he's just got nothing to complain about.
Well, but the
It's
other thing
really,
too is like,
I have.
I'm sorry.
No, go. You go.
The K-Rock studio they were in from 97 to 2005, it's that purple dimly lit space. I mean, Howard knows the value of dark lighting too.
That's right. Imagine being walked in there and he's in that era you're talking about, David, and he's behind that whole counter and you sit down, you feel so detached, even though you're just a couple of meters away from him. It's not like...
Think about that.
It's like what Joe Rogan does right, which is he just sits with them at a table, you know, and Howard can't do that. And Robin has to be hid as well. It's so weird.
Right. And if you look at that studio setup, the guests are so harshly lit. Like, there's so many lights in their face when they sit on that couch, so that they almost, like, you get the sense that they can't make out Howard in the distance because there's no lighting on him per se. And they have all these spotlights coming at them to illuminate them as the guest, you know?
Yeah, you would think Howard would be lit up more, like, and Robin and Fred would be at what Howard's lighting is set at. But no, Howard is dark as well. It's the insecure man.
Think about what these guys are saying, the hypocrisy. Like, and again, this be such an obvious point. We should, go crazy. Think about what his show is and what these guys are saying. He's hiding behind Telly Savalas. So there's like 15 monitors with his dialogue written, his head's poking between them, and these tendrils are jutting out, and he's on the right side with the Streisand complex, and the fucking schnozzle is pointing out, and it's dark, and there's nobody
pressing buttons. It's just
pressing
chaos.
Right. It's way worse than what Prince did. What he does in his own show every day to every guest. It's like not even close. And how many of these?
That's funny.
He's running it's just, it's awful.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing too about like what you're saying about the setup is like Howard's barricaded.
Yeah, it's
weird.
If you're the guest, and then you're finding out like, okay, so he went in the studio for Springsteen and Kamala Harris and Biden, but he won't come in for me. And now he's hiding. I don't even know who I'm. This Wizard of Oz bullshit. But he loves that because he thinks he's mysterious at the same time. So you're trying to give me this air of like it's way overthought and it doesn't work for anybody but him.
The last thing I'll say just about the security stuff, like, if Prince was such a megalomaniac, he would want, or so afraid of the public, he would want the lights like really high up to make sure no one like rushed the stage to attack him, but he has enough security in himself to know like, no, let's just have it a vibey thing. I know who's in here. I know nothing crazy is going to happen. I think if Howard even had like a small gathering of famous people to hear a reading from Comes Again or something, he would want,
Vinny Favale.
he would want SEAL Team Sex like surrounding him on all sides, even though it might just be Hampton's crowd people. You know?
Oh no, he can't do any. He can't do. I mean, I don't. There's no only Johnny Depp really. I know of that has a insistent security team like that at all times unnecessarily.
Right.
And speaking of which, you want to see an asshole? And speaking of security, let's play this just for good measure to show you who the real asshole is at all times. And you guys want to do the eulogy of Prince after this?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Bon, even depending on even whose version you play in it, I owe you anyway because you identified where the blocks were that I could get to them.
No,
So I
no,
owe
we don't.
you on that.
It wasn't a pissing contest.
I'm
It's
not
just
having a
doing-
pissing contest.
they
Nobody
call it
piss. I have a
double.
pee jar right here. Nobody
It
pees
was,
more.
no, it was just double. They call it, it was double tapping. We were both doing the same thing, and it's so it's not good for time.
Tap
But-
that ass, right, Tamara?
But it's a great,
Exactly.
it's a great eulogy because the eulogy. Oh, are we going to the eulogy now?
I
or
actually
were you
think he
about
did
to
a
do
good job
something
on it,
else?
Bon. I don't know if you felt that way. I thought.
But the stuff we're not the eulogy was about 30 minutes long, and
No, I know.
the
I cut it
last
down to
10
like 11
minutes
minutes.
of the eulogy were all whackpackers talking about Prince
Yeah.
with fucking shul.
We're not going to listen to that.
That's I know we're not going to listen to it, but I'm saying, what kind of fucking eulogy is that?
Yeah.
For someone you
Shulogy.
apparently respect, you end up getting whackpackers to name a Prince song
know.
or something, and that's supposed to be entertaining. Oh.
And I knew when I was listening to it, I knew you would harp on the Shuley part. I knew that the next time we do a Shuley show, that's just so part of what he, what does Stutter and John call him again? The shitware. Yeah, it's very much the shitware.
The dues payer, the shitwire, the sack of crap. How about?
I
no, I'm sorry. No. Before
Okay,
I play this,
go,
go ahead,
go,
Bon. I'm
you
sorry. I got to cue something up. Go ahead. I'm just about to.
Okay. This is an update because Johnny in the chat is ultra mega Prince fan.
Yeah, I didn't realize
and
he was that much.
He made a comment the other show. Now, John, I know you.
Johnny Myers'
Here's Johnny's comment. So
Prince is on Letterman. He pretended to get shot and dying. Got dragged off so he didn't have to.
Hold on a sec. Why does this look so
what
weird?
What the hell was that?
We've got Johnny's comment up while I'm playing. This is a vortex. We've got a Johnny comment up while I'm playing a video about Johnny. Hold on a sec. So this is a few episodes ago. So
Johnny Myers says Prince is on Letterman. He pretended to get shot and dying. Got dragged off so he didn't have to say bye to Letterman. Dave was so pissed. I didn't know that, Johnny. That's crazy.
Now we're going to go to the clip of this happening. Now the sound is going to fade out, and I've checked this, John, for copyright. So the sound's going to fade out in a sec. But this is what Prince, I guess, is the lengths he went to not to have to just shake Dave's hand. So as the sound fades out, and that's his slave phase, of course. And here he goes. He's going to do a bit of a boom, and then he goes down, which is very dramatic for Letterman.
Wow. And you went and looked this up. You went and...
Yeah, the moment I saw Johnny's comment, I was like, oh, well, we've got to see this. And I hadn't seen this before either. So I'm sure Prince fans all have watched this many, many times. And he lies there. See that?
Wow.
The music's still playing for a bit longer here as well. Now he's got someone helping him up. He's got his guy.
He's trying to give him
Oh my gosh.
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah.
And now Dave gets the spotlight on him. So I cut it there because I don't want to get into any trouble. But Dave just sort of wanders on and then wanders off. So I believe you, Johnny, when you say that Dave was probably doing a bit of a Gary Shandling during the break going, what's the deal with this shit? He comes on, plays, he knows I'm coming out to shake his hand, and then he does this whole fake dying thing and then walks off and then gets dragged off. And I'm standing out there shaking hands with the band looking like a cock.
You know how weird prickly Letterman is too. Like you know that he was probably even worse, like amped up. And I've never heard of him. I know some people who know people who work for him, and a few of them. And I mean, you probably heard this. He is the worst motherfucker to work for. I mean, he makes Ellen look like you know, you work in social services.
Like Brandon Tartikoff wrote at the end of his life about how the reason that, because there was that whole Letterman or Leno getting the Johnny Carson spot and everybody wanted Dave to get it and everything. And the real reason they didn't hire Dave is because he was an asshole, and Jay Leno was
he is an asshole,
a nicer guy to work with. You know,
I wouldn't want to deal with him. I agree with that. I wouldn't. And again, Letterman destroyed him in ratings, regardless of who you think's got the cooler show, or whatever.
Right.
And Letterman's show is not that good. Do you remember anybody talking about, like, he's nothing to do with that? That's Prince is doing that, right? So this whole thing about with him. And by the way, like, what does Letterman mean to music anyway? What does he even know about music? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you care what Letterman thinks about music? He likes Van Morrison, and that's it.
Yeah. Also, like, it's even if Jay is a less hip comedian, the Tonight Show as hosted by Johnny Carson, I gather that it was probably not the hippest show by the 80s. And so, great. Jay Leno can carry on that legacy, and Dave can take the alt comedy late night show on his own back. You know, it's like,
totally. And by the way, I know this is such a deviation from. I don't care.
Whatever.
If I were Leno and I had the opportunity to eavesdrop on people talking shit about me, I would totally hide in the closet.
Yeah.
I've done that I do that all the time in my life.
I want leverage.
I want to know who's talking. Don't you want to know who's shit talking you? Wouldn't you want,
Absolutely.
like David said, leverage?
Yeah.
What you know how killed Leno got for that? And I'm thinking, I just had this epiphany like a year. I think David and I were talking about it on the Patreon channel. I'm like, wouldn't you, if you knew people were regularly talking shit about you, you would eavesdrop on it too. Wouldn't you want to know what you were up against? Why should he? It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Arm?
Yes.
I actually want to talk about that performance that you just showed. And
thank you, Brendan. Before Tendrils, let me just say that thank you, Brendan.
Yes.
The only thing we don't have is more than thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Josh Foster. When I think of Minnesota, the first name comes to mind is Cahido. I mean, not Prince. I was going to say Tyrone Corbin, Josh. Thank you, Josh. I love you guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tendrils. Go ahead.
No worries. So that was around the that was the vampire phase. You saw he looks, he's like thin. He's got kind of white makeup. He was wearing the slave. That was, him disputing with Warner Brothers, the contract, all of that stuff.
I'll play
Johnny Meyer.
I'll play it in the background while you're talking. Just that. Keep talking, Tendrils.
Well,
there he goes.
that guitar. That is
you
so
see the
cool.
slave on his cheek there.
Yeah.
Go, Tendrils.
And so I want to talk about how meaningful this actually is as a Prince fan, because, we jumped on the bandwagon. Prince is dead. He's the symbol. He was putting out, this amazing album. And the song that he's actually singing here is called Dolphin. And
Dolphin,
I want to read the lyrics because
please do.
Yeah, no, this song actually is an amazing song. This would fall out of the category of Basic Bitch and Pussy Fog. So,
good callback, Tendrils. Good callback.
So the lyrics in the song, he says, "If I came back as a dolphin, would you listen to me then? Would you let me be your friend? Would you let me in? You can cut off all my fins, but to your ways I will not bend. I'll die before I let you tell me how to swim, and I'll come back again as a dolphin."
Hey, guys, how about this, though? I just thought of this a second ago as a wrestling fan. How about the half Nelson on Prince Rogers Nelson? Look at this. Right? Half Nelson down to the right? A half Nelson on Prince Rogers Nelson. Look at that shit.
Tendrils, can you read those lyrics again? Just the quicker version, because I'm losing my mind at the bizarreness of those lyrics. Is anyone else thinking that those lyrics are bizarre?
The lyrics.
Tell me, he talks about cutting the fins off a dolphin.
No, the lyrics are not bizarre. Let me
go for it again.
I'll go over it again, but I just want to also. My mother language is idea, vision, metaphor, pictures, symbols. That's the way I think.
Okay.
So
that's okay. That's good.
No. But think about these lyrics as a metaphor. Okay. He's in a fight with Warner Brothers. he's, trying to become this whole new version of himself. And so the lyrics, if I came back as a dolphin, would you listen to me then? Would you let me be your friend? Would you let me in? You can cut off all my fins, but to your ways, I will not bend. I'll die before I let you tell me how to swim. Like metaphorically, that is amazing, because he's literally telling them, you can cut every piece of me off. You can cut my body. You can do whatever it is that you want. I will not bend to your ways. I'll die before I let you tell me how to be who I am. That's amazing.
It is amazing. I got an observation here too. Prince is into wrestling, and what I'm looking at here is a professional wrestling shtick. She puts him in a half Nelson, he passes out, and then his bodyguard pulls him out. It's exactly what you would see during wrestling. And what is Letterman? Who did he have a relationship? Right, Andy Kaufman. Remember, he used to do that Jerry Lawler, Andy Kaufman shit on Letterman all the time. He should be into this. That's wrestling. What he just did, that shtick at the end. With the half Nelson passed out, then dragged out. That's pro wrestling. Also, does Prince have two hair plugs? That's a good question. That hair is not real.
Here we go.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you might be right. There's a bouffontness to
no way is that real.
Always a giveaway.
There's two things.
Okay.
Prince is like, I wish we could just go through pictures after pictures, like Hall of Fame stuff. Prince, this is what I'm saying about like being a Prince fan. Like every era was different. His hair was constantly changing from short to long to the bouffant to, black hair is it's a much different thing than, than white hair and what you can do with it and how you can present it. So I think at this time it was his hair, but later when he started wearing like the afro, I think not.
I mean, how is it that every single rock star and every single celebrity has this crazy age-defying hair all the way into their 70s at all time, right? They'll do anything to maintain that look. I don't care if it's Joe Perry or fucking Steven Tyler or the Stones. Every single dinosaur rocker has this crazy age-defying head of hair that nobody in your life has. They all seem to have it, right? You really believe all these guys have this no, of course they have shit done. That's what the money's for.
I have a question. I actually have a question for Arm and for Bon. And I'm curious.
You said my name with a very different tone to the way you said it. Go for it, please.
No, I'm actually really excited. So
Tamara's excited too. She was chuckling.
I want to know if either one of you know the answer to this trivia, because okay. Let me just backtrack.
This better be good because you're hyping this up a lot. This better be really good.
Well, it's good to me, and I hope it is good to you. I want to backtrack just one little snurch. And Bon, I want to tell you. Bon,
is that
I'm
Monique?
telling you. Yes, it is.
It's Monique.
It is Monique. I love Monique. I love Radio Gunk. That was the only forum I've ever been a part of, except for Prince. So
it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't. But I just want to give you props, Bon, because your contributions to RG were spectacular. They were special.
This.
They were amazing.
Thank you.
No, I'm serious.
That's really nice.
Johnny Meyer agrees with that too, by the way, over here. Thank you, Johnny. I agree with you about me, especially. I agree.
Yeah, you
I agree with the part about me. And John, you're interrupting. You're interrupting me.
No, I know. I had to thank Johnny. I had
compliment. Yes, you're interrupting me. No, you really brought an up level to the show. And your contributions, I think, were monumental. And to me, they were amazing. Huge fan. I'm a huge fan, despite our disagreement earlier.
No,
that's water over the bridge.
I appreciate that.
Extremely quick points. The remaster of the Pelican Brief is proof because you knew exactly how to fix it. Who the hell would know how to do that? That's amazing. Now,
right.
I was working on a quiz show, and then everybody did other things. So at the end of the I Hate Shuli show, I think there were 3 or 4 of them. Which Who did Arms sing at the end of one of those shows? Was it Richard Marx?
Oh, this is a quiz. Okay, the first
Yes.
one is Oh, John ruined it.
No.
Oh, I didn't know you. I didn't know you were doing.
Let me read the list.
Aaron Rodgers hosting Jeopardy.
Let me read the list. Was the song that he sang at the end Richard Marx?
Yes.
Melissa Manchester?
No.
Kaja Gugu or Dream Academy?
It's Kaja Gugu, isn't
All
it?
of the above.
It's Kaja Gugu.
Thank you. See,
that was
I
one of
haven't
my
listened to it for years, and I still
that was
remember.
one of my quiz questions.
How great was
Melissa
that to
Manchester
kill
song
Shirley?
did I sing?
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Oh, no, is that a fake? Is that
Ice
a...
Castles?
Yes.
Oh, God,
there
damn.
we go.
Yeah.
Memory
Please
lane.
don't let this feeling in. There's Camilla.
Yes.
Look at Camilla's stuffed animal. Look at this cartoon character. That house is a cartoon. Look at her. Look at that fucking stuffed animal.
Look at the eyes. And so Sarah's hand was visible for a moment? Was Sarah visible at all to put that toy up? Well, I'll be looking at that later. Not because I don't have a hand thing, please. I don't worry, guys.
Now
I
we
don't
can
have a
move on
hand
to the
fetish.
next clip. I just had to get that
The
out.
clip we've seen a million times before. Go for it, John.
That sarcasm. This everyone is an asshole.
Oh well, I'm obviously joking. It's just funny. You wanted to. You was like, we got to get to this, but I know.
No, it's not this. We got to get to the fucking eulogy.
Oh, okay. I take that back. I take that back. I thought you
I'm
were
talking
getting
about the
to
eulogy.
this.
That's long. This isn't what I'm talking about. I'm just
That's
throwing
what I
this
thought you were
in
getting
to
at,
show
which
you
is-
what an
okay,
asshole is.
Just waiting.
Okay, if anyone who doesn't know this clip, this is Opie from Opie and Anthony. He recorded Howard's protocol at the beginning of the day where he has the entire Sirius locked down so he can walk 10 feet from a freight elevator to his fucking studio that takes half the goddamn complex up. So here it is, limo, velvet pillow as he walks by, and Opie says the funniest good morning I've ever heard in my life.
And waiting. And waiting. Lockdown.
Here he comes.
We're in lockdown.
This is probably like 6:40 a.m. See that?
As
Here
soon
he
as
comes.
Howard Stern passes, we're allowed in the building, right, Kenny?
This is an asshole, guys. Think about what he said about Prince.
Lockdown.
The fact that it takes so long for Howard to get there, they have to wait. It's maybe
gotta
what,
wait,
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Well, they're obviously getting like a walkie-talkie, right, to security, and they say, okay, he's in the elevator. And so now they have to clear everybody out as he enters the elevator. And there's no one to clear, I might add. No one's even there.
We're being patient, and you've already told me it's not you.
This is an asshole.
Look how
There he goes.
Look at this.
You got that.
Look at
You've
this.
got a very.
So-
You paused that at the perfect moment. It takes skill to pause this particular clip at this moment. I've tried and failed before on this show. Look at Ronnie. Then, yeah, it's crazy. This video and the Pelican Brief, the two greatest leaks of all time.
Agreed.
Wow.
Agreed.
David?
Tendrils, you've seen this, right? A few times? Okay, good. David's definitely seen this.
Oh yeah.
Where's
I
that
have.
little
Right,
David? Is
David?
he gone? Where's David? Oh, he's
He
gone.
might have
He's an Irish exit.
He said, Irish exit. Okay, David, thank you, sir. That was that is an Irish exit. Damn. That was crazy. That's better than Prince on Letterman, actually.
There goes.
Now listen to Opie.
Good morning. And now he'll let me in.
Wow.
He's got.
How emasculating is that? Screaming good morning to him when he's walking by, and his security's one guy's Ronnie's 5'6", the other guy's 5'7". He's 6'8".
Wait for him to be in his section, and here we go.
Look at the
And
security.
here his
One last
section.
thing. And
He's
Opie
gotta
shows
wait
you
for
the
him to
hallways
be in
after.
his
This is
section,
great.
and here we go. All
Anyway, well,
in.
That's the crazy part is those guys have to go down that hallway and just.
There he goes.
I don't know if they've.
Good morning.
look at the other guy. Look at how small this dude is. Look at this.
And Howard looks so thin. He looks
Oh God, he's so
thin.
disgusting. What a
My
goblin,
gosh.
anorexic goblin.
Morning.
He's got the Sebastian Wet look on too. It's probably like rosemary oil or something, like a hair growth thing. Like it's
Take the
probably
shot
not.
of the hallway, because those
Look at his hair.
The security must have to go to the offices in the hallway before Howard comes down the hallway and says, "Can you please stay in your office for the next 2 minutes?" They must, because if someone comes out while Howard's going down the hall, that ruins everything for Howard.
Look, exactly.
You need like a light on each person's phone that goes red, like the bat phone or whatever, John, that lights up, and they know, oh, Howard's going to be going down the hall until this light goes out.
Look at those pre-distressed fucking shoes, Barbados shoes he has on too. Look at
Melvin's
this. Look at
losing
this.
his mind. Look at this.
Look at the pre-distress on the shoes, and the Sebastian Wet look. Look at him.
Yeah, the hair, the balding. Look, we got a balding shot there. You can see that line, John. It looks like a letter S in his head.
That's the netting.
I wish we could zoom in on that. I will zoom in on that later.
Spencer Coleman's off. Also, too, you know what I find? This is kind of like me, just man. He has this like attaché case on his side, like there's some important documents. You know what?
A messenger.
I was just thinking that.
Thing.
There's not like this is like material for this horrible show. And if you go listen to what the show was that day, it's nothing but like Lenny Dyke. It's like the worst lowbrow bullshit that he has in this precious attaché case, like strutting through there. It's I just hate every bit of this. Birthday, right. Jose Villatar says, I'm late replying, but this bullshit place is not dark. It's the same idiot who was crying about the last episodes of Game of Thrones. I was thinking about that, Jose. I was thinking about that too, the Game of Thrones thing.
Good morning.
So here,
and now he'll let me in.
So Opie goes to the hallway here and shows you what's really happening.
He's got to wait for him to be in his section. And here we go. All clear. All clear.
Calligraphy.
So fucking stupid. Let me show you the empty hallway that is being locked down for him.
Look at this, guys. Nobody, not a soul. He needs 4 security guards to walk from there to there. There's nobody around. There's no shows on. Look at this shit.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Master Opie.
There's absolutely no one in the hallway.
This is such a great look at Sirius. Oh, God damn it. Say what you will about Opie. He gets a lot of haters. That shit will always vault. That is so great. I agree. That and the Pelican Reef. I don't know which one's better.
Yeah, they're the best. Can I give another... Sorry, John.
No, go ahead.
Can I give another update on something you talked about on a previous show?
Get our cue, Camilla.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but after he broke up with... After Carmen Electra stopped dating him, he wrote this song about her. Did you cover this, Tendrils?
I did not know that.
We did not cover it, but I knew this for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I'll read this part here. When he found out that I went out with a guy, I hadn't slept with this person, and when Prince found out, he said, I wrote this song about you and then played I Hate You. And people mistook the lyrics of this for being a diss track, but apparently it was meant to say, it was meaning, I hate how much I love you.
Yeah.
That's what he meant to say to Carmen. So he clarified, I think, later that it wasn't hatred for her. He was completely obsessed with her.
No.
Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, she dumped him.
That's
again,
what was crazy when I
believe
watched
she was 17
the show. She did a good stint, though, 2 years with him. She set herself up to go to L.A.
in Minnesota.
through him.
Yep.
And then
Could you believe how she walked back the story, though, 4 years later? Did you see that? The 2 different versions of the story?
She wouldn't talk about it as much. I don't think I saw the clip, but did she?
Yeah, it's 2. I was going to put it side by side. You know what I'll do? I might break it up and post them on either the shorts, which is actually a good one. Actually, it's perfect for that. Or you could do it if you want. No, you posted one already. I'll just put them separate. I'll put them side by side.
Yeah. Write down this timing. She said she talks about them fooling around in a studio at 2 hours and 18 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay, and then denies it all the next
Yeah. And then the other thing that she said too was that she lived there for 2 years, but all of that is vague. You know,
Yeah, it's so
pulling
weird.
around. What does that mean? I live there. Where?
She got. I
That's
know.
a good
She was
point.
so weird about Minnesota. I know. It was so strange.
He may have had an apartment
This
for her, and she just came over every few days. You know,
that could very well be.
Yeah.
She
I
could
want
write a
more
book
mini
about
house.
him though, and I would read that fucking book straight away if she wrote about him.
She was definitely 17.
I want to read the ending lyrics of "I Hate You."
So I spent
the ending lyrics is "I hate you because I love you, but I can't love you because I hate you."
Yeah. This is a song, Bon. You know, this song was it was an alternative rock song, but like later on, early 2000s, late 90s, called "I Love Everything About You. I Hate Everything About You. Why Do I Love You? I hate everything about
The girl.
you. Why do I love you?" It's actually a good song. It's got a great arrangement. It gives you the chills. Who's the artist again?
I don't know. I'm thinking of that song. I hate you so much right now. I hate you so much. It's a different
There's
song.
a lot of
I don't
songs
know
like
the
that.
one
Yeah,
you're talking about.
Here is Prince
This is
passes
it.
away in 2016. Howard, of course, is on vacation for like 3 weeks or whatever. Comes back, it's not even news anymore. Everyone's, either talked out about it or whatever. He finally comes to it. Cold Chinese food this show, and this is his eulogy.
Of course. I spent a lot of time over vacation obsessing over Prince, and I do want to give him a proper eulogy because I love that fucking guy. And I got to tell you, I'm really weirded out. And I was reading the Daily News, and there was a little...
Thank you, Melvin. It's 3 Days Grace. That's the name of the band. That's right. That's Grace of ours. Radio Gunk. That's about named after her.
Band. Wolf.
That's how long Grace was on Radio Gunk. 3 days.
Oh, poor Grace.
Nice.
I hate everything about you. 2003. Thank you, Melvin.
Little quote from Gayle King, who said one of her fondest memories was seeing Prince at the White House in a small concert, small intimate gathering. And there he was on stage. And this quote got me. It's still hard for me to believe that he's gone. At the end, he was alone in an elevator. That bothers me a lot. I know what she means. It's like, wow, this guy Prince... maybe I should start there, or I don't know. Maybe I'll take a phone call. But Prince was the most talented artist. Now, when I say that, forget the unbelievable guitar playing, and when I do my eulogy for him, I'll tell you where he stands as a guitarist. And forget the songwriting ability.
Now, you got to remember this. This is 16, so you know how many people are writing his dialogue for him now? This is when the staff is becoming like 70 people. So all these people are giving him this eulogy. If you think this is coming from the heart, you're fucking crazy. I mean, some of it might.
That's right.
But
that's when.
And forget that
Brent. He said that.
That's right. Brent was still there. That's right. Good call, Bob.
Brent said that they have if he's having Metallica on, they have a group of people who write the questions, and Brent said he'd try and get in there to add some because he's a metalhead, and so you're right, yeah. So the for a eulogy for Prince, you've got to. It's just I'd love to know who writes it. If it's Matt or Brent, or,
it could be all of them, right? It could be a group. It's all of them. There's 70 people there. I'm sure they're all. Everything is so he doesn't have to lift a finger, right? It's so. I'm sure there's at least 20-something people working on this, giving him dialogue, talking points, and shit.
He put out
they're
greatest...
reminding him of his stories.
Reminding him of his own stories, right.
He'll be like, I remember that.
Don't let the elevator bring you down. Let's go, Benjamin. Fuck you, Howard, and your dumb eulogies. I could care less what you think about anything unless it's Gayle King. The world is full of nobodies, says Benjamin. Did Gayle King have a relationship with Prince like Bryant Gumbel did? Anybody aware of that? No?
Tendrils?
I
don't know.
I'm
It's
not
a weird
aware
question.
of that, but Prince seemed to always have relationships, good conversations with Oprah, so I could see him doing well with Gail.
Oh, that's right.
I could see it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Soundtrack to a movie. And again, that's a controversial statement. Some people think the Batman album is the worst. I happen to think it's his best album. That and of course, Purple Rain, the soundtrack. But the fucking guy could dance like James Brown. I mean, he was the...
Okay, that's clearly not from Howard, right? So who wrote that for him? Let's say Brent wrote that for him. He could dance like James Brown. That's you could tell that's him reading it. That's not from
ultimate
Howard.
Stage performer. And could play that guitar and dance and could play every instrument. I mean, if you ever wanted to suck the powers out of a human being, it would be Prince's. And the idea that he's gone is, again, like when Steve Jobs died, what that meant to tech. Prince, I feel,
I don't know if Howard wrote that. I'm guessing he didn't. But I actually like that line that if you could suck the essence out of someone, like a superhero origin, like you would take the superpower, like the creation of Serpentor from G.I. Joe, where you would take the powers and abilities of Prince, and put it into, he would suck the essence out of him.
My humble opinion.
You know who does that? Rogue from the X-Men. When she touches you, she gains your superpowers, and that's kind of what you would want to do with him, like preserve that somehow.
Is what Prince was to music. Now, if he wasn't such a fucking kook, he would have been an even...
I love the way Josh Foster writes this. Howard's nut swinging is hilarious. See, Johnny Meyer wants you to say, please say Metallica once more, Bon. Johnny
Metallica.
What's
wrong with me?
I don't know.
You fucking...
It's either he loves Metallica.
Does he want to make my shit list? Does he want to make my shit list next?
Oh, wow. Steve Jobs is also a dick, says Benjamin. Aliens created the iPhone. Sarah says, you got to be the tiny, not notice your pants are on backwards, or gorked out fentanyl. Gorked out on fentanyl. That's so Sarah. What a great writer she is.
Love that word. That's classic Sarah.
I asked her to write a Fred Norris roast for our show, and she refused to do it out of spite. I'm like, this is bullshit. You know she could write some scathing thing for like 30 seconds. It would be amazing, and she just refused to do it. You got to put her on the spot. I got to keep working on that.
She's great on Twitter. She
is great on Twitter. I know.
She had a go at this stupid woman who was defending Amber Heard, and I got in on it and wrote to this woman, "Are you kidding? Have you heard the recordings? Amber Heard's out of her goddamn mind. She's trying to. This woman was trying to say that you guys are making her into gaslighting her and all shit." And I was like, and a few other people liked my comments. So
you know, you're really depressing me, Bon, because I'm banned from Twitter, right?
I
you're
want
making me
you
crazy.
back. I swear, and you're not even using the Deppening account much for it.
I know.
It's
a whole thing.
Make a new ARM account. Story. Make it with your Deppening Gmail, and I need you back.
I'm going to try one more time this week to reinstate it, and then I'll do it.
Just email.
You know, maybe you would have been a worse artist, great artist. But I'm just saying, you know, my wild story about finally getting to see Prince in a small concert like Gayle King, except the president wasn't there, and he decided to turn out all the lights, which I
guess the president gets to look at it.
He gets the lights. But the whole thing was so crazy. And, well, what the hell? As long as I'm on the topic, I just want to say how sad I am by it. Was just blowing my mind. And then on the internet, a couple of clips really went viral. One of them was Adam Levine's performance at my.
So anyone who doesn't know, and this is something, I don't know what we could do with this. This thing gets blocked every time you go. That's the big thing too, Bon. When you do that fucking birthday show of his, that shit gets blocked. And remember the Marcy Tur clip? It's 3 seconds and it gets blocked everywhere you go with it. So everything in that birthday show is verboten. And so this Adam Levine from fucking, what's the name of that stupid LA poser band? Maroon 5, right. He did a cover of Prince of Purple Rain at Howard's birthday show, and they have it on YouTube, and Howard acts like he did it. It's pretty good.
Does.
But he acts like he did it, and they're way too into it. And so he's about to play that here.
My birthday show, it hit 20-something million views.
Yeah.
Which is considered.
Unlike your show, which gets 4,000 views.
You know, crazy.
Right. And that was.
Okay, let me get rid of that. He's going to play it. That's I cut that out, and I'll go to the next. I cut it in threes because I was trying to get around the copyright stuff. Here's number 2.
Oh, he was a great entertainer. Just a great entertainer.
He was also an innovator in other ways. He was not opposed. He was the first person I ever saw put together an all-female band, backing band for himself in the music business.
This is Benjamin. This is Robin, like gasping for air, and she's having a really hard time doing anything on this show. And she's in full blown, in and out of cancer, and you're not sure what state she's in. And she's trying. You're sort of zoned out when she speaks. Benjamin goes, "Yes, Howard, tell us all the wonderful things you said when you saw Prince." And then he says, "If Adam Levine's talent was a color, see, he should be writing Rose too. It would be clear."
Usually.
For every Adam Levine, there's this guy out there. There's this super talented artist and band that can't get. So he's everything about L.A. local cronyism, Jonah Hill, he's in that whole thing with Jonah Hill and James Franco, and there's every one of him, this cheeseball band.
You might see one girl in the band, but he'd play with
Howard music, Train and Maroon 5.
all women on stage.
Then he did, and then the songs he wrote for other people. Of course, the big one was Sinead O'Connor.
He says he hates the
Ingles had a huge hit with Manic Monday. And Chaka Khan's Feel For You, too. I Feel For You.
I'm going through this Bond with a screen recorder, and so I'm hitting pause every time it's going to go into an extended note, and I'm skipping to the next thing so you can sort of get a flavor. It's really tricky. It took me a long time to chisel it all out. I don't know if that's what you did.
He wouldn't stop playing. Oh no, I was trimming it all. He wouldn't stop playing copyrighted shit.
Yeah, the whole thing is one big copy.
He became a devout Jehovah's Witness, and he would actually go around knocking on people's doors. And
that religion would appeal to him.
Yeah.
Well, it gives you dick move. You go and knock on people's doors and bother them. You don't celebrate any holidays. He was a lot. We have this impression that he was enigmatic because he lived in Minneapolis, but they used to see him riding his bike. He used to move around in the community.
Is that true, guys? There's shots of him riding a bike around?
Yeah, please, Tendrils, Tamara, give us the lowdown.
I thought I saw one, too. I think I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, he used to have different motorcycles, and he rode around Minneapolis and L.A. My mom, I can't say. My mom used to see him on the motorcycles in L.A., but yeah, he had that as his main mode of transportation.
Oh, that's right, motorcycle. I thought he meant like a tandem bike with Morris Day or something going through.
Oh, no.
And you know what? I have a random fact about me. Prince is my favorite ever of all time. Shaka Khan is my favorite ever of all time.
I love Shaka Khan too. I agree with you. She's great. She's so underrated.
Yeah, she's my favorite
Tamara
ever of all time. A female. And when she was with Rufus before she went solo, they had a caricature of her lips, kind of like the Rolling Stones, but the Rolling Stones lips are facing forward, and the Shaka Khan lips are sideways. And I have her lips tattooed on my boob for my 40th birthday.
Wow, I'm looking that up now.
I got Gary Delabate's on mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just Google Rufus Shaka Khan.
Got it.
Lips.
Got it. Bringing it up as we speak.
I have Gary's lips on my left pectoral, guys.
That's classic arm right there.
Unity.
Another famous clip, which was when he was at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and then they got him up there. I guess it was Tom Petty, and who else was on stage? It was a tribute to George.
I bet you Shaka Khan would be so honored by that, Tendrils, and that you did that. There's got to be a way to communicate that to her.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh God, look at that. Rufus. Tell me something good.
Yeah, I have it tattooed over my heart, and it represents my voice.
Damn. That is one of the most unique tattoos I've ever heard in my life. Usually people get these basic bitch tattoos off the rack, wino forever. And you get this. It's about time somebody had an original tattoo.
And when the tattoo artist was drawing it, the whole time his eyes were like lit up, and he's like, "This is so sick. I love it."
Yeah, they probably love getting an original idea finally because they get so sick. Like Howard's the biggest poser on the face of the earth. Is there anything worse than Howard's hand tattoo? And then you get that. They love these tattoo artists. Love hearing that shit when somebody actually has an original idea for once.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They were doing While My Guitar Gently Weeps, and then Prince comes out and starts doing the lead on that, and it was just, he shredded it up. The stage full of the best musicians in the world, and Prince just fucking rocked.
I don't think this is Howard saying this. I think we're on to. I think this is like Bon said, like a Brent Hatley writing this or something.
And outshined them all. It was news to a lot of people that Prince was this good a guitarist. I don't think they understood that. That's intense music, Fred. That's beautiful. Reminds me of... did you watch Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Fred?
I have not seen it yet.
I started it. I only got up to Deep Purple. Lars Ulrich, Deep Purple. Yeah. Hey, by the way, just wrapping up my thoughts on Prince.
I think this part, Bon, is where Gary comes in and talks about his attempts to try to book him on the show. I think it's here.
What was better than, I don't know if you knew about this tribute. On Periscope, Medicated Pete did a horrible tribute to Prince when he learned that Prince died. He sang Purple Rain, but he did a terrible rendition.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. He's speechless, and then he starts mumbling Purple Rain.
You know.
Pomegranate Beret.
Yeah, by the way, Raspberry Beret, not one of my favorite Prince songs. There's a couple of clunkers in there in that catalog, but Eli Braden, of course, loves Robin and did a Prince tribute for Robin. Songs. And I know Prince would be proud of these as a Jehovah's Witness. So Angry Alice was actually, would you say she... No.
Crazy Alice. Remember Crazy Alice? She passed away a little while. One of the best thinking man's whack packers in the history of the show.
Yes.
So Angry Alice was
Shit, hell.
I don't give a shit.
When it come to Prince, goddamn and holy shit, hell, fucking Jesus Christ. I feel very sad that Prince is gone. Goddamn motherfucking God or whatever response.
Is that true, guys? That it was actually Prince rode his bicycle to Walgreens? Is that part of the story of his death? That he actually rode a bicycle to Walgreens with Morris Day on a tandem bike?
It had to be tandem.
Random fact about me: I love spaghetti.
No, I thought it was that picture right here on the right where he's getting into that SUV. I thought that was
that's why I put it there. That's part of the pictures of his death.
I didn't know he wrote.
That's why I put them there. I don't know.
And look, if you notice, he's not wearing heels. He's wearing lifts.
Correct.
Good call.
Mm-hmm.
Good call. Chaka Khan at the Garden says Johnny Marr. There's nobody you can bring up that he doesn't have. Again, there's no one you can bring up that he doesn't have some story that he can relate himself. I see Chaka Khan at the Garden of Eden years ago, and I had a mechanic who fixed her car too. So somehow he has the same mechanic as Chaka Khan. So he doesn't. It is crazy with this guy.
Life and death, you can kiss my ass, because I know what it is to lose a loved ones. And I miss Michael Jackson. I still do.
Wow.
But when it came to Prince, he was a beautiful soul, just like Michael. So I do miss Prince.
See?
Fucking Jesus Christ.
Even Prince, Prince touched Alice, which,
that means he...
Boy, was he going to miss Prince?
Yeah.
Tape of...
Sound like it was weak.
On live TV, cut the guy.
That's Shuli. You want to skip Shuli, Bon? Or you want to listen to his stupid bit he does with
It's up
Medicaid?
to you. It's
up to you. I put the wrong clip in. I misnumbered it. I was supposed to put in I think I misnumbered 2 and 3. I think I put.
Yeah, give it a go because
tribute.
it's just another testament to how much of a fuck up Shuli is. So yeah.
Rogers Nelson. I was watching.
Okay, right after. You know what?
Tendrils.
Yeah, are we sure that's not Crazy Tamara?
That works for me. That I could make something out of that idea. I could make something like that.
Tamara, that's not
me.
an insult. That's you.
Oh,
you
I didn't
lumped
say
in
that. I love
the same
tendrils,
category
no.
as Crazy Alice. That's a compliment. I love Crazy Alice. So, seriously, one of my favorite thinking man's Whack Packers, along with Mark Harris.
This is
there you go.
apparently last
Is that
photograph
Prince?
of Prince
No
riding his
way.
bike.
Imagine throwing a hockey stick into his spokes. A Minnesota North Stars hockey stick, or Minnesota Wild. Look at that. That's probably him, right?
Spotted riding his bicycle around Paisley Park. Isn't that sad? What a great last photo, if that is
It is
the
a great
last
last
photo of
photo.
him. That's something I could imagine you Tendrils getting a print of that, because that's the last time.
No, I agree
don't
with you.
mean that in
That
a
is
bad
really,
way.
I
mean
agree.
that-
It's a beautiful last photo. I agree with that, actually.
It's got that old look, the film
Yeah.
grain look, which I love. It's and that does look
Ron,
like
that
his
would
hair.
you blow that up and put that in a picture frame and then put it on like a super Prince fans wall. That totally would work. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah, I
great
agree.
photo.
Look at it. It's got the Zapruder-ness to it. That's the kind of thing.
Yes.
Look at the bike as well. Look at this. It's got... And you guys with your no helmet rules over there. What the fuck?
I
If
got a
you ride a
helmet, you
bike
could have
around here,
rule,
the
pal.
cops are pulling you up and you get like a $200 fine. I'm not joking.
Oh, it's well, I don't know. Like we're so convoluted our priorities that we're worried about helmets, but we don't do this, and we have the shittiest health care, but we're worried about it's all about lawsuits, isn't it? At the end of the day, guys, nobody wants to
That's
be sued.
true. And how about, I mean, just to get, we shouldn't even go into, we won't go into it, but the Elon Musk, wow, that the last
Yeah,
work,
it's
out of this
we do it
world.
next time because I would like to get the Aussie perspective on that. But let's go to this. This is the
Amazing. Yes.
Everything Prince this week. If you were wondering what I did on vacation, I literally sat in my room watching Everything Prince. Things I was watching was Larry King interviewing Prince a bunch of years ago, and I was so jealous because Larry, God bless him, I don't think...
So here's Howard's jealous of anyone that could interview him. I play that little clip in the beginning with this weirdest thing with Larry King going, "There's not a lot of black people in Minnesota." I was talking to Dave Winfield. Dave Winfield, if you don't know, he's a great baseball player. He played for the Padres, the Yankees, and he played for the Twins and Blue Jays towards the end of his career. And I was thinking, like, why is he bringing? So yeah, he actually played for Prince's favorite team, the Minnesota Twins. So I don't know why. It's such a strange name to bring up in a Prince interview. Dave Winfield is a black outfielder. And that was...
I knew who the fuck Prince was. Tried most of my career to get Prince in the studio. Of course, unable to. I don't know what he thought of me, or was he scared of me, or whatever. But how many times did you try for Prince?
A lot, but the most recent one that was most interesting, I tried to get him for your 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And they sent us back a note that said, "Prince, thanks you very much for the offer. He's a Jehovah's Witness and he doesn't recognize birthdays."
Yeah, he didn't recognize a lot of
Yeah,
things.
you didn't celebrate anything.
You know, Prince was a legendary dick, too. And about the time Prince was performing on the Jimmy Fallon show. And
do you guys know this story he's about to tell? I didn't know
Oh,
this story.
yes.
You do? Okay.
I've got stuff on this.
It would be like putting a Neil Young album lithograph into a paper shredder. What he's about to do, right? Bon?
Yeah.
one of the guys in the Roots loves Prince, and he also loves his guitar. He saw the guitar and said, "I'd like to play your guitar for my performance." So he lends Prince.
So just before we get to that, so he tries to, Gary's using, Adam Levine is now sitting in for Prince at his 60th birthday party. And you could use the Jehovah's Witness thing as an excuse for everything. And whether they're making it up or Prince people actually said that, it's a great heat shield to say, oh, well, he's a Jehovah's Witness and he won't do that. Instead of having to make, he just doesn't want to be around you. Right?
But you know what? Yes. I have absolutely zero doubt that Prince would actually respond with that response because he was that into it.
Yeah, I believe it. It seems like it. I had no idea how much.
I'll give Howard the benefit of the doubt on this one thing.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the more I learned about it, the more the Jehovah's Witness stuff was ingrained in him in a crazy way. And I don't know how he got so duped into the religion like that. It's like Scientology or getting things done. But what's worse,
right.
GTD or Jehovah's Witness?
Well, you know,
Quick update on Tamara has had to leave, and she says, I hate that I have to leave, but thank you again. And know that I adore you all.
Thank
and
you,
we adore
Tam.
you, Tamara.
Great, two great Irish exits there. Great. Couldn't be.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave Winfield's from Minnesota. I didn't realize that, Josh. Is he? That shit. That's crazy. Okay, I vaguely remember that. So Dave Winfield's actually from Minnesota.
Well, you know, I'll speak to this real quick. As a Prince fan, for him to be like so free-spirited that, you know, he's going to fight a label and become, you know, right, slave and be a vampire and fight for what is right, to then like become religious. You know, I grew up religious. I grew up evangelical, like, you know, the Trump people, they're all crazy. That's how I grew up. You grow out of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You grow
I know. You're supposed to grow out of it. That's a great point.
Hopefully grow out of it.
That's such a great point.
It's just weird of Prince, like, being that free-spirited his whole life and then being like, okay, well.
And he's so cynical, too, right? You would think that he would be so against that.
I'm not going to celebrate anything, no birthdays, whatever. It's just weird, like, to be so free-spirited and then to suppress yourself at the end. It's just weird.
Ed Rush says too that that would be a great album cover too with Prince on that bike. That's so true. Anything. You really should, honestly, Tendrils, get that fucking pic and put it in a frame and put it. Seriously, I mean, that Bon's right. That's like a perfect picture for your living room.
Our Prince at the end of the performance on Jimmy Fallon takes the guitar and smashes it into the ground.
Are you kidding?
Snaps off the little part on top. Dick fucking move. And the guy could be a dick, you know.
Even in interviews, he was a dick.
Yeah.
He'd sit there and say one-word answer.
I think we would have had a fine interview with him. I just was...
You know, he'd have had to be up for it.
I had no idea he was a drug guy, but...
I didn't either. That was a surprise.
In a terrible battle.
Have either of you seen this footage he's talking about with the guitarist of the Roots? So he borrows his guitar to play it on... Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about Questlove.
Questlove, right. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so...
I would have thought maybe they took it down, but, you know, Fallon has to be associated with him as he jumps on stage and jumps in front. Look at that fake smile. You could jam the sincerity in that picture of him and Tom Cruise into a fucking Fun Dip pouch easily and have room to stick the fucking... He didn't. He just threw it in the air.
Yeah, it broke the head, what's called the headstock, which is where the tuning pegs are. It snapped it, and contrary to what Howard was saying, Prince paid for it to be repaired.
Okay.
Which would have cost probably about like $800 US. It's not cheap, but the repair is seamless. Yeah, it actually
thank
makes
you for that.
But to do that is very strange. So that's something about Prince that because I would never do that if this guy loved that guitar. But Prince has a history of doing this, and I'm just going to play clips in the background. See him throwing at one there. He does this all the time. He gives away guitars like there. We're going to see him smashing some. So he's not smashing them. Yeah, you're right, John. He does a weird gesture. He drops them kind of. There's another one.
I'm not making excuses for him, but if that's his thing, if you're a super Prince fan, shouldn't you be aware of the potential that could happen to your guitar if he's playing with it?
Yes. Yeah, like
it's like an end zone.
True.
Spike.
Very true.
Yeah. If you're such a fan of his, you should know that could. And I'm not making excuses. Like, it is kind of a dick move. But again, it didn't look like it was malicious, and I don't think he might not have even known it happened. Like, he's so insulated from shit like that. He just leaves and doesn't want to know anything after that. Look at that picture.
While we're on this, I know how much you hate Jimmy. Tom Cruise.
Talking about in the closet. In the closet, both of them.
Tom was on promoting the new movie, and I just thought you'd love this. He does this. I'm not going to play the audio. He does this lip syncing contest. They do see this where they make you lip sync. But I just thought I'd show you this because I know how much you hate Jimmy. Look how annoying Jimmy is in the background. He can't.
It's not that good.
Like, look at him. He's doing. Look at this, Jimmy. and he's hurt his finger. I don't know what the hell he's done, but look at him. He's so irritating. And this isn't that bad. It was kind of entertaining. Tom does a good job and all of that, but Jimmy annoyed me. Look at him. And I've got this footage. This is
now imagine,
I'm gonna
Bon,
show
imagine
you.
doing that all day long. Look at Jimmy Fallon and the fake enthusiasm and just kissing everyone's ass. And it's
Oh
so,
yeah.
imagine doing that all day long to every celebrity
And-
you force yourself to run into.
And I've got
Hey,
more.
Bon.
I've got more. This is just quickly. This is the Saturday Night Live, the 40th anniversary gig, the after party. Prince.
Oh, that was
plays, so
Harvey
you see-
Weinstein on the right, Bon. Was that
Probably
Weinstein
was.
on the right?
Should I go back there?
Yeah, just
it
a little bit.
probably
Yeah,
was.
yeah. I thought it.
There's many people on this. Hold on. Was that?
Hey, Bon?
Yeah.
Hey, Bon?
Yeah. Tendrils.
Yeah, real quick. First of all, he can afford to replace guitars. That's the first thing.
Oh
And-
yeah. Of course.
and- And then second, as a non-guitar player, I'm memorizing terms like guitar head. So keep going.
Oh, guitar head. Yeah, we call it the head. Heads. You call it the head stock. Your head.
So this
yeah.
is the
Where the
Saturday Night
chinny-
Live 40th anniversary after party.
Do you think
right?
that's Harvey right there
It
on
might.
the right?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm just going.
So
back.
this is
Is
so
Harvey-
Jimmy Fallon has to jump on stage because he can't get enough attention. He can't give Prince the floor.
Well, that's is what you're going to see here.
Yeah.
Is like people who are saying that Prince is a really
the 40
serious and not the way Prince talks and all of that stuff. People were saying, you know, on the previous shows, you were saying that people think he's really serious. This goes against that. This looks like a guy who's having a really fucking good time in a few seconds. Prince is just rocking out, and Jimmy's on the left here, and I'm going to zoom in on
see him.
Jimmy.
I see Maya
because
Rudolph, too.
just to go into the most obnoxious drunk prick, and I can't stand Jimmy. Look at how
Can he ever just
Jimmy
let someone
gets
have the
on the
fucking stage?
mic. Oh, I know he gets on the mic, and
He
this
and
is
Martin
so
Short
hard
both. Bon, he and Martin Short both are the most overexposed attention whores on the face of the earth. They can't stay off stage.
Martin's there all through it on the left.
Yeah, of course
and
he is.
Look at Jimmy. He gets up and starts
Chris
singing.
Rock
Fuck
is there.
You, Jimmy. You know, like Chris has a bit of style. He just comes in for one line. And look at Jimmy. What a total prick. But Prince is having a great time. And I think that goes against this idea that Prince was
Look at
very
Jimmy Fallon.
serious and thinks about what he's going to say. Prince is just like, no, I'm having a fucking great time.
But now,
Jimmy, though,
Prince
look
is.
at Jimmy.
But now Prince is faded into the background, and all you see is Jimmy Fallon. Now
I
And they're
know,
all-
it's
so he's the fucking worst. God damn it!
Fucking obnoxious. Thank you for indulging me there, John.
Oh, thank you for getting that. I actually was going to do that, and I forgot. I straight up forgot. Thank you
Hey,
for
Bon.
getting that.
Hey, Bon.
Yo,
Yeah,
tendrils.
yeah. The Prince being shy and the mystique and the mystery. That's
Mhm.
like a whole thing. But he's definitely 100% a jokester as well.
He probably has a
Yeah.
sly sense of humor.
Yeah,
in
he
his
does.
own-
He
he's got a
is.
very specific sense of humor, and he'll break balls. But he's got to be. I'm like this a little bit too, believe it or not. I have to get really comfortable around someone, and then that real person comes out.
Oh yeah,
It's
I am too.
It takes me a long time to get to trust someone to get to do that, and he's probably very funny if you get to know him. But it takes a long time to get to know him.
Well, he had to have a lot of sense of humor to make that Batman soundtrack. That's
Yeah.
tongue in cheek all through
Yeah.
it. The video clip for Bat Dance where he's playing like dual character, like he's playing the Joker and another character he kind of invented, which
Yeah.
is another.
They should have turned that. They should have brought
he's-
that into the comic books. The character he invented. Seriously,
Yeah,
that
there
would have
was
been great. They do it. They did it with
yeah.
Harley Quinn. Do it with that.
That's why I don't mind the Bat Dance. I love it that Howard loves it. That's why I always play it. But I don't mind. I loved that when I was like 9 years old or 10 when that came out. I fucking love that song. I couldn't
Johnny
stop
Myers, a
listening to it.
great fucking line here. He goes, I can't believe Jimmy Fallon didn't do a blackface tribute to Prince. Because he has
Nice,
that Chris
Johnny.
Rock blackface thing he called out for a few times. Benjamin
know,
says, he
there's
does
a-
not tell a good story. You're right, Benjamin. He does not tell a good story. And he changes it to his, just changing details to make himself out to be the victim. He's the worst storyteller. I agree. Go ahead. Ted.
There's a clip of Prince on The View and Barbara Walters trying to ask like a real serious question. She's like, oh, the mystique and the shyness and what's that all about? And, she goes on. And then Prince says, I'm only that way around you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I'll get that. I'll get that. Even though it won't be on the This Is the Last Prince show, I'll have that. Just
I mean, he's joking and stuff, but it's also true though. Like he does. I'm sure he takes a long time to fucking warm up to people. I'm sure it probably takes some.
Yeah. You think a guy like that wants to be on a show with the intellect of The View? Fuck that. He must have hated that.
No.
He must have been doing that under protest.
Yeah, no, he was 100% being shady.
Johnny Marr, I didn't realize you were such a huge Prince fan. I'm sorry. I would have totally invited you on here. I mean, it's not that you can't. I mean, who aren't you connected? It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter who we bring up. Chaka Khan. So whoever, the Gilmore Girls, we'll bring up Lauren Graham, and you can come on the Lauren Graham show.
Record company, Warner Brothers. I think it was Warner.
Yeah.
And terrible battle. And he wanted certain rights, and he felt like a slave. And they prevented him from recording under the name Prince. And it was a whole big legal battle. But the idea that everyone else was supposed to negotiate with him about what they called him. Because like Larry King, well, what I call you on the phone, what do I say? Hey, artist known as Prince or formerly known as Prince? No. People just, they just say what they have to say. And Larry's like, well, okay.
Do I call you Sandy Koufax? Do I call you Steve Garvey? Do I call you artist?
Here's your friend. A Larry Graham bass player came on. He goes, what do you call Prince? I just call him Baby Boy.
Oh, shit, God. Andrew J. That's a great New Girl, right? What's the... Oh, God, he did it. Did he like that show? Tendrils? And he did that. It's a Fox kind of single cam sitcom. I say single cam. There's no laugh track and shit. It's like,
you know what?
shot in...
I have no idea.
Zooey Deschanel, the actress. Yeah, that was it stayed on, like, it was on the air for like years and years and years, and nobody knew it. Like, it's just beyond, like, it's a show, it stays on, and no one watches it. And I guess Prince loved it. I fucking vaguely remember that now. That's a great call by you, Andrew J, at the buzzer, for Christ's sake. Literally at the buzzer. We're almost done here. What a weird ass thing to do. Right? I'm going to turn down everything except a spot on New Girl, the sitcom on Fox. That's so crazy. That's a great call by you, Andrew J.
I can top that. Tendrils.
Hey, baby boy. And it's like, well, Prince could either chop your head.
What, Bon?
The Trump people, they're all crazy.
There you go, Tendrils.
You got that drop already. Okay.
The Trump people, they're all crazy. Don't sell my information.
Johnny Myers plumber is also the same plumber Meryl Streep has, by the way. Just
head off for calling him Baby Boy or love it. You don't know. But I love Prince, and Prince, both his parents were musicians. The way the story goes, his old man was a jazz musician who kicked him out of the house when he was a little kid. Prince had done something, quote.
Again, this is Howard getting information given to him. He's not researching this. He's not writing it. Somebody's writing this for him.
Quote, wrong. I don't know what a little kid would do. That would be so wrong, but it sounds like his father was fucked up.
Father hunger. This is his dream interview, right? To go into nothing more than him asking the same fucking tired father hunger questions to Prince. He would spend 45 minutes on that shit.
And kicked him out of the house.
Be glad
which,
you never got this
listen,
interview.
If he was a disturbed person, that'll do it to you. But wrote his first song at 7 years old, taught himself how to play every kind of instrument. I don't think there's anything he couldn't play.
Psychedelic.
Signed with Warner Brothers when he was a teenager. And he got full creative control, which was unheard of. That's how talented he was. They hit with this one. I'm not a big fan of this song, I Want to Be Your Lover.
Don't tell David that. Thank God David checked out.
Or me.
God damn it.
Song.
This is the song that Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife.
Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, had like they caught their daughter. This is what Howard claims. I don't know if it's masturbating to this.
Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, got all fucked in the head over and started that Parents Music Association. She caught her daughter listening to this. And she heard the word masturbating. She wanted to put labels on albums. And the thing that really blows my mind, and I thought this was real innovation, was when here's the way the story goes. The
Yeah, I didn't. This is the origin of Tim Burton using him on the soundtrack for Batman in '89.
The Tim Burton was putting together the Batman, the cool one with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson. He wanted 2 Prince songs in it. I think he wanted I forget what the 2 songs were, but there were 2 songs that he wanted in there. And Prince...
2 songs he had already recorded.
Yeah, and then Prince was like, no, and then he shows up with a full album. He says, here's your soundtrack. Fucking crazy, right?
That's brilliant.
And at the time when I first heard it, I was like, oh my God, it's so brilliant because he took the clips from the movie and incorporated them right into the songs. And I don't think a lot of people were doing that. He might have been the first.
You might be right. Yeah, I don't think
right
people
about
had done that much back. I don't think people had done that much back then. Like
soundtrack?
Make a song and then put the drops in, and they're in time. Like you watch.
I don't know of any.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
know
I
if
don't
they've done
either.
that.
I don't know.
You might be right. So how would whoever's Wikipedia search on music in movies or whatever? And
Autobot says Tipper Gore heard the lyrics to "Darling Nikki" and got freaked out. She bought the album for a young daughter.
Hey,
I
Arm?
remember. Yes.
Let me just talk about that song real quick. So, I was listening to the other shows and I've been compiling like notes and things that I want to bring up. One thing that I'm not going to really get into, but I did want to, I would get in arguments with other Prince fans about lyrics. And Darling Nikki, the song that you just played, was one of the, the things that I wanted to talk about. And in the movie, okay, so let me just read.
I'm sorry. Tendrils text Sara goes, that's the horniest Tipper Gore's ever been in her life.
Okay, so let me just...
Nasty woman.
Yeah, let me just read the first lyrics of that song. I knew a girl named Nikki. I guess you could say she was a sex fiend. I met her at a hotel lobby masturbating with a magazine.
Oh, wow.
And she said, how do you like to waste some time? And I could not resist when I saw little Nikki grind. And so in the movie, Apollonia is being courted by Morris Day.
Talking about private parts.
And Purple Rain. Okay. So she's being courted by Morris Day, who helps her get her act, Apollonia 6. So Prince is singing this song on stage, and he's basically slut-shaming her, like, to her face.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, slut-shaming, really bad.
I gotta watch that movie. I gotta fully watch that movie. It's
you have to. But the lyric at the end, when he's like slut-shaming her hard, and she starts crying, she runs out of the room. And he says, come back, Nikki, come back. And the lyrics that are posted anywhere that you would ever look for them, it says, your dirty little prince wants to grind. And that is the wrong lyric. It's not.
Oh.
What he says is, you dirty little bitch, what a dog.
That's in the movie. He says it in the movie. It's just like that.
Yes. Okay. If you listen, there is no fucking grind. It's not, there's no R, it's dog. He calls her a dirty bitch, what a dog.
Melvin wants to know if there's nudity in the movie in Purple Rain.
Apollonia jumps into Lake Minnetonka topless. But
That's good enough for Melvin. He already finished. That's good enough for Melvin. He finished.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But as well, at the end of that song, there's a backwards message. And, back then I was 14. And so, we had tapes. There was no technology. So to figure out what that message at the end of the song was, you would record it on a tape, unscrew the tape, put the tape.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, you would flip it backwards and then screw everything back in and play it. And what the end of that song that, like Tipper Gore is like freaking out about is it says, hello, how are you? I'm fine, 'cause I know that the Lord is coming soon. Coming soon. But it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Like I wish
you.
we could just play it, but I just wanted to show the juxtaposition of him singing like, that slut shaming song and a masturbation, and it's got, Tipper Gore on edge.
Yeah, it's a constant theme here. Johnny Meyer is obsessed with "Jack You Off." He claims is the better song.
No,
out of it. He loves the song. He loves "Jack You Off."
"Jack You Off" "Jack You Off" is a great song. It comes from "Dirty Mind," if I remember correctly. But no, that's not a better song than. I mean, everyone has their taste.
Jack and earlier. It's right. That's right. Jack and John are the same name, which I didn't realize until I was 18 and whatever, 17. Talked to my therapist about that, and you really could call the song "Johnny You Off" because Johnny and Jack are the same name.
Yes.
And and this is such a controversial stance because I think that album sold a couple of million copies, but some people consider it Prince's worst. And I was like, you are fucking kidding me. That song, every song on that album rocks. I just don't get it. I mean,
oh God.
As a fan, I have a great affinity for that soundtrack, but it could have been, it could have been like, I don't know. It could have been a lot better as far as Prince's musical talents.
How many total songs are on the Batman '89 soundtrack that he does?
Everything. Prince does?
The whole thing?
He
Is it
made
8
the whole
or 10
soundtrack.
songs? It's 10 songs?
Yeah, it's probably 10 songs.
That's crazy.
And he made it in 6 weeks. He recorded it, which is really impressive.
Even crazier.
All by himself.
And every song is basically about a different character in the movie.
Oh, right.
I want
to
play this on our way out. You want to see what an asshole, what a dick is. We're going to play this, Howard and Sal, at Christmas time, and then I will cut it and we will go out on that. I want to thank everybody in the chat for your amazing contributions. Everyone that wrote anything, anyone that donated, blah, blah, blah. I love you. I appreciate you all. Don't think for a second that I don't. You two are amazing. Tamara was amazing. David was amazing. I got to stop saying amazing. I'm going to sound like Barrymore. And I'm going to play this. Sal and Howard at Christmas time. Go ahead, Tendrils.
Just really quick. I will make this quick, but I just want to end on a personal note of how meaningful it was to my life to be a Prince fan and ultimately to connect to other Prince fans. I've met people from all over the world. I've traveled all over the country to meet, friends that I made online, went to concerts all over the place. And, a forum is what you make of it. The forum, prince.org, was very active. The community there was amazing. I did some music mixes that, were part of the non-Prince forum. I won one of the contests. And the other music mix that I did a video B-side thread, because we had B-sides.
Tendrils, if I could play Robin's music right now, I would. Bon, do you have Robin's music for the news? They play while Tendrils. We gotta get. Go ahead, Tendrils. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No,
keep going, Tendrils. We're loving it.
So those music mixes and the music contests and things like that. Oh, Bon, go ahead.
No, keep going. I'm just.
Keep going.
The ambiance is perfect.
Yeah, those.
It's only half over, Benjamin.
Those music mixes, we had one that was the basis was just 10 songs that you feel people need to hear. And everything that everyone came up with was absolutely amazing. And, I wrote, I talked about my first relationship being abusive and violent. And when I tell you that there are 6 times I could have been dead had things gone just a little bit further, I'm not kidding. It was a very scary experience. And I wrote about my my experience in that relationship, and I felt like it was going to be too personal for people to comment on because I was very open about it and what I went through. And 3 days later, I came back to the thread and it printed out over 100 pages of responses.
Oh,
And
that's nice.
and you know, I just remember sitting there for, you know, a couple hours and reading those responses and just crying my eyes out. And you know, that was one of the most important things that I did for my own healing. And you know, over the years, I wrote many personal things: the death of my cousin, you know, my grandma's death, coming out to my dad, all these things. And I just want to share that aspect of
No, I get, yeah, what Prince means to you and the soundtrack of your life.
Yes, totally the soundtrack of my life. And I just wanted to be able to share that there was that deeply personal meaning and connection. And so go ahead. I just wanted
yeah, I mean,
we
that's what it's
appreciate
for.
that.
That's what it's all for. I appreciate that, right? That's what it's all for. What is this?
And the music, like John said, yeah, I can listen to albums that I remember when I was like 15 years old. It takes me back. I feel like I can go back. Because they mark your brain, your mind, your life. It's I appreciate we appreciate that.
I measure my life in Prince albums. I can literally tell you like what was going on. Any Prince album that you mentioned, I can tell you exactly
with,
exactly what was happening in my life.
Like John, you can do that with probably Pearl Jam. I can do that with Radiohead. Yeah, we all.
I can do it with most music. I could do it with most. I don't think, you know, I try to stay pretty eclectic about what I listen to. Virtually any song that's I consider that it always takes you right back to a specific moment and a specific time, and a name comes up. You know, that's the best thing about music is it's sort of like it's a time machine. Whether it's a Morris Day in the time machine, whether you want it to be or not. Bon, I have a request from Sky Spectre. I think it's a great idea. As soon as I play this Sal and Howard clip, I want you to play Tamara singing Piano in the Dark, and then I'll hit the end of it. Is that all right?
Okay. Yeah. I'm just
a hypocrite.
Biggest advocate.
What do you want, Sal?
Hey, Howard, Garrett has my gift next. I just want to tell you that I put a lot of work into this gift.
Yeah, I see you put a card here. This is me and Beth, except you put your face on Beth.
That's right. I did that last night. I photoshopped it all night. Wait, hold on, Gary.
I'm just getting it ready. Just tell me what to do.
There was something that you said a long time ago that you would love to have.
Before you open this, leave the room while I open your gift, and then come in after we open it.
I just want to see if you wanted to guess in advance.
I'm not going to guess this, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here.
We got all day to guess your gift.
I know the rap on this. So Sal heard you say on the air back in 1996 there was something. There was a magazine that you wanted that you never could get, so he went on eBay or somewhere and he got it for you.
Oh.
And this is like a Mad magazine.
Oh. I have that. I have 10 copies of it.
He says he checked with Laura. Laura said you don't have it. I'm sure you have
Sure we do. We have that. Where I'm being plunged in the toilet bowl by Alfred E. Newman.
I could cut it open and we could throw it in the shredder.
You got it. Yeah, cut it open and then
Are you going to smash the frame? Like the tacky frame?
Okay, give me that. I'll do it myself.
Smash it. Hit it on the side of the desk. What are you doing?
To me, this is worse than what Prince did to the Roots guitar. The effort he put into that. This is way worse. You want to play it now, Bon? You're more than welcome to.
No, I was waiting.
Okay.
I thought you.
Okay, it's got like 2 seconds more.
Okay, good.
Got a hammer?
Hey, Sal, you want to come in? I got your magazine right here. I got this magazine.
What the fuck are you doing? I spent $200 on that frame, you ass.
$200.
I got to tell you how little money Sal makes on this show. And he tried to extensively research it with Laura Lackner, Howard's assistant, and he's did this. This is an asshole.
They saw you coming.
Right now. This is awful.
Oh
I called up Beth. I called up Laura about this fucking thing.
Uh-oh, there it goes.
Shred it.
Shred that motherfucker.
First thing to hit the shredder. Big waste of money.
Hey, the shredder doesn't work. Don't put your hand in there.
Sorry, Sal.
Guy loads the thing and then puts his hand in.
Yeah, don't put your hand in there.
It's not in that shit.
No, your hand's in there.
No, it's not. It's not a cover.
All right.
Turn it on. You only had 12 hours to prepare this. I can't even shred the gift.
It broke the shredder.
The magazine broke the wood chipper.
All I want are sharks with...
Depressing.
It should be. I mean, get it.
Depressing. I mean, I went all
copies of that.
I had because it was so hard to get. I had a great fan in Pittsburgh give it to me. I went all the way to
So you
Pittsburgh
paid nothing
to get
for it, in other words.
No, I
drove to Pittsburgh and paid $200 from fucking Long Island. That's got to be a 9-hour drive.
got it from somebody, and I had it framed. And
Did you get
everything.
it on awful gift, Bay?
$208.
$208 to frame that?
Yeah, and I wanted
cheap shit frame.
Did you see that frame?
I know.
The frame is still good.
The frame
Oh, I thought you smashed it.
You smashed it. I smashed it.
Oh, that's. Sorry.
What is it?
I can't stand the Bond. Play it. That's an asshole, everyone. That's a dick.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
I know. Caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of letting go. Oh no, gave up on the riddle, I cry just a little when he plays piano in the dark.
I gave you diamonds and pearls.
There aren't many blacks in Minneapolis. I was talking to Dave Winfield the other night. It was 1% maybe.
Yeah. When the competition gets tacky, Brian, brother, you keep on wearing your khakis. Working part-time in a 5 and down.
Power. Charger power.